organized in Tokyo in February 2003 as an event for young designers to network and show their work in public. It has become featuring a special presentation format, 20 images each for 20 seconds, moving on while you speak along. Do not sign for more and from gatherings, rendezvous for creatives or the city. Everyone can present whatever the age, no matter children, teenager or adult, presenting something that you like. Ideas what talks about anything, 1,000+ cities around the world together. Let's say 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha,
PechaKucha, événement mais surtout format de présentation orale en 20 images qui se succèdent automatiquement chaque 20 secondes.
PechaKucha is een avond vol verrassingen, waar mensen de tijd nemen om weer eens echt naar elkaar te luisteren.
Hey, PechaKucha is like it's made in Turkish.
Named after the onomatopoeic Japanese phrase for the song that talking, this is PechaKucha. Thank you Activism for this concept for short and concert presentations lively like cha-cha-cha. Always song in a place, eating and drinking space. Bar, resto, gallery, home beach or sway, mempo. Sharing a relaxed way, put your hands in the air. You feel the spirit. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha, 20 by 20. PechaKucha, PechaKucha,
PechaKucha es un evento y formato de presentación oral con 20 imágenes que pasan una a una a cada 20 segundos.
We are PechaKucha, we are PechaKucha. All over the world, a real network. We are PechaKucha, we are PechaKucha. With wonderful stories and the big nights.
PechaKuchaストーリーテリングのフォーマット。20秒のスライドを1枚あたり20秒使ってプレゼンテーションを行います。
PechaKucha ist für uns allen eine fantastische, eine großartige Bereicherung unseres ganzen kulturellen Lebens.
Happy birthday, PechaKucha!
Hey, everybody! Happy birthday, PechaKucha, as Astrid said, and welcome to International PechaKucha Day, beaming live from Tokyo and around the world. We're really excited to have so many people joining us over the next 24 hours. Huh? Brian. Hi, thanks, Brian. Hi, everybody. So it's great to see you. It's 12 noon here in Tokyo on a Saturday, and we'll be spending 24 hours around the table. We'll be getting another camera up showing everybody in the studio here, which is a Klein Daitham and PechaKucha office.
Got lots of coffee.
And the right mug. So what's today all about? Well, it's our birthday, first of all. So yeah, we'll say welcome. We'll say yokozo in Japanese, and we'll say in Chinese. So yeah, welcome. So what's this all about? Well, it's the 20th of February is PechaKucha's birthday. Wow. We were born on 2003 on the 20th of February when we held our first PechaKucha event in Super Deluxe, and it's been going ever since then, which is really amazing. And we like celebrating our birthday on the 20th, which is a Saturday, which is really great this year. So we wondered what this year's theme would be, and yeah, exactly. So we thought it would be a great idea. The world's had a very tough year or 12 months, and we thought it'd be really nice to think about what we love, and because the world needs a lot of loving. And we asked people our city organizers, our presenters and our guests to tell us what they love. And it's a really simple idea. And I think we'll have a lot of surprising presentations, a lot of lovely presentations. So it's a one day, hundreds of connections, thousands of presentations. And we'll be explaining to you later, you can make a presentation over the next 24 hours, and we may be playing those live during the show. So tell us what you love. Tell us about your city. Tell us what you love. Tell us about your family. Tell us about the car you love, the pet you love, your home, your recipe, or even those restaurateurs that are having a very tough time. Who's your favorite restaurateur in your city? Go out and support them. So you can find all the information about what's going on at ipk2021.com. Couldn't be much simpler. And as you see, it's been a logistical nightmare. And Brian, who you'll meet a little bit later, or now if he's going to spotlight himself, has been putting together an incredible show of 200 presenters in 24 time zones, and we're still putting those together now. So it's going to be quite an epic. I think we're going to be breaking a few rules and a few records. Everybody's got their t-shirts on, and our team here around the table, we have a big team. Let's go all the way around. We'll go a little bit further, and we'll get round to Hissa. Hissa's a very important person because he came up, and there's Brian. Few rules. So Hissa over here is a very important person because he actually came up with the name PechaKucha. So, which means the sound of chit chat in Japanese. He has a fantastic t-shirt that says, "I named a global format and all I got was this lousy t-shirt." So, anyway, we want to say a big thank you to everybody joining. I see we've got Clive over in Los Angeles, who's going to be on in 22 hours time, I think, yeah. So some invites went out with a slightly wrong time on them, so we scared a few people this morning, but I think we're all okay. So we thought because we forced everybody to go through the PechaKucha challenge, we thought we'd give a presentation. But before I do that, I have to welcome one more person to the team who's in Chicago. So PechaKucha is bi-urban, which means we've got an office here in Tokyo, and we have an office here over there in Chicago, our favorite city after Los Angeles. So I want to introduce our CEO, Sean Smith, who runs everything in Chicago for us.
Hello! Happy birthday, PechaKucha!
Yay! So how's the weather with you, Sean? I hear you're still snowed in. Is that right?
The weather in the States is not the best. Our hearts definitely go out to all those in Texas. Bill, I'm happy to see you on. So we think of those that are going through their hardship there today, in the last few days. But listen, this is the type of event that honestly gets the spirits up. So thank you both for inspiring all of us. Thank you, Mark and Astrid, for putting PK into the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean. So as we say, we're putting everybody through the ringer, so we thought we better give a 20 by 20 to kick things off. And it's been a really crazy couple of days, and so the last thing we've managed to do is put our presentation together. So although we might be pros, this is the first time we've really run through it, but no excuses. Let's kick it off, Brian. Okay. So yeah, I'm good to go. So what do we love is the big question. Well, we love PechaKucha, and we love 20. We love the number 20. 20 of February is our birthday today, and it's an incredible number that crops up all through our lives. And we've been in Japan for 20 years too, some time ago. But it's the base of our format, PechaKucha format, which is the sound of chit-chat in Japanese. It's 20 slides shown for 20 seconds. And that has stuck with us for 17 years without changing. We're making some slightly shorter formats for schools and things. We'll tell you more about that later. But we love 20 by 20.
And last year was the 2020 year, and it should have been the biggest year ever. Well, it actually was in a different way, since a lot of people came together online, much more than we ever thought if it were just a live situation. So well done for that.
Great. So we love that simple format, 20 slides, 20 seconds, a very simple story arc that everybody can hang their presentations around. It makes putting presentations together real easy. We love the restriction too. It's a level playing field. It's like a Big Mac. It's always the same, 400 seconds and you're done. But that restriction, it's like the presentation format of Twitter. But we're not just a format. That's the interesting thing. Formats come and go, but we're a format that's supported by an incredible community around the world. And it's almost like a flywheel, a circular promotion where the community promotes a format, the format promotes the community. And that's really led us to be running for 17 years. And we've spread around the world virally without any promotion, from a one-off event in Tokyo to an amazing 1,250, I think it's 57 now to today. We've gone up a couple of cities since I made the slide. So it really is amazing. Hello. And it just keeps going. It's really incredible. So we also love the way we bring people together in large events. Really incredible events that we run all around the world. We run over 1,500. Normally, in a normal year, there'll be 1,500 events, and bringing people together is really important. We bring them together in big cities, but also in small cities. This is our smallest city. It's 350 people, and it's called Accident in Maryland. It's really, really amazing, and it's great that this little town with an incredible name has a PechaKucha series. So hi to everybody in Accident. We also are active in all sorts of parts of the world, including Sana'a, in war-torn countries. We've had events in Kabul, the Middle East. It's been absolutely, people struggle, but they love to get together. They love to hold PechaKucha nights. And it's really great that all you need for a PechaKucha presentation is a bed sheet, and you can put it up in a forest. Here we are in Kampala, in Uganda. And I really love this photograph. Anybody can hold a PechaKucha. I think somebody's on a bicycle powering the MacBook Pro.
So lots of people get together at PechaKucha. They become friends. They sometimes work together. They become boyfriend and girlfriend, and sometimes they get married and PechaKucha babies get born. We love that.
So yeah, we're trying to get a list, but we've had 10 or 15 PechaKucha babies. The other thing is, with this community, it's really great to bring everybody together and do something really meaningful. So just after the Haiti earthquake, we held our first global event, 24 hours around the world on Skype. It was a real struggle, and I think we hope today that it'll be a little bit easier.
Little did we know that a year later, the shoe was on the other foot, and there was the big earthquake in Japan. And so we thought that it might be nice to do an Inspire Japan event, where all the world came together to make lovely presentations in support of Japan.
So we've held events for the big earthquakes in Christchurch and in Nepal and in Kumamoto, Japan.
And in Quito.
And in Quito as well, in Ecuador. So that led us to our Inspire project during the pandemic. All of our events stopped in March last year, and we kicked off again April the 9th with our first online event like this, and we've held over 300 since then. We also love our posters. Our city organizers are fantastic. They're graphic geniuses, and we get 400 to 500 amazing presentations like this, and we're dying to make a book of them and have a roving exhibition that runs around the world. We also love PechaKucha, or PK Create. That's our new online platform that allows anybody to make a PechaKucha presentation by simply uploading their images, voicing them and sharing them through the browser. So it can be done on a phone, a tablet, or a laptop. And we really love the fact that schools have embraced the platform, and we'll be talking to a school a little bit later and how their kids use it. It's a really great tool for getting kids to stand up and make presentations. Putting a PechaKucha presentation together takes some time, but they remember everything they've said. So it's really amazing. It's being also used in universities like Harvard and Monash. And kids really love it. This is PechaKucha Prague, and they have a PechaKucha afternoon where the only speakers are kids, and this is in a major theatre in the heart. Well, it's actually an old cinema in the heart of Prague. So we love kids, and we think it's really important they get up and learn to speak. We also love the fact that PechaKucha has become an official word in the Cambridge University Dictionary. That was
2020.
In 2020.
No less.
That was a dictionary I took that I used at university. Peter will tell you that a little bit later and say I can't spell, which is obvious. So we want to say thank you to every organizer around the world and everybody that's joining our event. This is our PechaKucha around the world, and this is PechaKucha Powwow, where many of the speakers tonight and organizers all join together. We hold this normally on 20th of February. This year it's going to be global. So thank you all very much. Woo, hold on. Jesus, we got through that. Very good.
Well done, guys.
Thanks, Brian.
Off to a roaring start there. Well done.
So, without further ado, and we invented the format because everybody knows I talk too much. So we better get going. So, where are we going to head off next, Brian? Let's go to the presentation.
All right.
Doc, and see where our first city is.
Oh shoot!
And I think you have to press the space bar. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Working on it.
There we go. So we're going to go from Tokyo. Dun, dun, dun. Thanks to Google Earth. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get there. It looks like quite a long time.
It's far away.
I'm already there.
Woo! Townsville.
Townsville in Australia. Hey. And we're really happy to introduce Tanya and Keith, the organizers in Townsville.
Long-standing and lovely friends, PechaKucha friends and general friends.
So why don't you say hello? Can we spotlight Keith and Townsville? Great. Hey. Okay, I'm not seeing. Okay, I'm here to see that. There's quite a lot of tech going on here.
There are so many screens, we don't know which one to look at.
Okay, so we're going to hand over to you for a little bit. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Townsville and what goes on there, and let's hear from your presenters.
Okay, hello world, this is Townsville talking. Townsville is a tropical city in far north Queensland, and we're in the middle of our summer and the middle of our wet season. So outside today, it's 28 degrees, not raining, but ready to, 98% humidity. We have got some great presentations lined up today. We've got some short ones and some longer ones, and then some full-blown 2020 presentations. But before we start, we want to say what we love. We love PechaKucha.
Yes.
We've been doing PechaKucha here in Townsville since 2012.
Yep.
And when we started, there were 600 world cities. And we thought, wow, isn't that great? And now 1,250, whatever. It's just amazing. And thank you so much to Astrid, Mark, and Brian, and Tohoku, and the whole crew for making it happen, but around the world. And thank you to our people who joined us here today from Townsville, because that's why we do it. We do it because we meet people. There are people here today that we've only met through PechaKucha. We've learnt stories about the place we live through PechaKucha, and it's such a privilege to be able to share these things with the world, these stories, because it's like living in a multiverse. You live all these different lives and they all happen at once. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Merwas Wildlife. And Merwas is from the very top of Australia, the very top of Australia, up in the Torres Strait, almost in New Guinea. Merwas is a Meriam woman from Murray Island, which is the eastern part of Torres Strait. And tonight, today, I'm so used to saying tonight. Today, Merwas is going to tell you she loves her grandson.
Thanks for your phone going off.
It's all right, keep going.
Okay.
That's it, you're on.
Oh, I'm on. Okay. Devagadger PK families, which is a good day to everybody around the world. Theme for today is love, and I really love PK. So, umanake to everybody, big kiss to everybody. I guess I just wanted to talk today about the things that we love, and a lot of us love our families. Of course, family is central to everything. So I've got a picture up of my grandson. I know you can see him. He's a cute little guy with the man bun. There he is. He's so cute, isn't he? So during 2020, the year of COVID, when everyone was miserable and down and depressed, I was all smiles because this little fella came along, and I just wanted to talk about that, being a grandmother and becoming a grandmother for the first time, and how much that really does change the way you look at the world and how you look at yourself even. I've got 3 daughters, and along came this boy, this grandson, this little king that holds the keys to my kingdom. And he is everything to me. When we talk about love, it's on another level. With your children, there's that love between mother and child, but as a grandmother, it's a different love altogether. And in a lot of different Indigenous societies, we have particular words that describe the love between a grandparent and a grandchild. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that today. He's completely changed my world. He's the legacy that I will leave behind. And he is the link to everything, my culture, my identity, who I am. And, he's a bit of both. He's Torres Strait, which is Indigenous Australian. We're from the northern part of Australia, from where the tip of Australia and the borders of PNG, we're from the waterway in between. And I come from the eastern area of Australia, the eastern sector of the Torres Strait, and we're right on the Great Barrier Reef. So I'm saltwater people. That's who we are. My grandson, however, is also an Australian Aboriginal. He's First Nations also, so he's Aboriginal and Torres Strait. So he represents, the 80,000-year-old identity of our country. So he's everything to me, and his family or his mob come from out west at Cloncurry. So he's known as a Curry Murray, you might say. Sure. So am I wrapping it up now?
Yep.
That's it? Okay. So I've been told to wrap it up. So there's something really important happening today, this afternoon, and that's the Indigenous All-Stars game for the NRL. So we've got a lot of guests in town at the moment that have come over from over the ditch. When we say over the ditch, we mean New Zealand, because that's a ditch going over that way. So we've got a lot of Maoris that are in town, and big game this afternoon or tonight between the Maoris and the Australian Torres Strait Island side. So Indigenous mob be getting together. Thank you. Love you.
Thank you. Crowded. What a wonderful introduction to Australia. And now a change of pace from a young Townsville person who's been going to PechaKucha since he was this big. And look how big he is now. Welcome to Tom Toy, who loves riding his mountain bike fast.
Is that Boyne? That's not Boyne. Oh, sorry.
I'm here to talk about how I like riding down hills very fast. I like it because, well, it's fun, and if you don't concentrate enough, you crash, and the pain, and yeah, I like it because there's consequences and it keeps you in the present. And so, yeah, there's a picture of me jumping off a piece of wood onto a dirt landing.
What's not to love, Tom?
I don't know. Yeah.
Well done, Tom.
Yay,
Well done.
And now next up is Tom's mum, Sarah, who's our neighbour around the corner. and also a doctor in tropical medicine, and knows the importance of a good night's sleep. And Sarah's going to tell us why she loves her bed.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, look, coming to you from Wulgurukba country here, Wulgurukba and Bindal country here in Townsville. I love my bed. I really, there's nothing that beats after a long and busy day at work, just coming home and relaxing into my bed. I love the quiet sound of the waves and the wind in the trees, rain if we're lucky, the mournful cry of the curlews, and just knowing that I'm home. The feeling of relaxation as my muscles loosen and I slip towards sleep, and I really know I'm home. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. I'm sure you're not alone in loving your bed. There'll be thousands around the world who are totally with you.
I'm certainly loving that green view out of the window. So, hey, those were a couple, 3 1x20s, and there was a way that we could get people to give a little sort of a little snapshot of where they are. So, thank you for trialing that 1x20 format.
Okay, and we're going to have a change of pace. We're going to try another format. We're going to try a 10x10 format. And this is going to be brought to us by Glenys Rowe, who's a veteran film producer and a woman of many talents. And she loves wine, and she's going to talk to us about the Japanese art of wrapping wine. Over to you, Glenys.
Thank you. So Yoshi's coming in a bit closer so that you don't see my hands, because I've got a fake one underneath. So I love the art of Japanese gift wrapping. People in Kyoto call it tsutsumu. And so today, as I show you in pictures, the simplest way to wrap a wine bottle, Japanese style, I'm going to talk a little bit about the delicate art of gift giving in Japan and how you really must take care. So to wrap a bottle, to wrap any gift in Japan, you do it nicely. You must do it nicely because it shows that you care about the recipient and it shows your respect. The opposite is also true. Never give a clumsily wrapped gift. In fact, always wrap it. So to begin, find a square piece of fabric. It can be a proper Japanese wrapping cloth called a furoshiki or a scarf or any piece of fabric. Just make sure it's square. You'll need one that's about just under twice your bottle length. You'll also need an elastic band and the bottle of wine. Now, put your bottle of wine in the middle of the scarf and gather up the 4 corners of your fabric one at a time and hold them while you secure the fabric to the neck of the bottle with the rubber band. Easy. You can smooth out the sides later. It'll look good no matter what you do. Smooth. Pretending here. Any fabric, but silk works well. Cotton, the traditional Japanese wrapping cloth is made of a thin cotton. You want something that you can smooth a bit. And the furoshiki, this traditional Japanese wrapping cloth, is part of the gift. So it will be reused. So Japanese gift wrapping is ecologically sound. You can save the planet one gift at a time. Now, take one of the 4 corners hanging down and tuck it under the rubber band like this. Next, tuck the remaining corners under, one at a time. Yoshi, I hope you're not showing my...
Oh, yeah, you're getting most of it.
No, this is the fake one, just to keep me in sync. Now, lift up the petals you've made, smooth them out, fluff them up, and that's it. It's as simple as that. You can even choose your wrapping cloth to match the colour of the wine cap or the occasion. You might even get adventurous and learn how to wrap 2 bottles at once with a carrying handle. The sky's the limit when you practice the creative art of tsutsumu. Domo,
Great job.
So lovely.
Very nice.
Thank you, Glenys.
Did I do it in 1:40?
No, a little bit over, maybe 150. So.
Derek's next.
Yeah. So is Derek ready to go?
Got to put him in through Zoom.
There we go.
Here he is.
Okay.
Derek.
So Derek is our next presenter.
Yes, we can.
Derek is a Jamaican Australian. I think I'm getting that right, Derek. Derek normally lives here in Townsville, but today he is thousands of kilometres south of us in New South Wales, where I understand it's also raining. But Derek is going to talk to us about the love of coffee and of Jamaican coffee, and particularly of Jamaican coffee in Tokyo, as I understand. So over to you, Derek.
Thank you, Thank you very much, and hello from Bunjalung country today. Hello, Muez and the saltwater people up there, far north Queensland and in the Torres Strait. Derek Tip is my name. Tonwa is what I'm here to talk about today, and Tonwa and its relationship to coffee, because Tonwa is a reparation idea. It's a collection of coffee growers in Jamaica who are trying to get their brews into the marketplace. A lot of trouble, a lot of regulation, a lot of problem, a lot of colonial hangover in Jamaica where coffee is concerned. Everybody knows that the best tasting coffee in the world comes from Jamaica, from the Blue Mountains, and that you'll see. There's Jamaica. There's a picture from the Blue Mountain area of Jamaica up in the Clarendon is where the best coffee is grown. Now the problem is that there's much of the crop gets sold straight out of Jamaica into, strangely enough, Japan, and so Tonwa is a coffee collective that we hang out at a place called Bush Life, run by this woman here, Trish Morant, in Arocabessa, which is in St. Mary in Jamaica, right next door to a famous resort. That's Bush Life there. There's Sid Perry. He's a young musician, roots reggae musician, who's got a record out, who's trying to tour, can't get out of the country at the moment, unfortunately, because they're in a much dire state of lockdown than most places. So Sid is waiting there. So that's Goldeneye right there. So Bush Life is where Tonwa's is right next door to Goldeneye, where Ian Fleming wrote all that propaganda for the British Empire. So that's what Tonwa is about, reparation. Places like this, we're trying to get this place given back to the community to run as a coffee retail and manufacture, processing and training exercise. It's next to the Arocabessa Sea and Turtle and Fish Sanctuary, right on land owned by Island Records. So as a reparation idea, the community through coffee growers are working together to try and get that parcel of land handed back to run a manufacturing and processing plant for coffee that comes from places like this in the Clarendon, way up above Kingston, up past the Papine. You'll find Stephen is up there. Look, see the roads to the Blue Mountains. Everybody's heard of the Blue Mountains. This is where all the best coffee in the world comes from. And unfortunately, 80% of the crop owned by 20% of the people goes to one destination, Japan. The other 80% of the people who produce 20% of the crop, their crop goes unsold. So it's those guys that we're working with. Exotic Blue were one of the first coffees to come out of this little enterprise. The struggle is getting enough growers together to get the requisite number of boxes to get a license to process. That's the key issue in all of this. You get done over on the, if I can use that expression, get done over on the processing. And so we've collected up, you're going to be able to produce 6,000 boxes. And so we're way in excess of that now. There's other organizations. There's a Jamaican Women's Coffee Growers Association are trying a similar approach. This is like the coffee symposium at the top of the Blue Mountains. It's held every March. They didn't do it this year, of course, but hoping to get it on again next year. So this is where all the independent coffee growers are trying to come together to form a marketplace. Some of the places that are interestingly picking it up in Kingston, in Orange Street, where they made all the great Jamaican reggae and ska music back in the day. This place, Ibo Spice, like a hole in the wall coffee spot. You can see the kind of place it is. Bush Life is what we're talking about. These guys are trying to build retail and manufacturing and production, from the ground up, literally from the ground up, reclaiming buildings that are, that have been abandoned, that kind of thing. And so deep in the north, above Kingston, Stephen Hibbert and about 127 growers have kind of teamed up with Tonwas to try to get their berries to market. You know, we're trying to get around or get over or get through regulation that's been there since colonial times. And so that's all we're hoping. 5 ton of coffee is all we got to sell a year. 5 ton, that's all. 5 ton, that would keep 130 growers in the business, in their homes, in their not having to work for the conglomerate growers. That's all it would take, 5 tons. That's what we love about coffee. We can unite, one love. I lost that love before. Each time I close and I close and I close the door, still you say, try once more. Coffee in the Clarendon, then you came and you took control. You touched my very soul. You always show me that loving you is where it's at. Tonwas, 120 growers, 5 ton, that's all it'll take. You make me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. Tonwas, reparation, coffee. Tonwas, reparation, coffee. Tonwas, reparation, coffee. You make me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. You got some of Wes, I'm sure. Tonwas, reparation, coffee.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you from Townsville.
Hey.
Thanks very much.
Love you all.
Love you,
Thank you so much. It's our first musical interlude as well. That was fantastic. I love that. 5 tons, 120 people. That's really, I have a quick question. So how much is in, when you say a box of coffee, how much is in a box when you get a box? What does that mean?
So it's about half a pound.
Okay.
So that's the way you collect them. When you pick the berries, they're collected in boxes. In order to be a processor, you need to produce 6,000 boxes to apply for a license. Now you won't be able to afford a license, of course, but you have to produce 6,000 in order to apply for it, which is about 10 grand US for people who have no money. Remember, Jamaica's a place with no capital. Everybody's descended from slaves. There was no capital, remember? No one got paid. So no one's got grandma or granddad or inherited wealth of any kind. So the farmers are basically sharecroppers. It's much the same as it was in the US, all across the Commonwealth, anywhere where we've settled. This is the kind of economy we've created, and coffee in Jamaica is one of those things, yeah? And so you end up with about 8 companies owning 80% of the crop and sending it to you, to Japan. You're drinking it every day. You're drinking the best coffee in the world because only the Japanese will pay that price.
Yeah, I know. We know well, you know.
Yeah. And so this is the remainder. This is the other 20%. Well, part of the other 20%. And as I say, 5 ton would keep 120, 130 farmers together, and it would create the kind of organization where they could learn to market, they could get outreach, they could get, you know, old Uncle Henry, my Uncle Henry, was one of the first people to cultivate coffee trees commercially in Jamaica through the, you know, government outreach programs. And so this is where this comes from, Irish town, deep in the Clarendon. So, you know, it's a kind of family business. That's the idea.
What a great story. It's so interesting, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you so much.
I'd love to buy more from it.
Yeah, get in contact.
So Keith and everybody, stay on the line for this hour.
If you like.
If you like to. I'm sure you will, because we've got another great PechaKucha organizer, and my best friend who I met on the first day of architectural university when we were 18. And we won't talk about the fashions we were wearing. But anyway, I've known Peter Exley since then. And it's really great to welcome him from Chicago, that city that we all love and is very big in PechaKucha's history. And Keith has met Peter a few times. And,
yep.
And I recently was talking to Tanya.
From what we remember.
So, Peter, how's your, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Keith, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me now?
Amazing. Circling the world.
Wow.
So, Peter, why don't you, do you drink, you don't drink coffee, do you, Peter? So you've no idea what he was talking about?
No, it smells funny.
You don't know what you're missing.
And it makes your breath smell.
So I should just do a brief introduction. Obviously, Peter's a great friend. He runs PechaKucha Night in Chicago, along with Torsten and the great team there. And they run it in a fabulous place called Martyrs, an old theater or a music hall. And Peter runs an architectural practice with his wife Sharon called Architecture is Fun. And he's been the president of the American Institute of Architects in Chicago. But this year, 2021, he is the overall president. I'm not quite what you say. He is the president of the American Institute of Architects, which is a very special position. We're really privileged to have Peter on the call. We're really thankful that he's a fantastic organizer in Chicago. So Peter, why don't you kick off with your presentation, and we'll have a chit chat afterwards. Just tell Brian when you want to start.
Brian, let's start.
Let's do it.
Is that quick enough?
Peter, I like your quarantine hairdo there. It's looking pretty good. You're looking pretty good.
That's my regular haircut. So if you live in the Exley household, on Valentine's Day, on your birthday, and on your anniversary, you get a little postcard, and it's usually a little watercolor, and it's about love. And love is all you need. So you'll notice here, there are some certain themes that run through all of these postcards. There's a lot of numerical things involved in them. If you count the number of fingers on my hands there and the number of hearts coming out of my mouth there, there's 17. So this was probably our 17th wedding anniversary. And you look at me and you won't believe that I could possibly have been married for 30 years, but this was probably the card that commemorated our 30th wedding anniversary, and it's a bite out of a Hershey's chocolate kiss. And this could be the 31st. Everyone remembers this. This is a fantastic moment from my childhood, going to see Herbie Rides Again at the movie theater. I think Herbie was number 73, maybe 37, but for the purposes of this little illustration, number 31. A few of these illustrations, these watercolors here, have to do with travel and life on the road in America. So when you love somebody as much as I love Sharon Exley, you really need a truck, a lorry to carry all that love across the country. And here we are driving across probably the Arizona desert on Route 60, affectionately known as Route Love. So these are all watercolors that I make. They're often made very late the night before or very early the morning of the day I'm supposed to hand it over. You'll all recognize this. This is as you drive into Las Vegas. It says, "Welcome to Las Vegas," on an iconic sign. I've adjusted that here a little bit. This is quite an old one. And it's probably from our 9th anniversary, if you aren't cluing into the thematic idea here. And of course, this is a bottle of Love Potion number 9. Isn't that cute? Now, if there's one thing that I love more than life itself, and love more than my wife, and love more than my daughter, it is Leeds United, the world's greatest soccer team. This is one of their iconic shirts, but if you look closely, instead of it saying LUFC, it actually says SEFC, so Sharon Exley Football Club. That would be the only thing that could be better than Leeds United. This is a more recent one. This was this year's Valentine's Day, and perhaps it was last year's anniversary, but I must have been in some kind of dilemma. Maybe I was in the bad books. Fortunately, it came out, She Loves Me, for sure. For those of you that have color blindness or some visual deficiency, you might not quite see in here the embedded love, this love pattern here. I was inspired by something I was looking up in my ophthalmologist's office. So being designers, there's a lot of influences in our lives. I love the furniture that Charles and Ray Eames designed. So this is a Valentine card where we're riffing off that great iconic modern furniture by Charles and Ray Eames. As you're figuring out, there's a story embedded in all of these drawings. And it's about a love story, which I think is the theme of tonight. And you're seeing a series here of portraits, of landscapes that have little stories in them. And so it's only right and only natural that we start off by looking at those stories through the book of love.
I don't know.
Oh, you're all groaning here. A lot of the drawings that I make for these are landscapes of fantastical, maybe slightly architectural and whimsical environments. This is an illustration of Loveland, which is a figment of my imagination, but I think it would be kind of a neat place to live. This is a slightly risque picture of a sexy building in Loveland, and somewhere I would like to go. I'm not sure that we could get a building permit for it, though. So you're getting the idea with these illustrations. If you were lucky enough to be loved by me, and you all are, perhaps you'll be on the receiving end of one of these one day. This presumably from our 27th wedding anniversary. A very good hand to hold. One of the things that Sharon loves is collecting skateboards. So here's an illustration of one of those Loveville vistas designed on a skateboard here. And what one of the interiors of those little homes or eccentric places might look like. So hopefully this is a good illustration of something that I love, a good thing to share on International PechaKucha Day, and a good thing to share around the world here. This one, I guess, is 11 years old, but I think this is my parting wish to you, or my parting gift to you. I love you all this much. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Astrid. Thanks, Brian, for inviting me to do this tonight. You guys are the best. And I love you all.
Yay, Peter.
How's that one?
Yeah, Peter, thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Love.
Wow.
Practice the heart shape.
Really amazing. What incredibly beautiful watercolor drawings. And we're extremely lucky because on our wedding day, to my wife, Natasha, Peter sent us a really wonderful watercolored drawing of Chicago with lots of hearts, and it's still up on our wall upstairs.
It was cheaper than a gift. It was cheaper than a proper gift.
It comes from the heart, though. Every single one.
It does. It absolutely does.
No, that was so appropriate and a really lovely presentation to kick off
Yeah,
the
I
first
think
hour.
that I was missing the I love PechaKucha card.
He's sending that, he said.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail.
Hey, Peter. Well, the other person we've got coming up a little bit later is a product of Peter's love, and that's his daughter Emma, who's my goddaughter, and she runs PechaKucha New York. Are you there, Emma?
I've definitely seen her. Hey, Emma.
I hope you're getting. Have you got lots of cards he gave you? Have you saved them all? Yeah, we can't hear you. Very muted. You're super quiet for some reason.
We're gonna play Emma's video. We might have some technical audio issues with Emma's audio, so we're just gonna.
We'll do that later. We're gonna. Whereabouts are we on our time? I wanted, Peter, tell us a little about. So, hi Emma, and Emma's coming up in a few minutes in hour 2. Tell us a little bit about what you're up to with the AIA, Peter, because it's a very prestigious position you've got, and you're giving that. I know you're giving that a lot of love too. Can you say a couple of words about that?
Yeah. Well, I have the amazing good fortune and privilege of being the president of the American Institute of Architects this year. I am the 97th president. We were founded in 1857.
Wow.
95,000 members in the United States and around the world. We are, this is the amazing thing, we are the largest organization in the world dedicated to design. So with that comes some great responsibilities. I think the things that we're really working on this year are a commitment to action on the climate crisis. And we're really committed as a board and as an organization, as an institute, to catalyze equity and make sure that equity is the thing that we're striving for throughout everything that we do. And I think PechaKucha is also in alignment with that. PechaKucha, to my mind, is one of the most sort of inclusive and expansional things that we're all involved with. And I'm very proud to be part of this, and proud to have the opportunity to talk about AIA and PechaKucha and love all in the same sentence.
No, well, we're very proud to have you a part of PechaKucha, and thank you for supporting us for so long. It really is amazing, and Peter's been out to Tokyo during our organizer get-togethers along with Emma, his daughter. It really is a big extended family.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Astrid.
Not at all. Keith, have you got anything to say over in Townsville? Or maybe your mic's off now. You looks like you're having a lovely lunch there. It's making me feel a little bit hungry. What a beautiful deck and scenery you've got. It's really great to see what people are up to around the world. I think they're just off with their mics. Anyway, it's great. And
it was Friday night in Chicago, so cheers to you all.
Thank you very much. Brian, let's have a quick chat with Brian. We've just got into the first hour. Why don't you spotlight yourself, Brian? Let's have
oh my gosh,
spotlight us or something.
How do I spotlight myself? I don't know if I do this very often. Spotlight myself. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Brian. I'm here in crazy Tokyo. Got Godzilla over my shoulder. You got the always famous Japanese taxis down here in the red light district where allegedly the coronavirus is the only place in Japan that the coronavirus is still spreading. Everybody's doing pretty good at keeping masks and being mindful of corona. So I'm doing good. We've had what can I say? We love Townsville. We love Chicago. We love Peter. We love this hour. We love this family. This has been a labor of love, and it's great that we're finally here. And here we go. I got my coffee. I got a Red Bull in the fridge. I got my tea. I got some chocolate back here. I'm settled in. I got 3 pairs. I rode the motorcycle here this morning. It was freezing outside. I got my 3 pairs of long underwear on. I might have to shed some layers here at the end of the day. I've got my my frog buttons. Yeah. So yeah, thanks to Peter and thanks to Townsville and I real quick, Townsville's got a great Townsville's always sending me pictures of bizarre animals under the house or in the garage, or snakes that they're pulling out of trees and stuff. And I know Boyne, Tanya and Keith's boy, is often chasing those critters. I thought that I saw him on the call there for a second, but it turned out to be Tom. Where's Boyne? Oh, I got it. Yeah.
There he is.
No, that's not.
Was that him?
All right. All right.
That was him. Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. Well done. Well, okay. I think that about wraps up hour 1.
Wow, yeah. That's gone pretty quick, huh?
Went by quick. Yeah. Let's move on to hour 2.
Are you ready for hour 2, Brian? Let's go to the.
Okay. One down. 23 more of these to go, Mark. 23 more to go. Are we insane? What were we thinking? This is going to be so fun. All right, let's go around the world, yeah?
Yeah, let's go to the next hour slide. We've got the hour slide coming up, I think, yeah?
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see if this works. Hold on, let me see if
it's a long pause, this one.
Let me see if I can. Will this work? Hold on. I'm going to try one more time. Oh, there it goes. Dun, 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 dun. We're going from Townsville all around the Pacific Ocean and landing in New York City. Woo!
Very good.
Okay, so let me think this through a little bit, because this is new territory for our mission control here. Tomoko, did you have that link queued up by any chance? Oh, is it? I kind of got to remember where we are here. We're gonna one of our presentations we're gonna do live, and one of them we're gonna play it. So there we go. Oh, Mark, I see what you've got here. Hold on, give me a second. Let me cue this up. Sorry, guys. Oh, we're doing Tainan next. My bad. Oh,
we're hour 2, no?
Yes. Okay. Well, we've gone to New York, but we're gonna go back to Tainan.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's see here. Tainan's up next, Mark.
Yeah, sorry, it's my fault.
That's okay. We've got it. It's all good. It's all good. You know, okay, all of you organizers, you know what it takes to put a PechaKucha night together with 10 organizers? Try 100. Try 100. Oh my God.
Hello, Henry.
Hello everyone.
Hi, Henry. Who's up next? Tainan. Okay.
Yeah. Leslie's online and Mia's online.
Leslie, we have Leslie, and Sonia's not on the call, but is Sonia on? Leslie? No?
She's online.
Hi, Sonia too. And hi to all the
Hi, Leslie. How are you, man?
In Tainan.
Hi, Leslie.
How are you?
Hey, thank you.
We can't see you, Leslie.
All right, here. Am I here?
Hey, wow, you can pretty hot.
Stylish as always, eh?
No, Leslie.
Not as you too. You guys, your costume, I mean the outfit is fantastic. Can I have one too?
Yes.
Put an order sheet up, okay?
I'm going to make Henry make another set for us too.
What is it? What about?
the IPK t-shirt.
Oh, okay. We can figure out the new design.
Okay. So Henry and Leslie are really fantastic. Again, incredible supporters, and they've been to Tokyo as well. And they run a really, really fabulous series in Tainan. And they've had their issues too with earthquakes, and we all on this Pacific Rim, we're all good buddies and look out for one another. So we'll hand it over to you guys for a couple of presentations. Okay. So why don't you take it away, Leslie, and we'll chat to you after the first presentation, which is, I think it's Henry, is that right?
Yep.
Yes, the first one is Henry.
Okay.
Henry a little bit.
Woo! You ready, Henry?
Yeah, I think so. It's very nervous, I even have my own timer here.
Let's
You
do
hear
it.
myself?
Here we go. Off you go. 20 slides are yours.
Okay. Okay, hello. My name is Henry Huang. I'm from the Tainan, Taiwan. I am the teacher, consultant, and the amateur photographer. I'm going to share with you about my 1 year practice about photography. Last 2 years, I was not happy and not peaceful due to the, I think, the health issue and work issue, of course, for the pandemic issue around the world. But when I feel sad and uncomfortable, I think I need to change my focus. I need to shift into something new and something I can spending my whole day time on that. So I decide to pick up my camera. This is the first picture of the 1 year practice. This is from my room. And when I take that photo and post on the social media, and my mother says, where is the room? Is that the hotel? No, it is my room. So I think it might be work. So for my 1 year practice, I need to set up for quite some rules. So the first one is I need to bring my camera everywhere I go. And the second one is I must force myself to try something new. And the third one is I don't get caught by police. The fourth one is keep shooting. So I shot around 40 rolls of the film in the very beginning. I think before the June, I shot quite a lot in Tainan. The photo you see right now is the different view, a landscape from the Tainan. And I just try to keep shooting and practice the skill. After that, my friend suggests me, maybe I can consider to buy a digital camera because this is my daily drive. Use the Fujifilm camera and use the digital camera, but plus with the vintage, the old lens. Because Fuji is well known with the color. They have the very, they produce a lot of the great film. So those two pictures is straight out from the camera. You can adjust the film simulation and recipes in the camera. So it's really have a lot of joy and fun. And they have, and also I love to sing and drink with my friends. So I need to bring the camera everywhere, right? So I bring to the karaoke. I shot a lot of, I shot a lot of, I have a lot of photos when having fun. After the drinking a lot of beer, people will get the super friendly face. And that is the great moment to take in the pictures. This is my friend Stanley, and next to him is Mark. I think he drank quite a lot on that day. We went to, it was a very good to, of course, I can use the mobile phone to take in the photo, but why not to get the, the better camera. Another thing is I love to go to exhibition, and my friend Ethan, she is a pottery artist. She invited me to her exhibition. I also do the documenting on her exhibition. That's the time I realized using the camera is not just it's just not clicking or snapping. Actually, the light can be a pencil to draw on the picture. So I think this picture is the turning point for me to considering to using the light as in a different way. I'm not a fashion person, but my friends, they are fashion person. They have a runway show in the Taipei Fashion Week. So I just told them I want to do the simple documenting for them. So try something new. It's really helpful to get a different experience. Also, I love to went to the music festival and like the flea market. So when my friend Stanley, he held the Denki market event, I went there to doing the event documenting. I need to try something new. So I get my top 5 shot in 2020. I think this two little girl, in front, she's really enjoyed the kakigori ice, and the next to her, the girl behind her is really want to have that. I think having the snapshot of this great moment is a lot of joy and happy. also love to mingle with my friends. So I take a lot of photos of the friends. And it's really helpful because I start to forget things easily. So if I see the photos, I can remember the great moment we have. Okay, he is Li Wu, my photography companion. We will go to the park to shoot together. He is the son of my good friend. He is only like 3 years old, but he has a great passion on the photography. I also love to take in photos to the grandpa and grandma because I don't get caught easily. No, it's joking. The old people, they have a lot of stories on their face or on their emotion or on their daily life. So taking the picture on them are a lot of fun. Okay, here are some magical numbers. I've been to 8 cities, using more than 15 cameras, and I shot more than 50 rolls of film. I have more than 1,500 photos, but I don't have the books and I don't have the exhibition. So I'm looking for the collaboration from the communities around the world, or the zine or the exhibition. So feel free to contact me through the Instagram. You will see more photos on my Instagram page. Okay, so the 1 year practice for the 20 and 21 will be the coffee roasting. So I'm kind of like the coffee person. I love to drink coffee. So I decide to having some challenge and new practice for this year. I'm Henry from Tainan. Thank you.
Nice, thank you, Henry. A lot of love and passion. There's such a kind of have a beautiful human touch in the photographs you take. They're really lovely.
Thank you.
It's always really capturing the moment and not staged at all. And of course, that's when you see most of the emotions that people have. So that's really nice. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Well, you know where to buy the coffee now, didn't you? You're paying attention, right?
You can buy it from our friends.
After 10 years, by the time of the 10-year anniversary, then he will need 200 times 200.
Nice. Yeah.
No, it's really lovely presentation. It is really interesting that in today's age of video, that still pictures still hold a certain quality, and that's a very key thing for PechaKucha too. We ask people not to share video, just a still image, because we want people to look, listen, and think about the things. And we're so used to being seduced by moving images, and on the news, the bottom third's always moving. There's always some stuff moving when you look at a screen today, especially when you go shopping. There's video everywhere, and it's very difficult to get people to look at things which are still. And I think that's what's really interesting about photography today, and also PechaKucha. Very good, really lovely presentation. And Brian's obviously an avid photographer too, and he shoots all of our PechaKucha things. And in fact, I think Brian's probably foremost a photographer, and second, the global dude for PechaKucha. So really great presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go to Leslie now. And what's your presentation about? Well, maybe I shouldn't ask you. Maybe I should.
Because this is definitely the International PechaKucha Day. I think I should just use kind of like I try to let people to know about Tainan and know about how we started PK and how much people from Tainan love PK.
Yeah, and I can just see Sonia is trying
Everyone
to come
tuning
on.
in from around.
With a big hand on the camera. Hi, Sonia.
Hi, Sonia.
Can Sonia's, Sonia, is Sonia there?
Yes, I can see her, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. So now I'm getting nervous. No way.
Ready anywhere, Leslie. Just say.
I can't be nervous ever, Leslie.
That's true.
Just say
So,
start and we'll go.
I mean, yeah, we definitely love PK. That's one thing that's keep us going for so many years. I guess next year we're going to have our 10 years.
Wow.
It will be the 10th year, anniversary. Yeah, so I mean, not the anniversary for me and Sonia, but for PK Tainan. Okay. Hi Peter. Hi Emma. Hi everyone. Yeah. Okay. So, I think the reason Brian put this put the lanterns is that we even actually have a friend from Japan that visited Tainan. Then we bring Kosuke and his families to the lantern, which is one of the very kind of like representing icons for people around the world to know Tainan. And I think PK Tainan starts with this something like when the time is not powered by Typeform, that's we still kind of like sign this kind of papers and sending it back to Mark to make sure that we can continue the relationship. But I think 2013 will definitely be, I mean, we started at 2012, but 2030 is the first PK event after 1 year of preparation. It's not really not easy, but once we started it, we just figured it out that the whole world is kind of like the whole city, the whole world, that we are looking for different inspirations. We are looking at different angles for the creativities happening around the city. And that's the reason that we meet very different type of people at different ages. So we have very wide ranges of the speakers speaking very different languages. And we have been through like at outdoor, the PK gone through like maybe only 8 degree, and everyone is standing outside and feeling frozen. And one of the very magical moment is that by the time the PK organizer got the chance to visit Tokyo, and we started to expand our project, kind of like expand our operation, that we are traveling around different cities. And till now, you can see we have been going to so many different places and accomplish very different style of PechaKucha. And the global powwow that I must, today that I must really show my appreciation to the HQ, especially Brian, Austri, Mark, Christine, and all the other people that is trying to remind me that I haven't uploaded my presentation yet. Yeah. Okay, I'm really sorry that I'm always last minute. Yeah. So we have gone through so many like incredible meeting, incredible people around the world that we talk about things together and holding the identity and the community together. And I believe that those few words that the PK, I mean, no matter how the brand has evolved from PechaKucha 9 to PechaKucha to PK, that people still have the faith in believing by the time. I mean, especially people in Tainan, they always give me a response. Every time when they know there's going to be a PK, they know there's going to something really good happening. And the community also help us to really kind of like you get the sense of how the people from the other side of the world, but you are still connected. So me and Sonia, that we're luckily, I mean, we have been kind of like being bring to the global stage, and that is really cute, right? Yeah, you can, I mean, I really like the face of us. You know, it's like very naive and very happy and really enjoy that moment, no matter what we say that day. And we have been trying our best that to really get connected and also to announce any detail or any possible things that is happening. And if the global community that will just require kind of like if there's something that we can make it a little bit different. And originally the Tainan team is already ready for the 2020 creative game, but we are sure that we will definitely contribute and also devote to anything that is. And this is the city organizer of Jogja, and I met a lot of city organizers around the world, and also we also welcome them by the time they are visiting here. We will show them the places that how we can bring the very magical moment of PK, the 2020 moment to the city in very different. That's the coolest stage in Tainan, and we have more than 220 speakers in 4 languages. We try all the difficult things that is trying to put us into a very difficult situation. But somehow by the time that we are moving forward, we try not to bore ourselves and not to bore our audience, that we are making things differently. And we also receive this kind of very positive feedback from a lot of love, a lot of passion. And today I would like to share all this passion back to the global community, to HQ and all the other cities, that I definitely think this is the moment that by the time that, for this 24 hours today, we may not be able to have a global powwow this year, but we are always here. And by the time you click on Tainan,
Leslie, you muted yourself. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So after, we have been growing the local community, and I definitely believe in Tainan being promoted as one of the PK speaker is a very important recognition for the creative talents in Tainan to be seen as a PK speaker. And that's what I just feel like it's that we should be really proud that we are using this format and using this opportunity, that we can really get kind of like concentrate and really get people in the city together and share the sense of identity of PK. Yeah, so the last page is that this is for you, Mark. Mark is a person who teach me to start my first martini by the time of 11 a.m.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not.
so this is a love from Tainan to share with our global community of PK. And Sonia, do you have anything that you want to say? Hi, Sonia.
Hi, Sonia.
Sonia still mute herself and she doesn't know. Look like she doesn't know. Hi.
Hi, Sonia. Good to see you.
No, I just want to say
that's okay. It's okay.
Because of lovely people like yourselves that PechaKucha is going, and that PechaKucha is so
wow, look at the love.
loved by everybody, in your city, and so you're bringing out all the love in your city, and that's the perfect way of doing it. So we are very thankful to you. There wouldn't be any PechaKucha without lovely people like you. So thank you for that.
No, and I think it's really important that cities. I think we have to get. We say this a lot at PechaKucha, and you've heard it before, but that I think that the notion of countries is kind of outdated. We all struggle, and I think cities are more important than countries, and I think that the power that your city has is really amazing, and the power that all of the 1,257 PechaKucha cities has is incredible, So to get this local love and the energy we get from you guys and from your city is amazing.
And again, without PechaKucha, I wouldn't have known about Tainan. But now, knowing, ever since we met at the powwow, Taiwan is on my travel list. I have this great bucket list of places I wanted to visit, and fingers crossed, we might be coming soon.
Yeah, we have a little story to tell you offline. So as soon as the travel restrictions over, I think we're coming to Taiwan. Let's first stop. So
real quick, guys, I'm just going to jump in too. So Leslie, think about you guys in Taiwan a lot. The US is pretty well screwed up for a lot of things, and we're trying to unpack. But in politics, what's going on with you guys? We love you, we support you. We hope it all, I'm not going to apolitical, but it's amazing how often, whenever there's news about Taiwan here in the US, I think of you three and I never express that. I don't like shoot a note. It has to be like a 24-hour live stream where I get you on the line where I could just jump in and say that. So we think of you guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we had that morning, I woke up one morning, there'd been an earthquake in Tainan. Yeah. And actually a little project you've been working on, trying to renovate had collapsed. And well, I've got all goose pimply, you know, and there's this instant, hey, you okay? And what's going on? You sent me some pictures, and, you know, it's pretty amazing. This love that gets spread around the world, you know, and you know, the energy you guys have, and the events you put on, and the way that, you know, we can talk on your massive screen in front of all these people live. You do a really fantastic job, and your graphics are always spot on and really energetic. So we're always amazed when we see your pictures. So thank you so much. It's brilliant. It's really.
I think the mayor saw you last time on the LED screen. He was asking that, who is that?
That's American Astrid. I'm Brian. Yeah, I think so. No, it's really great. And this is the first time that we've been able to connect. We've been trying to do this for 10 years, yeah. And it really was because of Inspire Japan and moving across onto Zoom that we could actually do this and realize that, you know, there is a way we can all connect together on International PechaKucha
I think
Day.
everybody is much more trained up now going on Zoom. So, you know, it makes it easier.
You won't believe it. That last time we only used our local 4G, the kind of like, you know, a lot of people say we're gonna hire some kind of like telecom car to come here to distribute the channel, but no, we actually only use 2 cell phones to complete that mission.
Great.
Here we are.
Wasn't that difficult? Seriously.
Brilliant. All right,
Yeah.
so we're gonna.
Hi, Emma.
Hi. Hey.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh,
yes, we can hear you. Hi.
Hi, Emma.
Hello.
Surprising us every single time. It's lovely.
How are things with you? How's the weather? We have to do the weather because I'm British, so and you're British. So
we've had 2 snowstorms in 2 days.
Okay.
I haven't gone outside, so.
Well, over to you. Why don't you?
So let me jump in here real quick. Emma is, as you heard a little bit earlier in the hour before, is Peter Exley's daughter. She's first Emma, and then she's Peter Exley's daughter, and sorry, third Mark's goddaughter, and she's also the organizer of PechaKucha Night New York. And my friend Emily, who's going to present, is an old friend of mine, and it was a pleasure to be able to introduce Emma and Emily for this particular event. And I want to give a little introduction to Emily, if you don't mind, Emma.
Go for it.
Yeah, Emily is an old Tokyoite. She's a globetrotter. She's got roots all over the world. Speaks a couple dozen languages, I guess. And she is the director of Peace Boat in New York, and she also runs her own NPO called Parties for Peace. And Parties for Peace is a great initiative that raises money through for great causes, through great music and people having a good time. And we've had the good fortune of collaborating. My project has had a good fortune of collaborating with Emily a few times. And so it's a real privilege to ask her to come and present for us tonight, and as one of the New York presenters. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and Emily, your slides are queued up. Let me get you going here. Are you ready to present?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to present
Okay,
anytime. Thank you so much, Brian, for the introduction.
Yes. Let's see. Okay, I think we got this. All right, let's see. We got there's New York. Emily McGlone up first from New York. Oh, oops. Oh, give me a second. Sorry. Let's start that over. All right,
Sure,
without a few hiccups. All right. Are we ready? Let's do it, Emily. Over to you.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much, Brian, and everyone. As Brian mentioned, I was in Tokyo. I went to some of the original PechaKucha events at Super Deluxe, and I'm really happy to be here today. So thank you so much for this invitation. And today I want to share a little bit about my story and how we can do what we love, which is today's theme, and also design the future that we want. So I'd like to start off with a few photographs from the pristine nature in Patagonia, where I first fell in love with majestic mountains and glaciers. And I also had the experience to learn firsthand about the wildlife in South America, thinking about climate change and how the melting of the glaciers would affect their habitats. After Patagonia and visiting South America, I moved later to Japan, where I learned how to scuba dive for the first time and found a deeper appreciation and love for the oceans and life below water. I also became passionate about travel, photography, and artwork, even underwater, creating photo exhibitions with a creative project called the Red Box, which you can see here on the right. It was this passion for travel and sustainability that really inspired me to join Peace Boat for a global voyage, traveling 3 months around the world by ship. I learned about important global issues like human rights, social justice, environmental sustainability, indigenous cultures, and much more. So I want to share with you today why I love what I do. Peace Boat's an international nonprofit that sails as a flagship for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, working on creating global partnerships to achieve a more just and sustainable future for all. We work to achieve all 17 of these goals to make a positive difference through our programs. And as we travel around the world, one of our goals is to be socially and environmentally conscious, and we practice responsible tourism and learn from local communities that we visit in every country. And we believe travel in itself can be a tool for positive social and political change. So since 2008, Peace Boat sailed for a nuclear-free world with survivors from Hiroshima and Nagasaki on board the ship, sharing their testimonies on board and also giving testimony sessions in the countries that we visit. Peace Boat's also a member of ICAN, which is the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And we sail with the logo on the hull of the ship. And in 2017, ICAN received the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition for their work on nuclear disarmament. And Peace Boat, as an advocate for peace around the world, now sails with the Nobel Peace Prize on board the ship. And we host various events for disarmament education during our global voyages. As I mentioned, Peace Boat is a civil society organization, and we hold special consultative status with the United Nations. So we participate in many conferences at the UN throughout the year, and we help to bring the voice of civil society to the United Nations. We really want to inspire collaboration amongst governments and NGO representatives. And one of the things I love most about my work as a director of Peace Boat US is our youth education programs and helping to give people a voice at the table with United Nations partners. I truly believe that our youth education programs really inspire positive action for sustainability and can empower youth to take on these important discussions. So in 2015, we created the Youth for the SDGs Scholarship, which is a program for young people to learn about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, travel on board the Peace Boat, attend lectures and workshops, and exchange ideas with experts in the field, as well as local communities and grassroots movements. So we brought our Youth for the SDG scholars to hike with us in Ushuaia, Argentina, to the glacier at the top of the mountain. And together with our local guide, we learned about the effects of climate change and how the glaciers are threatened by rising global temperatures. And being able to experience the glaciers in person really inspired us more than ever to work towards climate action. Another program I absolutely loved was focused on reforestation of the mangroves during a visit to Cambodia. This was my first time in Cambodia, and it was a hands-on activity that really helped us learn about the livelihoods of the local fishermen. And we planted more than 100 mangrove seedlings that day to help mitigate coastal erosion and bring more fish to the region. And then throughout our global voyages, we also learn about traditional knowledge from indigenous communities around the world. And one of the places I love to visit is in Panama with the Embera village. We're always welcoming our groups with music and dance from the Embera indigenous leaders, and we learn how to really live in harmony with nature from their culture. Of course, being an ocean lover, we also try to make a positive impact in the communities that we visit along the coast. And in this photo, we organized a beach cleanup with our partners from My World Mexico. So we would love to see an end to plastic pollution entering our oceans, and we'll do whatever we can to make a difference. And with my passion for art, we also paint murals, which is a tool for social and political change. And in this photo, we're painting an ocean-themed mural with our partners from the Pangea Seed Foundation, which also started in Tokyo. and this is in Cozumel, Mexico. Their incredible murals with the Seawalls project have lasting impressions all over the island. And then one of our last important programs with youth is the Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassador Program, which brings together young people from small island developing states on board the Peace Boat to share their stories from the front lines of climate change, as their island nations are really in danger of the rising sea levels and going underwater. We also invite these youth ambassadors to meet with local communities, governments, and experts in the field, like Cristiana Figueres, who's featured here in this photo, who was instrumental in creating the Paris Agreement for climate change. As an organization that travels by sea, we recognize that we really also need a more sustainable cruise ship. So I love this design of Peace Boat's EcoShip, a transformational project that will use solar and wind power to reduce our CO2 by 40% and create a platform for green innovation and technology. So with EcoShip being a game changer for the maritime industry, we hope that we can sail as a true flagship for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, making a positive impact on our oceans. And we love the idea of designing the future we want and encouraging you to join us on this journey as we make steps towards a more sustainable and just world for us all. Thank you so much.
Woohoo!
Thank you for the invitation, everyone. I'm so happy to be connected with Tokyo again.
Wow.
So nice. What a inspiring presentation. It's quite good to understand fully what the Peace Boat does, yeah, and the way you travel. I'm interested, how has this year changed? Have there been any good findings or anything new that this, we're always looking for silver linings from the pandemic.
Absolutely. Well, I think something like this, PechaKucha having all these connections around the world, Peace Boat has been doing the same thing, creating virtual programs. Normally we visit 20 countries every 3 months, which
good number.
Yeah, exactly, 20 countries. And it's, it's hard for everyone to be traveling at the moment, but we can always stay connected through the virtual programs. And the United Nations has also taken most of their conferences online. So we've actually been able to increase the number of our youth representatives from, especially as I mentioned, the small island developing states, who are not always able to travel to New York, to the United Nations headquarters. Bringing them in virtually has been great. So we're hoping that we'll be able to sail again soon. And we know that EcoShip is going to be really the next step for Peace Boat, because people are looking for a more sustainable way to travel and a more meaningful experience. So I think that we're here to provide that experience and to help educate everyone, and for us also to learn from the countries we visit.
Wow, job well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting, like you said, that the pandemic's actually brought us closer together, although we're such social distance, and we don't have to travel as much. Yeah, so I think that there are new ways, and we should definitely be working with you more closely and combining forces, really. So
yes, we can hold our next conference on board the Peace Boat where we can all be there together. That'd be amazing.
Let's do that. That's a
Okay,
good
Brian,
idea.
start coordinating that
That's
now,
a good idea. You know what? Actually, we're working with United Nations and the SDG program. Actually, we've got, if Sean's still on the call, he's got some details about it. But I think in the next, or in this year, in the first quarter or the first half of this year, right? Sean, chime in there. Aren't we? Don't we have something going on with the SDG program?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Because it's all
forgive me. I'm pretty sure we do. We've got an inquiry that maybe we need, but anyway.
No, it's honestly bureaucratic stuff. It's all getting sorted out though.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Well,
let's work together.
I'm on the line, so like I love the photos. The photos were like phenomenal.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all for being part of this event and for having me as a speaker.
Sean, next powwow on the next organizer worldwide weekend on the Peace Boat, please. Let's sort that out for.
Sounds good. Done and done.
Okay. Thanks so much, Emily. That was awesome. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Should we let's keep going, moving on here. And I'm gonna spotlight Emma. What's up, Emma?
Hi, everyone.
Emma's we've got a presentation. This is the first. So
I have faith in you, Brian. I have a very loud cat, and because of the snow, there's a lot of snow plows going up and down the street.
Let me see how we can do this. Hold on, we're gonna get
pre-recorded.
Yeah. We're gonna try. I hope this is gonna work. I'm sure it'll work. Let's do like this, and then Just give me a moment. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna try it. We're gonna, oh no, that's not gonna work. Here, we're gonna do this. All right. Oh, come on, baby.
Did you see this?
There we go. All right, Emma, we're gonna start playing. Yeah, is that okay? Here we go.
Hello to everyone tuning in from around the world for our annual International PechaKucha Day. We're thrilled to be part of this extraordinary 24-hour live event and want to thank Mark, Astrid, Brian, and the whole PK team for coordinating today. My name is Emma Exley, and I'm coming to you from snowy New York City to tell you how much I love the national parks. Responding to the threat of civil war and westward expansion, then President Abraham Lincoln placed Yosemite under the protection of the state of California. In 1872, Lincoln's former general, President Ulysses S. Grant, made Yellowstone America's and the world's first ever national park for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. Many transcontinental railroad companies financed early park expeditions, lodges, and special direct branch lines to the newly created national parks in the American Southwest. The Union Pacific route from Chicago to Los Angeles made easy access to 5 parks, creating an enormous tourism boom. Women have had a long history within the NPS. Claire Hodges became one of the first women rangers to fill vacancies due to the draft. Ann Morris was a pioneer in archaeology and excavation in the Southwest in Mexico. Tina Short was one of the first African American rangers in the 1970s, and her daughter Kim following in her footsteps. Following these iconic women, I became a junior park ranger on a road trip along Route 66 through Arizona when I was 6 years old. Coming from the city of Chicago, I was awestruck at the wild expanse of the petrified forest and painted desert national parks. I'm now going to take you on a virtual tour of some of my favorite parks, starting in Maine. Acadia became the first national park east of the Mississippi River in 1919. Here you can find puffins and large migratory birds of prey on the rocky headlands. On the coastlines, you'll likely spot some humpback whales breaching the Atlantic. In musician Dolly Parton's backyard, you can find the beautiful Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Bordering the states of North Carolina and Tennessee, this mist-covered forest and wildflower landscape includes a segment of the famous Appalachian Trail. Once a playground for the famous Carnegie family, Cumberland Island National Seashore is located on the Barrier Islands in the state of Georgia. Accessible only by boat, the historical buildings, marshes, creeks, and dunes are home to a variety of alligators, armadillos, sea turtles, wild boars, and feral horses. Spanning the Continental Divide, Rocky Mountain National Park is home to some of the nation's highest peaks, including Long's Peak on the left. NASA is currently conducting studies on climate change in this park and hopes to assess the vulnerability of the glaciers and ecosystems that are found here. A couple hours southwest, Arches National Park lies in the heart of the Moab Desert on the border of the Colorado River. This Utah park plays host to more than 2,000 red-hued natural sandstone arches, pinnacles, pillars, and balancing rocks. Utah's Zion National Park features several slot canyons formed by rivers over many centuries. The Narrows is the narrowest section of the park with sandstone walls over 30 meters tall. This 16-mile hike through the river is a hilarious challenge with waist-deep murky water and bowling ball-sized rocks strewn across the bottom. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park encompasses 2 of the most active volcanoes in the world, Mauna Loa and Kilauea on the Big Island. The park is looked after by Pele, the Hawaiian goddess of volcanoes and fire, as it was she who shaped the sacred island and controls the flow of lava. Kilauea's name translates to spewing or much spreading in Hawaiian due to its frequent outpouring of lava and constant state of moderate eruption. Kilauea is literally happy to show off its amazing lava crater lake in this 2016 viral photo. After months of quarantining in my tiny New York apartment, we jumped into the car and drove down to Virginia to beach camp under the stars at Assateague Island National Seashore. Here you can find the Chincoteague ponies, a band of small feral horses roaming the beach. Bear spray is required when visiting Glacier National Park. Home to 1/5 of the lower 48's grizzly population, bear encounters are frequent at this Montana park, especially during blueberry season. Weighing as much as 800 pounds and standing 10 feet tall, best to keep at a distance with these furry beasts. On the outskirts of Miami, alligators and wading seabirds rule the Everglades National Park. The largest tropical wilderness in the United States, this park is comprised of wetlands, mangroves, and forests that are also home to endangered species of manatee and the Florida panther. Camping in these parks during the COVID outbreak was offered a welcome refuge, with ample opportunities to social distance in the wild. Returning to the Petrified Forest National Park this week, an anomaly of a desert snowstorm the night before left us a vibrant expanse of color to hike completely alone. So what's on my national park dream list once this global pandemic is behind us? One of the least visited parks, southern Florida's Dry Tortugas National Park on the Gulf of Mexico, home to a 19th century Fort Jefferson, similarly old shipwrecks, and Loggerhead Key coral reefs. President Barack Obama has protected more acres than any other president and established the most number of national monuments since the Antiquities Act was signed by Theodore Roosevelt in 1906. It is especially critical during this climate crisis that we pressure government to protect and preserve this land for future generations going forward. I hope that the current and future administrations will continue the critical mission of the National Park Service. With over 400 parks, preserves, monuments, and trails to explore, I bet you can find a reason to opt outside to find your park too, and I'll see you out there.
Whoa, what an echo!
Awesome trip. Said the wrong word there almost.
No, I'm always envious looking at your Instagram, you know, whether it's the Galapagos Islands you're in or wherever you're traveling, you know, and we're stuck here behind the screens, you know, but great pictures as well. I can actually remember going to Zion National Park and we sort of dropped in by chance and we started doing that hike and we couldn't understand why people all had these sticks and special shoes. Only when we got there did we realize that it's this murky water with these huge pebbles and you have no idea what's under there and you use the sticks to go up the canyon. We only did the first couple of kilometers.
It's scary. It's like kind of, you're so small, like an ant in this amazing nature. And you just kind of, I don't know, I get these nightmarish visions of a flash flood. Just kind of.
You check the weather before you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't trust it. Don't trust it. Things can kind of very quickly.
But you've managed to travel quite a bit last year, yeah? Where did you?
Yeah, we live in very small apartments with no outdoor space here in New York. So getting in a car or heading to the national parks is sort of our best backyard option. And the park's been pretty empty and you can camp for, it's a very affordable activity for everyone around the US.
Right. No, but I'm just thinking in this pandemic a moment, because the national parks in the UK got totally packed and they had to close them down, you know.
Yeah. It's a bit bigger over here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Compared to Ilkley Moor. Cool. Thank you so much. Really brilliant.
Thank you, Emma.
I think you only heard my cat once in that, so it's better than live.
Yeah, so someone's just saying in the chat that there's a new national park on the East Coast called New River Gorge.
Oh, well, I will see everyone there once the snow's done.
Anyway, we also just want to say a big thank you too for you running PechaKucha in Brooklyn and in New York. And we hope when we can all get back together again, we can get some physical events on, and maybe we can drop in a hybrid way and have a chat to everybody there. So
yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you so much. So
it's been lovely to see you bright and sunny despite the weather, Emma. I can't believe you're wearing this beautiful blouse and you're not goose pimply.
Our heat's on pretty good though.
Right.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Emma. Just stay online. I think Brian, I think it's my chance to my pleasure to introduce Brian.
God.
Is that right, Brian? You can give us a presentation.
I am on a speed locomotive here, guys. This is insane. I'm flying a helicopter. It's crazy. I'm having a good time though. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. Are we okay? Do we have time? Do we have time? Yeah, let's
we do. Yeah, we're good.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Why not?
We're good. By the way, our Melbourne connections had to duck out so Catherine, if you're on already, you'll be going into the second hour.
Hey, Catherine.
Hi, Catherine. Hey, good to see you.
Hi.
Catherine, Betsy, and Yuho will be taking that hour slot.
The third hour
3. Unfortunately, Frank Lloyd Wrong and myself, we both got the wrong time, so by an hour, which is normal, you know. And he's had to go off and do
Pick
a bit
up
of.
his daughter.
Well, but he said giraffe compliance.
Oh,
He had a giraffe compliance issue, especially at the weekend. So he'll be coming up a little bit later. So I'm just warning Brian there that we'll have 3 for hour 3.
Okay.
So
okay, so we're not in a big rush here.
We're good. So
just jumping in, Sarah Jones on the YouTube wanted to do a big shout out to Emma and say thank you. That was lovely. She also was mentioning Astrid and Mark. She loved your whole setup here. So just you know, a little love back to Sarah on the YouTube and the people watching that way.
We're competing with Peter here, you know, kind of counting the hearts.
I also just want to say that I'm not drinking pet bottle soda water. It's a Soda Stream. There's a plug there. So if you see me drinking from these, they're not pet bottles.
It's refill.
We've got our SDGs here in Klondike Market Section Protection. Brian, is that enough filler?
Oh my gosh, it's suddenly saying screen sharing has failed to start. Please try again. All right, well, let's just try again. Okay, my goodness. All right, here we go. Let's try this one more time.
Do you want me to share from mine? Or?
It's okay.
Hi,
Catherine.
Hi. So you want me to go on at 2 o'clock Hong Kong time, not 1 o'clock?
Well, no, you're whatever in 20 minutes or in 10 minutes, 10 or 15.
Okay, that's fine.
After Brian.
After Brian, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Here we go. I'm going to go for it.
It's amazing how smoothly this is working. All things.
Touch wood.
All right, I have a blank slide for my start here, guys. This is you know how this goes. Everybody knows my way of doing things. So let's see if it works out in the end. Come on, baby. All right, so back in 2011, me and my pal Yuko, we have a business that we share where we make portraiture, and we do photography portraiture. And when the big earthquake happened here, Yuko suggested that we go up to Tohoku and we make family portraiture for the families that lost their homes, lost their photos, lost their lives. And so we started this photo giving project called Tohoku. Tohoku is the name of the region in the northeast of Japan that was affected by this disaster nearly 10 years ago to the day. And this amazing project, this amazing photo giving project was born from this great idea of using Polaroid cameras or instant cameras that the photo comes right out of the camera. And at the time, or I still to this day, I have all these funky, weird old cameras where they're these big ones that make these beautiful portraits, and the film comes right out of them, and they're kind of a professional grade, and they take a few minutes to develop. They're not the kind that you think of that like slowly appear, and that time is actually an essential part of the project. We didn't really realize that at the time when we started it, but that's the time where we can talk to people and say, how was your situation? Where did you live before you lived in this temporary housing? What do you need? Is there anything that you want us to share? Is there any news that we can get out there? And we have this great connection with them. And then there's this moment where after we had this heart to heart, there's this reveal, and there's this amazing photograph that as a result, and half of it is half of it is a negative and half of it is a positive, and you get to keep the positive and you get to throw away the negative. And there's something about having a real tactile photograph. The kids really like, it's sort of caustic stuff, but you got to tell them, no, don't smell it, don't smell it. But they love touching it and they love holding it. And everybody's just sort of amazed by the magic, because this is quite an old technology that that has sadly, since we started the project, has been the film stocks have been discontinued by Fuji. Fujifilm was a very gracious sponsor for this project. And when we started it, we went to Fuji and we said, could you give us a box of film? And they ended up giving us two pallets of cases. It was like ended up being over 20,000 photographs. So when you go out, we started realizing, wow, we could go up to all these different regions affected by the tsunami, and we could rebuild people's photo lives. And so we packed busfuls with our fellow photographer friends, and we went up north. We've been on 49 different efforts, and our next one will be our 50th. The project is still continuing to this day. And we take the photos and we put them into photo albums, and we have something called the Album Cafe, where the people can decorate the albums and scrapbook them, and we go back and we revisit them when they have we'll go back to a community and they'll say, why are you back here? And we say, well, we came back to see how things are going. And going back has also become a really important part of the project. And they fill the albums up that we give them. We also gift them photo cameras that are donated to us by people who don't use last year's digital camera anymore. And we get their photo lives back on track. And I'm from Oklahoma, where they have terrible tornadoes, and we repeated the project in Oklahoma. We did the project in the Philippines, and some other people have repeated the project in other parts of the world. And we've been asked, like, what's the main difference from like doing it in one place and doing it in another place? And basically, it's only the language. We've also found other ways to like apply the way of like photo giving to other projects. This was on World Suicide Prevention Day. We hiked to the top of Tokyo Tower with our pals. We said anybody who could come up to the top with us, we would make their photo at the top of Tokyo Tower. So it's been a good way to get a great project, to get people. It's been a great project. And so the Fujifilm, like last year or 2 years ago, they announced that they stopped making this film, which made like a whole family of cameras instantly obsolete. And it was like heartbreaking to the photography community. We found out allegedly we got the last box of film, and Fuji was going towards this direction where, these kinds of cameras, this is called the Instax and the Cheki, the Instax Mini, and they're really nice, but they put out these kind of like little bit, party pics, and you can't change the lenses, and the lens really makes all the difference. But we didn't know how we were going to continue the project, but Lomography introduced this product that's going to launch in July of this year. And this is going to make all of these cameras usable again. And we're going to be able to continue our project despite the film stock being done. And we've been begging for Fuji to make this product for us, or to make it for the world of photography. And Lomography finally stepped up to the challenge. And this is a film back that you can put the Cheki film in, the big one, and you can put it on the back of your camera. The thing is that because the picture slowly appears, it doesn't really have the impact that flourish has when you peel the photo apart. So my buddy came up with this ingenious idea to try to recreate that wow factor, that we would, instead of doing albums anymore, we'd make this very simple cutout cardboard frame, and we'd take the picture, and the picture would come out of the camera blank, and we'd stick it in the frame, and you can watch the picture develop in the frame, and then we can gift the frame to the people. And this March 11th is going to be the 10-year anniversary of the tsunami. Oh, that looks good. And we're going to have an exhibition with the good people at Ukushima Sculpture Studio. They've invited us up to Iwate Morioka, and we're going to display an amazing exhibition up there. And we found a place that possibly the Fukushima Archive Center is going to take this amazing archive of creativity that all these photographers and all these families have worked really hard to put together. And it'll be a place where you can go check out the project, and it'll live on. This is these are our friends in Shinchimachi, and it's involved so many great photo people and photo friends, and it's been just a really great photo project. So I encourage you to check it out. Tohoku, it's online. This is it's a great to be able to share the next development, the next chapter of Tohoku on the PechaKucha International Day stage. Woohoo! I did it!
Hey.
Okay. Oh, now we go. Hold on. Somebody's going crazy. Is that me? Who is that?
You take it off. Just put the sound out from your.
Was it mine?
Must have been. No, I didn't.
Hold on, Mark. I think you're unmuted. Mark, you're muted. I think I muted everybody. Oh, it's Mark.
Oh, it's Mark.
It's Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
okay, well that concludes. Thank you for that. Thank you for letting me share that great project. I'm very proud of it. I'm very great. It's been good to collaborate with KDA too, and I think that kind of concludes our.
Yeah, let's say a few more things there, Brian. Just a minute, because I mean that one of the important things is that's how we met. Brian actually presented at PechaKucha. I think you presented twice, I think, yeah. And you said
couple times.
Some way that the Tohoku and PechaKucha could tie up, and that's how we started a conversation with this fantastic man, you know. And as I said at the beginning, Brian's prime job is photographer, really, and he is really talented, and his portraiture is really amazing, and his energy comes across and gets transferred into the people that he's taking photos of.
Yeah. And
cheers, Mark.
The way, Brian has a unique way in loving people all around the world, and I'm always amazed, and that's why he's a PechaKucha social dude,
Global dude,
social dude, yeah, totally. There's nothing that scares him that way.
And we had a great event. So we did a project. We've built a thing called Home for All as a part of. The team of us have built 17 homes in the region.
In Tohoku.
In Tohoku, and we had a Tohoku photo shoot in one of our buildings that we built for the earthquake and tsunami.
Yeah, we repeated we actually kind of replicated the project for a lot of people there. It was a really great opportunity to collaborate. So thanks for that.
Now, what's so interesting is that because they lost all their photos during the earthquake and then Brian retakes them. But obviously there's a connection there with the people who have grown each year, and it is amazing that it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
Basically, somebody said to us I thought I was the most miserable person in this place, and I'm looking at this photo of myself smiling. You did something goofy and got me to smile, and I'm going to look at this photo every day, and I'm going to remember that I can get over this and that I can still smile. And that's sort of the moment where we're like, wow. We stumbled into something that's sort of like, okay, we got to keep doing this.
Exactly.
And in a way, it's kind of it's that there's a lot of misery and trouble in the world, but it's a little bit similar with PechaKucha. It's like it's really tough sometimes, but it's like great people coming together. All this amazing PechaKucha organizers, PechaKucha audiences all around the world. That kind of that gets you out of bed every single day, no matter what.
We've said it before too, that that the positivity we see around the world, when even in the sort of the deep depths of the pandemic, when we've had all these events around the world. It was a very dark moment, but everybody was always positive, and there was some creativity and some ingenuity, and we always sort of find that. And then you turn on the cable news, and it's dreadful, and it isn't reality what you see on cable news. What we're seeing today around the world is reality. So and you know, the positivity you're bringing there, Brian.
Love.
So people there, yeah, love. Yeah, I need to put your hand inside to make it pump a bit. Okay, so I think we're through hour 2, Brian. Only 22 more to go.
22 more to go. Yeah.
So
thank you to the hour 1 and hour 2 people who've hung on. You're most welcome to stay on. Out my fellow hour 2 co-presenters. Thank you guys so much. And feel free to pop off when you need to. And I think we'll just keep moving on. Yeah, Mark, you ready?
Marker, Brian, you can hit.
Say what?
I think if you can go, if you can start from the hour.
Yeah, I got it. Here we go. Hold on. Let's see if we can get this. Give me a second. We got to kind of rearrange here. Emma's presentation was a little threw us off here a little bit, but we'll get there.
Yeah, well, thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
And now we head into hour 3.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, is that okay?
Kind of a...
Welcome to hour 3, and welcome to Catherine Shaw, who's joining us from Hong Kong. Catherine's a really great friend of ours. She's a writer. She writes for some of the most major design magazines and newspapers, South China Morning Post and Monocle and Wallpaper and people like that. And she's also an avid photographer too. And we started kind of like an urban, like a vernacular series. I kicked it off, and Catherine was doing it in Japan, and she started taking photos. She's overtaken me now. But it's been really interesting how you look at the city in a different way. I sort of do it when I go jogging, and it's been very interesting to look at Tokyo in, you know, things that are not really designed. So anyway, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
and what temperature have you got in Hong Kong today?
Oh, it's actually quite warm. It's like 23 degrees. I think we're post winter now. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to have 17 degrees today here in Tokyo as well. And
it's strange.
Getting worried about the many layers I was trying to wear. Because as you can see, Mark is always hot.
I have
and
some
I'm
inbuilt
always
insulation.
cold,
So.
You know, it's kind of so and having to sit next to him is like oh.
It's like your own personal heater.
Oh, I should hug him, you mean? Yeah, we're not really good on the social distancing thing here today.
Well, everyone's wearing masks around us, so if we go down, we go down.
Yeah, we go down together, I think.
Well, that's true love.
Oh dear, my wife's watching.
Not
Be
that
careful.
kind, please.
My wife's going to be on soon, so.
My husband's not watching, so we're okay.
So kick off with your presentation, Catherine, and
Great.
We'll chat the other side. Just let us know when you're ready.
Cool, I'm ready. Okay, so until last year, I fell in love very easily, too easily maybe. That is with cities like Tokyo, Paris, Florence. But since the pandemic, I've only had my eyes on Hong Kong. And it's been a great surprise to me that it's been the smaller architectural gestures that have entranced me. Now, here is a photograph of something that I've never noticed before. It's the floor of the FCC, the Foreign Correspondents Club. But when you're not traveling and you're not being fed all these beautiful images of different cities, you start to look around you and you start to notice things. This combines one of my two favorite things, Hong Kong ingenuity and the metal shutter doors that people use to close up their tiny shops. And it's just a kind of quirky, very Hong Kong thing. And I've started to notice that. One of the great advantages of my new local flaneur status is that I'm wandering around all the back streets. And now this is my favorite coffee shop in Hong Kong. So I was attracted by the color and then discovered the coffee. So you see, there are rewards in falling in love with your city again. And some of the things I've just literally glimpsed from a taxi. but you start to understand how the city reflects who we are, how street artists are, expressing themselves in new ways, and it's changing the city around us. I particularly love that piece. And I've also noticed how there are quintessential material elements like these beautiful tiles. These are around an entrance to just a tiny little shop that I'd never really noticed before. But once you start walking and you start looking, and you're actually searching for details, like this particular column is just on a busy street. I've walked past it so many times before, but suddenly when you stop and you're looking to discover these little elements, you notice these parts of our history, the layers of the city. So the city is not just what is shown to everyone, the wonderful big dramatic architecture. I love Ian Pei's buildings and Caesar Paley's buildings, but actually it's these tiny kiosks that are the real face of the city. This is the level that we interact with, whether you're having a chop carved or your shoes repaired. Now, it's not just the city as well. We have a lot of outlying islands, and I suddenly discovered this very Wes Anderson-esque little seafood restaurant on Lama Island. And, it's the sort of thing that I would never have really made a note of. Just like this little gate, which is to the side down an alley on the peak. I've walked past it for 20 years. I've never noticed it. But now I'm stopping, I'm looking, I'm falling in love, little steps. But these are things that are all around us, and I want to change the way that I interact with the city. So now I'm going down all these little back lanes and alleyways, and I'm looking at, oh yeah, in our city, we just seem to have tiles everywhere, and we have color. Well, there's no need for those tiles or the color there, but it's there, down some dark little lane. And then you start to see that even a sort of anonymous big architectural block of residences has color, and what that adds to the fabric of a city. It just adds, a character and a personality that I didn't realize it had. And it's not just the buildings that fascinate me. I love the way that the nature and architecture interact together. You see these trees all throughout Hong Kong, and I'm obsessed with photographing them now. And if there's a big storm, I go and check that they're still okay. And it's even the ugly, sort of dilapidated bits of the city that I'm looking at with fresh eyes, like down a lane. And you just think, I don't know why this is beautiful to me, but it is. There's something about it that says something about the city. It's a very personal thing. Now, this is a traditional sliding door gate, but it was being closed up for Chinese New Year last week. And I just love the functionality of it, and that they've left a little red post box in case anyone needs to drop off anything while they're away having dinner with a family. And I love, this interaction between different cultures. You have the sort of breeze blocks of quite colonial architecture. This is just a little sitting area on Lama Island for people waiting to take the ferry. But it combines a little bit of the Chinese architecture in the roof, but the colonial architecture. And then I find even in the city, it's things like the walkways, the overhead walkways. You need to look up. So often the city is just at our level when we're walking along the pavement. But now I'm wandering around like a mad woman, looking up, looking down, wandering down. This is one of my favorite little structures. It's an old, very modernist bus stop in Deepwater Bay. It's simple, it's falling apart, but I absolutely love it. Super functional, very Hong Kong. And it's always crammed with people waiting for the bus. And here, I think, is another thing that's been quite interesting, is people are starting to send me photographs of things that they've seen that they want me to go and look at or put onto the Instagram HK vernacular. And that's quite interesting, that setting up the way other people are also looking at the city. And I'm just ending with my favorite photograph, my favorite little piece of architecture, which is this strange little little hut for lifesavers also on Deepwater Bay. It's just, to me, quintessentially Hong Kong. And every time I see it, I fall in love with the city again. So thank you.
Bravo. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Catherine, your photos are so endearing. They're so heartwarming. I love that nature. Like you could take something that has, you know, easily or ignorable on the street, and you turn it into something that's really lovable.
Thank you. You know, for my work, you know, I write about architecture and design. So for my work for magazines or newspapers or even the books that I'm writing, everything is so beautiful and so dramatic and glamorous. And I feel like, you know, there are elements of the city. Those are the real, I keep thinking to myself, it's the real Hong Kong. It's the gritty Hong Kong. It's the Hong Kong, if you're waiting for a bus, that's where you stand it. And then I think because you're not getting your fix from traveling, you know, to Florence, where you walk around as a visitor and you look for things, right? You look for the beauty. So it's changed the way I look at the city.
I think you know these cities, especially these Asian cities, but like they're known for their, you know, their back alleys and the butchers and the, you know, the markets, and they're known as, you know, they photograph as gritty places, I guess, and I mean that is part of the lure of it. But I think like for example the photo that you had with the little red on the door, you know, that is gritty, but it's actually, I would say, more. It's softer and sweeter and more gentle than it is gritty and, you know, it's kind of, you know, down and dirty. It's you know, it's got a special softness to it. I think you have a good way of like bringing out its softness. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very kind.
I mean, it's really interesting to, you know, as you're saying, because you can't travel, you're looking at your city in a different way. And I think Paul Smith, who comes to Japan a lot, we've often chat with him. Well, he used to before the pandemic. We didn't until last year. Anyway, he always said that, you know, if you're not finding inspiration in the city around you, you're not looking hard enough. And he's absolutely right. Yeah, they're all. You know,
it's one of our best, our most liked quotes actually. But I also thought, you know, even though there are maybe not people in the photograph, you really can feel the people. You know, that those umbrellas hanging on that shutter, you know, it's kind of And but I also like the fact that you kind of you know, you've taken a photograph of those big what are banyan trees? Kind of going down the wall, and yes, you kind of start worrying about it. You know, it's kind of, that's so lovely, you know. I can totally, we have a similar sort of situation where the roots have grown out of the bottom of the pot next to a vending machine not very far from the office, and I kind of you know, this plant is trying so hard to survive and you somehow don't want anything bad happen to it, you know.
Yeah, I feel like it's been really interesting because the clamoring for people's attention in Hong Kong is taken by the dramatic architecture and the shiny and the new. And I love the shiny and new and the dramatic as much as anyone else. But it is interesting, I think, if you're talking about love, you know, it's not, you might be first attracted by that shininess, but it's about the quirky, almost, it's about character and personality. And for me, the biggest eye-opener of the last year has been that I haven't gone crazy not being able to travel, that I have traveled in these new little circles within the city, and that it has given me so much pleasure. Yes, I cannot wait to skip off to Paris or Milan and do that, what I always did. But I think, you know, it's made me fall in love with the city all over again. And I think, you know, I'm actually quite surprised by how much so.
Yeah, I also like the ones that where you take pictures of the floor. You know, that's the least people pay attention to. But once you kind of photograph it sort of straight down onto your feet, and those lovely mosaics, you know, there must be millions of pictures that would be just like a total eye candy feast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of funny when Terry Faro, who's very, was built a lot in Hong Kong. When he came to Tokyo, he said, we were walking around there, and he goes, do you know what the biggest architectural elevation is? It's the floor. And people forget the area that's covered with tarmac and paving. It's probably more than actual buildings, So it was great to see those shots and details.
Keep taking pictures.
Yeah, keep taking pictures.
Well, that's the interesting thing is I've had a lot of friends who've left Hong Kong, and they're the ones who are WhatsApping me like within an hour of posting on Instagram, who are saying, "Oh, I know that floor. Oh, I know where you are. That's my favorite shop." Or just, I kind of feel like, well, we can't travel at the moment. Sharing those little experiences with the city sort of is quite an important way of sharing that love that you have for multiple cities as well.
It's a little bit a theater of the mind, which sometimes is much more lovely than when you're in it. You don't realize it so much, but the theater of the mind is pretty strong, I think.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you so much, Catherine. You can stay on and please join in. So we've got another guest at the moment, and it's Betsy. Brian, why don't you give us a little bit of background? Up to you.
I'll check it.
Love it when my name is spelled Bestie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you are a bestie. You're going to be my bestie by the time this is over.
Yes.
That's too funny. That'll happen. Well, if there's anybody who it could happen to, let it happen to you. I want to, Mark, maybe you need to mute yourself. Somebody's got some crazy audio. Okay. Is that me? Who's got this audio? Oh, goodness. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Everybody be mindful of your audio. I don't know who that is, but somebody, like, after the applause, do your best to unmute your audio. This is crazy serendipity, okay? I have to set this up. I was having a street beer with my pal on Tokyo somewhere. I think we were on Omotesando, and this lovely person comes up and she says, "Hi, what are you guys doing?" And we say, "Oh, I'd do that to somebody, but not somebody as lovely as this would come do this to us." And like, this cool person just came up and started talking to us, and we just like sat down, and I think she got a can of beer with us, and we were hanging out. She had just told us that she had come from some other exotic place, and I said, okay. So we became like instant pals just on the streets of Tokyo. Then fast forward about 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, I don't know how many years ago it is, she's getting invited to be a PechaKucha presenter in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where my friend Morgan is the organizer. The reason that Morgan became an organizer is because we had a photo exhibition years ago together, and his wife is Japanese and my wife is Japanese, and that's how we got connected. And it was just like, it's a crazy world coming together. I guess it's probably lost on all of you, but for me, it's crazy serendipity. And for Betsy, it's kind of crazy serendipity. So yeah, and Betsy's a blacksmith, and she's an artist, and she's just a volcano of creativity. And I'm gonna let her sort of take it away. Yeah, Betsy, did I get that kind of right?
It was in 2014. I hadn't slept for 3 days. I landed in Tokyo. I wanted like a few days of freedom before I hung out with my host family. And so I was like, I'm just going to go do whatever I want to do on my own. And I went to some like motorcycle exhibition, and I met you guys. I don't know. I think it was right after that. And I just was like, I was happy we all spoke English, and yeah. And then 5 years later, I wound up in Stillwater, Oklahoma to visit my friend Trenton. And he's like, oh yeah, there's a sculptor guy you should meet, Morgan Robinson. And I end up going to this antique store, and I wandered to the back of it to kind of check out. And I'm like, and I look into the alley, and I was like, this is a cool alley. And I open the door and I go out there, and this guy comes out of his studio. He's like, are you Betsy? And I was like, how do you know my name?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, my friend Trenton told me about you. I was like, my friend, wait, are you Morgan Robinson?
Yeah, small.
He's like, yeah.
There's a piece of Morgan's in our office. Morgan's left us a beautiful sculpture, and we look at it every day. It's in our office. Mark, you can pull it up later. But hello to Morgan.
Wow.
If Morgan, if you're
It's
watching,
such a small world.
It's such a small world. It's such a small world. Okay, we'll stop talking and we'll let you take the slides. Sorry for that, but it was great to catch up. Betsy just
No, it's a good story. I think that happens more often than people think, where the lines that connect people through time and space is unfathomable.
It really
I
is.
don't know. So my name is Betsy Bauer, but I love the creativity and the spelling here.
All right, off you go. Off you go.
I'm here to talk about how you can change the world by doing what you love. I am from Wyoming. I'm from Casper, Wyoming, and Wyoming is home of the jackalope. And this is me riding an actual jackalope. It's a bucking jackalope, and I could become pro. So I grew up blacksmithing. My dad, in the far right, this was years ago, I was like actually the little person there. And that's Deloy Larson with his arm around me. And I was kind of a little tomboy. I learned how to weld when I was 12 and started blacksmithing when I was like about 13. My dad would take me down to Utah and go to these blacksmithing seminars. And this is Ira Sherman, my cousin, who's in Denver where I'm at now. And he's a well-known metalsmith for his chastity couture that he does metal chastity belts that are wearable, and he puts these in fashion shows, and he was a huge inspiration to me. So I wanted to run away and join the circus. I made this lira here, the round hoop, and I performed on it in a thing called Dancing with the Stars of Casper for a fundraiser, and that became one of my side things that I did for fun, because I feel like when you're doing what you love, when you do what you love in your life, then that's when things make sense. I built this bicycle to go to Burning Man with, and this is Burning Man. If you've never been, I recommend it. And Burning Man changed my life. In Burning Man, I saw so many sculptures, so many people doing what they love, dressing up in costumes and just letting your inner child free. And this is me on the phone with God. And at Burning Man, I learned to live my passion. I decided in 2009 that I was going to go back home and I was going to do what I love, and I was going to find a way to monetize it, and I didn't care what it took. So I went back, I put together an art show, and I built this table, and I just poured all of my passion into it. I was just like, I just want to make something crazy. Like, I don't care how it looks. I don't care if it's normal. I'm just going to put it together. And so my friend Kate and I, we had an art show at a coffee shop. And it was like my first debut. And my friend Sean Rivet came through and he saw that table and he's like, I have a job for you. And he asked me to do this tree piece for his bar top. And from there, it caught fire. He started commissioning me to do other pieces. And then other people caught on and they're like, okay, well, we want you to do this. And this was another piece I did for Sean Rivet. It's just like some silverware that I blacksmithed and twisted. And he got really wild with his ideas, and then I made his ideas come to life, and it inspired me to really explore my creativity. And that led to more pieces being made. And one of my friends, I was in a band with Eric Wimmer, and he wrote an article about me for the 307 magazine. And from there, more people heard about me in the Wyoming Medical Center. They called me and asked me to do a piece for the lobby. So when you enter into it, it just felt light and happy. And so I rolled out 1,000 copper leaves, and these are all copper. And it took like 300 hours to create this piece. And so I enlisted 100 of my friends, or not 100 of my friends, several of my friends to put in 100 hours and help me complete this piece on time. And so this now lives in the lobby of the Wyoming Medical Center. And it was just like one job led to the next, which led to the next, which led to the next. And so it started building a career for me. And I was like, it is possible. You can live your dreams. You can do what you love for a living. And this piece was for the NC Wyoming Symphony Orchestra entrance to the orchestra hall. And so it's made out of instruments all compiled together to make one sort of life-size Mustang. And yes, so this is an art show. So I did an art show based on my dreams. And so the symbols in my dreams, I decided to make art pieces out of. And this is a raven that my friend Connie Morgan put the neon on. And this was actually last year. They shut down the museum and I didn't know if it was going to open up again. And they opened it back up right in time for my show. These are my sisters. I'm on the right. And so I took all these pieces. This one was a saw blade that I cut some sacred geometry patterns onto and then shined light onto it to make it glow, and it created this dreamlike experience. So when you walk through the museum, you kind of feel like you're in an altered state. You feel like you're entering a dream. And I did this to work with the symbols in my dream to kind of uncover like what that piece means, what that symbol means. And this is what I feel like everyone should do. When you take your dreams, when you take your creativity and you do something with it, you put it out into the world. And these are actually leaves for a memorial piece that I did. These were etched in acid to get the vein patterns into the leaves and then put onto these roses. And the roses are actually memorial pieces that go, that screw into the vases that you put next to the graves. And these are the baby's breath that I TIG welded 1,000 little BBs onto welding stick and welding wire, and created that and created these bouquets. And I think the rose is coming next. You'll see that. And there it is. Yeah. And so this lives on to honor the dead, to honor those who have passed before us. And yeah. So yeah, this is what I do. I want to inspire people to really harness their creativity and do something with it. And because when we use our creativity, we're able to get in touch with our inner child, and we're able to access that freedom and access that creativity that can really heal ourselves and heal the planet. Thank you.
Betsy. Oh my gosh.
So beautiful. You just kind of forming these hard metal sheets as if it was clay. You know, all these beautiful flowers and a true labor of love, that one.
It was, yeah.
I think there's something very special about making things from metal, yeah. And just making it feel as easy and as beautiful as you do.
Almost like a power play, you know. I'm gonna get you, no matter how far. I'm gonna weld you and laser cut you and put you into such a beautiful shape you never thought you would be able to.
And I really loved all the
exactly.
I really love all the color in your work as well. Yeah, I mean, you sometimes think about metal; it's very dull, and but there was such a you know an energy and liveliness from it. It was really fantastic.
Mm. Yeah, you should see our office is always filled with
I'm going to go
plants and flowers. And Astrid, actually, she once a year she has like the botany test. She'll give us she's got an amazing garden at home, and she'll bring, I don't know, 12 varieties of strange herbs and flowers, and we'll have a contest in the office, and we'll have to identify which one. So I know she was watching with great enthusiasm of all these. Oh, and there comes Morgan's piece. Yeah.
Can you spotlight that, Brian?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Oh, awesome.
So, yeah.
Yeah. That one is called, I wish I can remember the name of it. Yeah, it's got a good name.
This is all metal too, yeah. So
I love that.
And he brought this all the way to Tokyo for the PechaKucha powwow. You know, it's pretty heavy, man.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I am trying to remember how he made that. I got to tour his studio.
Yeah.
And see all of his work. And he did what was it for the university there. He put a whole body of work together, and it was truly amazing. And I really love the way he thinks, because when Morgan takes his feelings and tries to make it into form, and that I love.
Betsy, what about the bicycle? How did you, did you build, was it like a working bicycle, or did you like take a bicycle apart and put it back together? Or like, how'd that bicycle come to be?
It was kind of serendipitous. I dumpster dove one Huffy, and then I found another at the thrift store for $5. There were 2 identical Huffies. And so I called this the Huffy Reloaded. Nice. And I bent a whole bunch of pieces and kind of made it like this eye shape, and there's a moonbeam in the center of it. So when I rode it around, it was so smooth. Everything was customized on it. And I let other people ride it. In the final year, the last year I went, year 5, it got stolen at Burning Man, which I accepted because I was like, it was for Burning Man. It makes sense that it would return to Burning Man.
Can I ask another question? This is a weird question, but like, does, you know, the Flamey Lips, who are from Oklahoma, they have this weird, they're from Oklahoma. They often sing about, strangely, that your image of them is this really boisterous, like vibrant band full of happiness and joy. And yet their songs, they often sing about death and you know, passing on, and there's a lot of like death imagery in their songs and their music. And somehow your work has this, I feel, maybe I'm mistaken, but like it has this, it's like this joy juxtaposed on this aspect of like death, or do I have that wrong, or is that?
No, you do have that right. Yeah, I've been wrestling with the idea, like especially in American culture, around how do we honor the dead. I feel like in Japanese culture, it's really straightforward. You can build a shrine and you can go to it every day. You can talk to that spirit. And in American culture, we don't always know what to make of death, and we don't always talk about it. And so actually my mentor, he took his life last year. And so that influenced some of the art that came out of it, because he was somebody I never thought would want to end his life. And we're all gonna have to face death eventually. And so yeah, struggling with the spirit's never gone. I don't think.
I didn't mean to no, thanks for sharing that, but you are so full of joy, and your work is so full of joy. I don't mean to suggest anything otherwise, but I just noticed, like, you have this very lovely kind of matter-of-fact feeling. I feel like that, you know, these cultures in the South Pacific, or, you know, they keep their dead on a lot, you know, mummified or something for months and months and months. They honor the dead in a different way. And there was something about those flowers and the leaves, and there was something about it that it had a beautiful cross, you know, like the Day of the Dead, you know, in Mexico sort of has that beautiful, celebrate death in that beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that amazing presentation, Betsy. I'm so stoked. Yeah. We'll have it online, and anybody, you'll be able to share it. All these presentations will be online after our event. Give us a couple of days. And but it's great to add that presentation to the archive, and we'll be excited to share it far and wide.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so
much.
Right.
Where are we going next? Let's see.
Osaka next.
Osaka. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. Where are we?
So another good friend of ours, Yuho. He has presented in Tokyo, but they have really fantastic Christmas presentation, and also another great presentation about a piece of sculpture, or a piece of engineering more, that his dad had designed, which was really great. But Yuho is he's independent tech, and I was just on an emergency call to him last night, in fact. So he's our resident hacker. And he looks like he's in his hacker space there with his Tintin rocket behind him. Let me have a quick look at that. Oh, that looks a good space. So, yeah. So
hello,
it's great
world.
Joining us.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you for joining us today.
And you know, these things always start by, you know, you always have to ask, can you hear me? So yes. Can you hear me? Okay, I guess you can hear me. Okay, good. I want to point out that it's always sunny in Osaka. And And it's a nice warm day, and I will be barbecuing later.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice,
Yeah.
nice.
And we'll use that as a clever segue.
Yeah, that is a very clever segue. So why don't, are you ready to go, Yuho?
Yeah, let me just, I'll just, Mark mentioned that I'm a tech guy. I'm a creative technology person. I also work with industrial design and branding, but recently I'm finding myself working more and more with creative technologies. However, this time my presentation will be about something completely different.
I think
So yeah, I'm ready.
our life is creative, Yuho. You know, I separate the one from the other. So you just create a full stop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see what we got here today. So I love barbecue, and I'm going to tell you something about the way I do my barbecues. Barbecues aren't just about food, they are about many other things. And right here, we're looking at a analytical breakdown of my barbecues. They have a prep mode, a cooking mode, and an entertainment system mode. These modes might vary in their length, but let's look at that later. One of the big differences to sort of maybe a typical barbecue is that I mainly use firewood. I do use a bit of charcoal too, but mainly firewood. And that gives me some possibilities for that you might not be able to achieve with just charcoal. Now you need tools. When you have firewood, you need some axes. You have to chop down your firewood. And I want to introduce you to a particular type of firewood that I like, which is the Himalayan cedar. On the left-hand side, you'll see a diagram of a regular way to chop down some firewood. You start from the outside and you go towards the center. I prefer to cut mine the way that's shown on the right side. So kind of work your way from the outside towards the center. And that's why, especially with this Himalayan cedar, you can cut it like butter. On the left-hand side, you can see some marks when you're trying to go from the outside towards the center. It doesn't cut like butter. So however, when you start from the outside and move towards the center, you get these beautiful cuts of firewood. And I found myself taking photos of firewood for this presentation, something I've never done before. Look at that beauty. You have those nice surfaces and tree bark, and it's just this very interesting cut that you can do with this particular kind of firewood. And when you cut it correctly, it actually burns really well and gives some nice smoke. Now, here's a kind of a typical barbecue breakdown, I guess. Prep mode, you start the fire, you bring the fire down a little for the cooking, and then later for the entertainment system mode, you bring the fire up. Recently, I've been using a method that I call the 6-pack chimney method for starting the actual fire. So you take the wrapper out of a 6-pack, you put in some charcoal on the bottom, you put some sticks, and then use a gas burner for lighting it up. And you get this nice square-shaped fire, which is very concentrated. And then you put some hardwood on top of it, as you can see on the right-hand side. And this particular firewood, you place it like this, so you can then stack some other stuff on top of it. As the stuff on the top burns quicker, now you're able to put on the grilling surface on the top. And I use this kind of a very, very different setup from maybe from other people's barbecues. So I have this kind of very large open fire pit with a barbecue surface. Now here I've moved some of the firewood to the sides, which brings the square-shaped fire into a bigger size now. Now I can put on some bigger firewood, and now we're cooking with real fire. Of course, you can, of course, do a lot of different kinds of meats and stuff, but I wanted to point out a couple of things you may not think about when thinking about barbecue. You can make pasta. You can make popcorn. You can do vegetables. Also red wine, Dutch oven. You put Dutch oven, fill it with red wine and lamb, for example. Here's fish. On the right-hand side is katsuo tataki, which is a typical Japanese way of doing fish. For this, you need to have perfect flame conditions and a perfect temperature, but it can be done with the barbecue. So normally, I guess when people think about a barbecue, they only think about meat and the food. But I wanted to show you a quick, just a quick glimpse into the almost like aesthetical side of barbecue and firewood. By the way, all of this firewood was knocked down by typhoons. So every year I receive a tree or two that has been knocked down by a typhoon. And this also doubles as a kind of a backup cooking method for in case if there's an earthquake and we lose the neighborhood loses electricity and gas, for example. Now let's take a look at the other one where the entertainment system is longer. Here we are no longer talking about any kind of square-shaped compact fire. Here we just let it go. We just put some nice firewood in, and we just listen to it crackle, and we can watch it and just relax and enjoy and spend a wonderful night just watching the fire and eating the stuff that you just cooked. So I hope this has been a sort of a different look at a barbecue. And I'll be barbecuing tonight and hopefully streaming some of the fire here. Thanks.
Yeah, I think wow. Fantastic, man.
Great presentation. That's funny.
You really do love barbecue. My mouth waters every weekend when you send me the pictures from Osaka, whether it's deer or... But I didn't realize there was such a technique that you're developing. I think that is definitely a book in the making there. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, there are a lot more I would like to show, but it's difficult with I would need to do a longer presentation for that. Tonight I'll be probably doing just a bit of food and basically having a very long extended entertainment system mode tonight. So yeah.
Do you think it's a little bit like Catherine was saying, that because you're sort of stuck at home, you really can't go out to restaurants, that this has developed more in the last year than it would have done without the pandemic?
Yeah, however, I started practicing this already a few years ago, so so I was ready for 2020, I guess. But yeah, definitely I've probably been doing more and more than before, I would say. So I think rough calculation, last year I probably barbecued for 2 weeks in a row. So in total, if you just take the hours, put them in total, it's probably 2 weeks in a row. Yeah.
Yuho, what do your neighbors say when you're barbecuing? How far?
They love it.
How far are your closest neighbors?
Oh, they're right there. I mean, there's 10 households or so near here, and so we're just outside the city. So it's easy to barbecue, and there's space for all the firewood.
Do they come out and share with you, or do they just keep do they keep to themselves?
No, they figured out that if they give me stuff to barbecue, that I'll barbecue it for them.
Okay.
They figured it out, so yeah.
Because I'm always like, I always want to barbecue, but I don't want to I don't want to, like upset the neighbors who are like right on, they're right there. So I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I decided a long time ago already. I decided to stay on their, on their best side, and I would give them samples every now and then, and especially so in Japan, there's this thing of seasonal foods and fish, for example. So every autumn there's the let's see, what was it, saba fish, which is a sort of an autumn fish, and people like it, but it's best if you grill it properly. People don't have the means to grill them in the kitchen, so everyone in my neighborhood just brings me the fish and just, hey, please barbecue this for me. And I do it happily, and that's why now basically so let's say there's an earthquake and everything gets knocked out. We can basically, the neighborhood here, we can survive for a few weeks with the amount of firewood that I have.
Your story, you remind me of a funny short story. You might have heard it. It's Japanese folklore, but there's your story of Saba reminded me of the Samba Matsuri, which is a similar fish in Meguro. They have every year, they have the Samba Matsuri, and they grill 10,000 fish for everybody. And there's this urban legend that it used to be the edge of Tokyo Bay, and it used to be sort of a big fisherman's market, which is why it's connected to this fish. And the emperor was said to sneak out from time to time from the castle, and he wandered into Meguro in disguise, and nobody recognized him. And he had this delicious Meguro, or delicious samma there. And he came back to the castle, and he told his chef, please make me this fish that I had it in Meguro, and it was quite.
Terakhir tuh pembicaraan kita gini nih, kan kita terakhir sempat ganti font, bukan Axis tuh. Nah di situ kan kita udah adjust nih. Originally ada yang bold, ada yang enggak gitu kan. Nah terus udah gitu kan kita sempat pindah ke Axis lagi nih. Sekarang kan latest update-nya kan pakai Axis. Nah terus waktu itu kita meeting, kita ada bahas nih. Bisa nggak? Kan ini si Axis ini cuma satu ketebalan. Nah, waktu itu kita bahas.
You guys gotta mute yourself. There you go. So anyway, he goes back to the castle and he says, "Make me the grilled fish, but don't make it so black. They blackened it too much there." And the chef brought it back golden, and he said, "No, it's not. It still doesn't taste as good." And he said, "Make it a little bit blacker." And the chef tried again, and it still wasn't charred enough for him, And finally, he just said, "Take me back to Meguro. I have to have this charred fish that I had there again." And they recognized him on his second day, on his second visit there, and the town erupted with joy, and that's why they have the Sama Matsuri in Meguro. Yeah.
Yeah, the key maybe there was to use to do it in a rougher environment than in the at the palace.
Possibly.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll be streaming Fire later tonight, so I might drop in and stream some Fire. So
show us what you're up to.
Sorry,
can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's check back. Let's check back with you. You can stream a bit. You can stream a bit into the into international today. That'll be really.
Yeah. I'll start wielding my axe later.
That's really damn serious. Is that a carbon fiber axe stick? What do you call it?
Yeah. This is a Fiskars Finnish industrial design. That's composite.
Yeah, there's a film.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Juho? What part of the world are you originally from?
Finland.
And you're cutting. You get your wood chopping. Somehow I pin Finnish people as like excellent forest wood cutter lumberjacks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's a typical. I mean, there's sauna is from Finland,
right?
And,
sauna.
The best way to heat up a sauna is with real firewood. So
now it's all coming together.
I would say that many Finns kind of have it in their veins when it comes to chopping down firewood and that kind of stuff. I kind of half of my childhood I grew up in the farm, so I learned it there, and while running around outside with the cows and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Hey, Brian, just to, I propped another presentation in.
Okay.
Just to, because we lost Frank Lloyd. Just stay there, you hold one second. Just we lost Frank Lloyd Wrong. So I was going to do my little invisible architecture one, because as Catherine's on the call.
Okay.
But anyway, Yuho, thank you so much. Please stick
around.
Feel free to drop in and out, make any comments you want. But that was an awesome, awesome presentation. I feel really hungry. We've had a couple of slices of pizza so far. Anyway, brilliant, great job.
So Mark, you said you're gonna play a presentation right now?
Yeah, is it not cropped up in your?
Oh, it could be. Sorry, it could be. Let's see here.
So I was just going to act as a little counterpoint to Catherine's fantastic presentation about it's called Invisible Architecture. Everybody thinks Tokyo is filled with fantastic architecture. Well, it's filled with really normal architecture too. Only about 5% of the architecture in Japan is designed by architects. The other 95% is built by the large construction companies, and it's really boring and really anonymous. And that's
hold on, Mark. Let me give you an official start before you start going. Here you go.
No, just
sorry. Okay. Sorry.
I'm cheating as usual. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
This is an interesting because we've had somebody drop out. So Brian and I may have a couple of these ready to go. So yeah, and so I started doing this vernacular or this invisible architecture series. And again, it was because I'm spending a lot of time, we're not traveling very much anymore. And I'm running most days. I try and run 5K. The idea is I'm not allowed to post a picture unless I've run 5K. And so these are all along my running routes. And yeah, I put them up onto my Instagram. But it's been really interesting looking at the city in a more detailed way and spotting the things I never spotted before. So yeah, I'm good to go, Brian. So yeah, this is what you really think of Japanese architecture. Very, very tidy, very beautiful, very square. Yeah, lots of projects like this around. And I do take pictures of these as well. But kind of what I'm really interested in is slightly the more uglier things that get built. And you wonder, why on earth are they built like they are? Why is there that little arch over the entrance, but the gate comes in the other way? Look at that, up on that third floor, there's this stuff. Was it built on the terrace? Where did they get that drain pipe going down the side of the building? Somebody's obviously designed that, drawn it, and built it, And then in Japan, that you use up every tiny little bit of space. So there's that slither of land there. And what could you do with it? Well, you can make something which is a drying area for your clothes, It looks a little bit like the Titanic, but quite spectacular. So on the left-hand side is the river that I run past. And then you get things that are so wrong, and we'll be talking to Frank Lloyd Wrong a little bit later. So these styles which are imported from goodness knows where, and just a complete nightmare, especially up there in the gables there, those funny windows. Gee, and then some arched windows, and oh dear. And color sort of plays a big part too in these smaller areas, or these smaller buildings. There are no visual guidelines. There are color guidelines coming in. There are no planning guidelines. You don't have to show this to anybody. They won't say, "Oh, you can't build that because we don't like it. We don't know how it looks." As long as it fits into the structural regulations in Japan and the fire regulations, you're good to go. So any color goes, as you can see here. I think Prince lives in the house on the right, in the purple house there with the Lambretta. But yeah, I wonder how they got that turquoise house design. And this is another absolutely classic piece of coloring here, yeah. Especially, it really does glow yellow as you run past on a sunny day. And you can see here that, if you took that to planners in the UK, they kind of go crazy. But here, because, the city was anyway, here we go. Yeah, I was surprised how many green buildings there are, and in the summer how they just get covered. They are covered with ivy. This is an inhabited building. People live in here, and the leaves fall off. They'll probably start sort of November time, and obviously they'll start coming back in April. But generally, these amazing green buildings dot across the city. As I say, I was kind of really shocked when you look at how many green buildings there are. Like this one. This one gets trimmed, but I drive past this each day, and this gets trimmed back every couple of months. but it's absolutely fantastic, you know, almost shaped like a sort of tooth, you know. I thought I'd just take a break halfway through the presentation and show you that, you know, that we're very lucky with the pandemic here. And it's basically because every shop you go into has hand sanitizer outside. They'll take your temperature, and everybody wears masks. That's why in a population of 38 million people, we only have 200 or 300 cases a day. I really love the sort of downtown or Shitamachi area. And here too, you can see there's a huge amount of green. And I sort of really love these buildings. And sadly, many of them are being knocked down and concrete buildings going up, yeah. My old professor, James Gowan at the Royal College of Art would call the one on the left a dog's dinner. Or say it's actually trying to make, it's like trying to teach a dog to sing. Because yeah, I've no idea how you would draw something like that. And I love that big blue tiled roof on the other side. Here, these buildings are called twins. What happens, there's a very large inheritance tax in Japan, or land tax when your parents die. 50% of your land has to go to the government in tax, or you have to pay 50% of the value of the land. So people chop their sites in half, live on one side and build a house on the other and sell that. And so you get many of these sort of paired houses, or these twin houses. And then everybody tries to work all the way through the regulation. So we've got a right of light there coming down on the left-hand side, and we can squeeze this 5-story building in. I think that's a cemetery on the other side. So there was some regulations there. And then I also love the shadows that are cast by the all of the wires in, you know, we keep the wires in the air because of earthquake. And so they actually bring something to the city, and I kind of love them, but I also love the shadows that they make on the buildings and the way they move during the day. And then you get all sorts of Disneyland stuff going on. Quite what I think it's actually the same architect. Yeah, there are some little similar features there with the staircase and the gabled windows. Yeah, very strange. And then there's obviously this sort of Spanish really amazing, you know, pan tiled roofs. Why this is in center of Tokyo, I have no idea. They both like purple. They both like deep red cars. Obviously, these people. So you know, it's absolutely fantastic. And then there's a lot of these kit builds that are built by these prefabricated home companies. The one on the left could be a Richard Meyer, and the one on the right could be made from Lego. Really, it probably is made from Lego. Yeah, just very strange buildings. Everything's quite different. You know, this one on the one on the side, on the left-hand side, the green one, has got something quite unique about it. Very Venturi-esque, I think, where Peter Exley used to work back in the day. And then, you know, we are living in a simulation. I think we must be, because this person, you know, the chances of her walking past when I was taking a picture of this yellow house with her identical yellow umbrella could not be planned. We must be living in a simulation. Thank you very much for that instant PechaKucha.
Woohoo!
Thank you. Done, Mark. Well done for filling the rest of the hour up.
So
you're in a bind.
Very good. There you go. A little bit of architecture from Tokyo. Which will take up the top of the hour. So back to you a little bit, Brian. Are you going to give us our hour 3, and then I will introduce our speakers for the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you. Oh, we got somebody taking a nap here. That's really nice. Yeah, man. I wish that was mine. I could use a nap right now. Maybe we should. Yeah, we should have we should have planned in the nap hour. I think that's next year's plan. Thank you to hour 2 presenters, and I think, was I an hour 2 presenter? I think I was. Yeah, so thank you to everybody, and you know, here we go. I guess we'll just keep the show rolling. You guys can stay on as long as you like, or sneak out as you like. Anybody who comes into the Zoom, you know, remember to please mute your microphone when you come in so you don't disturb somebody who's already presenting. I think we'd have that sort of sorted out, but please be on your best Zoom etiquette. I know we're all learning, but There we go. All right, let's see if this works,
so
Mark.
Into
hour 4. 20 more hours to go. Okay.
All right. So as I was saying right at the beginning, it's been really amazing how PechaKucha has been adopted by schools and universities all around the world. And I wanted to, this is a bit of a family affair for the next few minutes, but I'd like to introduce my wife, Natasha. And 5 years ago, she set up an international school here in Tokyo called the Tokyo. And she's done a fantastic job. Are you there, Natasha?
Yes, we are.
Hi. Can we spotlight Natasha?
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, hey, good to see you. So Natasha's been set up an international school. You've got 200 now, yeah, I think.
200, yes.
And that's my son, Max, there. Hi, man. And they've been experimenting with PechaKucha, and that's helped us understand how it gets work. I mean, we've been seeing it being used in schools, but it's been great to see it close up. Why don't you explain about your first project, Natasha, a little bit? The International Day, or what was it? The International Children's Day? International Culture Day.
Yeah. International Culture Day. Well, usually we do have a lot of events at our school, and usually during a non-pandemic time of the year, we would have had it live in a school-wide assembly. However, being challenged by the state of emergency and the pandemic itself, we had to come up with creative ways of still trying to share all our cultures and all our presentations with the rest of the school and keep social distancing. And PechaKucha presented the perfect platform for that. So the International Children's Day was our first event. And this is an event when usually children dress up in the traditional cultural clothes, and they talk to each other and tell each other about their country, about their culture. And we used PechaKucha as a platform to do just that. Each child has created a presentation, and this year's theme was national wonders, right? Yeah, national wonders of their country. And about 200 presentations were uploaded on PechaKucha website of our school. And the entire school community, including the parents and grandparents and friends and family, were able to watch all these presentations that children have made. And I think it was a great success. So much so that we actually decided to do another one right after our Christmas break, winter break. And this was about how children celebrate winter holidays in all the different countries. And that also was quite fun as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to play a couple of three presentations. I've got to learn how to. I'm going to share my screen, Brian. So let's do that. Where can I share? All panelists. Okay, let's go. And then share sound. Here we go. Got it. Yeah. And now I've lost my, here we go. So yeah, so this is the, oops, let me just kill that there. You can see my screen, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the United School of Tokyo website. These are all the classes here. And within those classes, there are lots of presentations by all the kids. So, as Natasha said, the parents, grandparents can come in and see these. This is in what we call a PechaKucha team. So only the school, only people that are connected to the school, who have got accounts at the school, can see. And so nobody else, these are not public presentations, they live within the school portal. So we've been developing all of that. So let me just go back here and let's go to the International Culture Day Assembly, which Natasha was talking about, the way she could bring the school together remotely. And I want to say a big hi to, where are we? Is Benny on the call? Are you there, Benny? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Benny. How are you?
Benny.
Benny's our superstar presenter from grade 4, who created a wonderful presentation about bamboo. I believe she called it Benny's Bamboo Bonanza. And I think this was the presentation that was probably watched the most out of all presentations posted for International Culture Day. I personally, I think, watched it maybe 20 times myself. So I wanted to share Benny's great presentations with all of you guys. Hi, Benny.
Hi.
Thank you. So,
Benny, there's like 100 people watching you right now.
Oh, God.
No pressure.
Yeah, but we're just going to play the presentation, and we'll have a little chat with you afterwards. Yeah. So if you can go right now, and you guys all know how to do that now because you've all been online learning. I'm going to share the screen again, and let's do that. Share sound, and let's queue up your presentation. And fingers crossed it all works. Okay, and I'm going to go full screen.
Hello, I'm Benny and I'm from Indonesia. I'm also from the Philippines and countries like that, and I also do have Chinese blood, but I'm mostly Indonesian. So anyways, enough with the talk. Let's already move on to the next slide. Today I'll be talking about bamboo and its uses for man-made items. There are plenty of things made out of bamboo. For instance, the chair in this photo, baskets, and big houses that I'll be getting onto later. But I won't say them all. Did you know that bamboo is a wild grass? And that it's in the subfamily of Bambusoideae, and also the fact that there are over 1,450 types of bamboo discovered right now. Isn't that cool? Bamboo can be made into many things, such as furniture, clothing, and many other items, sometimes even weapons, and baskets, and barrels, and lots of things you can imagine. Cool. Aside from bamboo, later on I'll be talking about Bamboo Village and my own experience there. It was amazing being inside a house that was just completely made out of bamboo. Of course there are TVs and bathrooms and bedrooms like that. Bamboo is a type of grass that's hollow inside, is strong as steel, and very flexible, making it earthquake-proof. You'd usually see it around 5 meters tall, which is very impressive since it grows really quickly. Sadly, insects have been eating thousands of bamboo sprouts, so it does get rarer to find bamboo that's not eaten. But also, did you know that bamboo can grow 1 inch in 40 minutes? Sometimes it can even grow 1 meter in just 3 days. Bamboo can be turned into boats, but why use bamboo? Because bamboo is hollow inside, like I told you earlier, so it can float on water easily, making a boat very light. Did you know that bamboo seeds can look very spiky in bunches? To this comparison, it really looks like sea urchins, doesn't it? Except the fact that they're brown and they're dry and how they're on bamboo. Did you know bamboo can make amazing, natural, very lush and pretty canopies out of their leaves? They look very pretty, of course, and natural. It's like you're in a magical, enchanted, secret oasis. The bamboo village in Bali is perched on the sacred Ayung River, surrounded by the Balinese forest. These amazing houses are mostly built out of bamboo. This is not just any bamboo, for it would then have been eaten by insects. This bamboo has been processed by adding a thin layer of borax on top. Did you know that each and every house in the bamboo village uses approximately 6 types of bamboo and more? It's amazing of the variety, isn't it? The main designer of the bamboo village is Alora Hardy, who in fact was inspired in the first place to build with bamboo by her own dad, because he has a bamboo farm. Cool. Alora Hardy is in a group called Ibuku. It has around 90 designers and architects and 20 builders. Ibuku, translated in English from Indonesian, means my mother. Over the past 5 years, Ibuku built more than 50 unique structures. Every house that's designed needs a plan, also known as blueprints. These blueprints are 3D, so you can see 360 degrees. Blueprints have to be very sturdy and 3D, or else you may not get exactly what you want, as you can see here. When I first went in a bamboo house, I was really amazed by all the small details they've added in and the structure and how sturdy it was, because I didn't know it was a very strong type of grass then, did I? If you go outside your home, there will be a certain spot you find that has an actual pool you can dive in. It's actually quite long, as you can see, but not very wide. I didn't dive in, and I didn't see anyone else who dived in. Each and every single house has around 4 to 5 floors. They also have very cool and interesting shaped roofs to make sure that breeze goes through your face and you will feel very relaxed even when it's night because of the cool air. With these floors, there can be around 5 bedrooms or more, 2 showers and bathrooms, 1 living room, and 1 enormous and beautiful balcony. Really though, I was amazed when I saw this whole house together. Here you have learned about how bamboo can be used to make houses, how tall it can grow, facts about Bamboo Village and bamboo itself. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Overall, my adventure there was great, and I'd love to visit there again.
Wow.
So good.
It was so amazing.
Firstly,
I learned so many things.
Thank you.
Oh, next presentation, Mark. Pause it.
Sorry. Let me just do that
there
1
are
second.
70
Sorry.
species
My
of
fault. Okay, sorry about that. Wow.
Benny, I think you could become a spokesperson, junior spokesperson for Tohoku and the bamboo farm, because you are such an amazing storyteller.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Benny.
Sorry about that, Benny. We want to hear. We actually want to listen to it again. Hey, I was really amazed by those bamboo seeds. Yeah, they look like urchin. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah.
And I was like, that can't be right. That can't be right. So I looked it up on the internet, and you know what? You're absolutely right. So I think what's been interesting with the whole of the United School of Tokyo PechaKucha presentations, I've learned so many things I didn't know. That's what's been really great. Yeah? So your presentation was really amazing. It was great to hear about who the architect was and who the builders are. So really, really fantastic job. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So that was really cool. Now we're going to go. We're going to show one more, and I've just got to stop these auto playing. So just give me 1 second before I share my screen. Let me find. You can fill in a little bit, Natasha, while I find the next.
So the next presentation is a cultural presentation, so to speak. Yeah, and this is by another 4th grader called Maya Pemba. And Maya was presenting about her home country, or one of her home countries, which is Tibet. It is a very mysterious place, I think, that we all hear about, but not a lot of people have traveled to Tibet. And I think Maya has done a fantastic job of telling us about where her father and her grandmother and grandfather come from.
Maya, are you there?
Maya, are you there? I saw her there earlier. Maya, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Maya.
Hey, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, I know it's really sunny outside in Tokyo, so I'm sorry we've got you inside, but we really enjoyed your presentation. And I think that will be coming up in a minute, but I love the story about the flag. That really, something that really resounded with me. So, or within me, but with us all. So you've done a really great job. Thank you so much. And I'm going to cue the presentation up, and let's play it, and we'll talk to you a little bit afterwards. Yeah, let me try and do this. I'm not quite as smooth as Brian here, so I've got to go back to this, share screen with the audio. Okay, we're good to go. Let's share that. Okay, so it's all about Tibet. Let me go full screen, and here we go.
Hello, grade 4B. My name is Maya Pemba, and I am 9 years old in G4B. Welcome to my presentation about Tibet. Hope you enjoy learning about Tibet and its geography, food, clothes, and animals. My mom is Japanese, and she speaks Japanese. And my dad is from Tibet, and he speaks Tibetan. So today, I want to talk about Tibet. Has anyone heard or been to Tibet before? This is the flag of Tibet.
I have.
How is this flag different from other flags you've seen? The answer is there is no border on the right side of the flag. This means Tibet is welcoming and open to all people in the world. The white triangle represents a big mountain called Himalaya, and it is protected by the 2 snow lions, as you can see on this flag. Next, I am going to talk about the geography of Tibet. It is located west of Japan and surrounded by China, Nepal, and Bhutan. The capital of Tibet is called Lhasa. This is an aerial picture of Lhasa. My grandmother was born in Lhasa, and she used to live there too. As you can see, Lhasa is surrounded by the Himalaya mountains.
Yeah, social media.
Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world and located in Tibet. Tibet is known as the roof of the world because it is so high, and this is the picture of Mount Everest. The longest river in Tibet is 6,300 kilometers and called the Yangtze. It is also the longest river in Asia, but not as long as the Nile River. This is the Potala Palace located in Lhasa. It was built in 1645 and has over 1,000 rooms. Now it is a museum and UNESCO's World Heritage Site. In the world, there are 1,121 World Heritage Sites. This is the Dalai Lama. He used to live in the Potala Palace when he was a kid. He is 85 years old and born in July 6, 1935, and he gave me a middle name, which is Tenyi. Next, I am going to talk about animals in Tibet. The most obvious and famous animal in Tibet is a yak. A yak is a type of goat. It has furry hair and a large horn on each side of its head. Another famous type of animal in Tibet is a type of dog called Lhasa Apso. They are so small and cute, as you can see from these. The oldest that lived are up to 29 years. My uncle in Canada had a very cute little Lhasa Apso called Gesa. This is a picture of me and Rio, which is my brother, singing happy birthday on his birthday. The traditional clothes in Tibet are called chubas. The first picture is the chuba for men. In Japanese, they could be called kimono or yukatas. It takes about 5 minutes to wear it, but little kids in the past wear it to school. This picture is the tuba for women. As you can see, it is longer than the men's tuba. Usual women's dresses are long-sleeved. My grandmother sometimes wears it, and I wore a tuba at last year's International Culture Day and the year before's too. Next, I am going to talk about the traditional food of Tibet. This is called momo and it is steamed. In momo, it is kind of like a shorompo, and there is meat inside, and it is really juicy and yummy. Fried momos are called chapalés. My grandma makes yummy chapalés and momos, and I help her make it. Usually, the outside is really crispy, and inside there is meat. It could be round, usually it is round, but sometimes it could be these moon-shaped. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed learning about Tibet and its geography, animals, and their type of food.
Thank you, Maya.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maya, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What does your Tibetan name mean? Do you know? Your name, what does it mean? Do you know?
My middle name?
Yes, your middle name. The one that was given to you by the Dalai Lama.
I think it means sunlight.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty.
That's very pretty. Does Rio have a middle name too?
Yes. Yes.
Am I asking you difficult questions? It's just very fascinating. Thank you, Maya.
Yeah, no, it was really an amazing presentation. Again, I learned so much in being an architect. It was really amazing to see all of the buildings and also the national dress, or the dress, or the clothes. How well some of them were colourful and some of them were quite Japanese and quite muted in colour. And the food looked really tasty too. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's been interesting, Natasha. I mean, you've got 30 nationalities at the school, I think.
About 40, yeah.
40 nationalities. Yeah, so these kids at this international school will not know what diversity is because they live in such a diverse environment, and it's been really, really brilliant. So I say, we'll try and we haven't really spoken, but we should really try and make a lot of these presentations public so people can see them, because there's such, there was so many great things, and the kids to put these presentations together, that 20 slides and this story arc gives them kind of a nice format. They can slowly build it up. And it's been great that through PechaKucha Curate, we can do these remotely and people can send them in. So this morning I was thinking, what do I love? And I love my daughter and Mila, who's there, I think, with my wife. There's Mila, give us a wave, and Max. And I really love their art. They're super artistic, and so I was going to do a talk about Max's art, but in the end, he's decided he's going to do one himself, and I'm going to play that. He recorded it this morning, so you can see how useful this tool is. I've not heard it, So
hello from Tokyo.
Whoa, hold on, not yet. Sorry, they're on autoplay. I should turn that off. So I'm going to go back across to Zoom, and I'm going to share this. Just 1 second, share screen. And I do that. Is that correct? I can share my screen. And yeah, this is Max, my son. Max, you're 11, yeah? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're 11 this year, that's right. It goes so quickly. So these are his drawings that he does either at home or in his art class at school. So over to you, Max. I'm going to make that go large, full screen. So I'm going to go full screen for me. There we go. Yeah, move that back to there. Okay, over to you, Max.
Hello from Tokyo. My name is Max Dytham. I am 11 years old and I love art. I started drawing about 4 years ago, and this is one of my continuous line drawings that I did with pen and charcoal in my art class at school. This is one of my early drawings that I did during my doodling period using Copic markers. I drew my inspiration from a YouTube drawer named Vex and some cartoon characters I watched on TV. This is a more advanced doodle of mine that has mostly my original characters. I was obsessed with doodling for about a year, then I moved on to sketching and drawing with pens and fine liners. This piece I did in my advanced art class. Our assignment was to use continuous lines to draw a statement piece while using words that are related to the drawing. Continuous line has become one of my favorite drawing styles because it is challenging and you never know what you are going to end up with. This is a quick sketch I did of a character from an anime called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I chose this piece for my presentation because it shows that you can do one simple drawing every single day. Also, this guy Jotaro happens to be one of my favorite anime characters at the moment. This is a drawing of a shark's jaw I did in my art class again. For this piece, I used a pencil, pen, ink, and quill. As you can see in the close-up picture, I did some cross-hatching with the quill to create a shadow effect. I think it turned out pretty well. This is the Shibuya cityscape that I did for my dad for Christmas. I only used one line for the entire piece. This is my interpretation of the view from our art room's window at school. The tower in the back is Tokyo Skytree. As you can probably guess from the picture on the left, I am a big Star Wars fan. This is a drawing of an Imperial shuttle, one of my favorite ships. And the drawing on the right is a fine liner drawing of my hand. This piece is inspired by Basquiat's art. Basquiat is one of my favorite artists. I have used a panel from an old chest of drawers to create this piece and gave it to my mom, who also loves Basquiat, for her birthday. This piece is also inspired by Basquiat. Here I used acrylic paints, markers, and some collage. It is one of my favorite pieces. I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I hope to inspire some other kids to start drawing too. Bye!
Wow.
Nice, Max.
Thank you so much for putting that together this morning.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So really, really great. I'm going to stop sharing. Let's just do that. Yeah, amazing, Max. Good job. Where are you? Are you there? Okay, really great. You've done an awesome job. Yeah, just keep drawing, dude. And Mila, my daughter, is also fantastic. She's got a very good hand as well. So we hope she'll share some of her. She'll be maybe back a little bit later. So great job, UST. And I think with any other parents out there or any educators, I think you can see the potential of this. This is all done on, in a browser. It can be done on a phone, a tablet, or a computer. And there's no video involved. There's no video camera. It's just still images. And I think they're extremely powerful presentations. Max's presentation was a 10 by 20, so 10 slides for 20 seconds. And that's a kind of a good sort of time length, I think, for a school. We've experimented with 10 by 10s as well, yeah. But as you can see, the kids are good at 20 by 20s as well. So anyway, thank you, UST. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Max, Mila.
Thank you, Natasha.
Awesome. Thank you, PechaKucha, as well, for this great opportunity.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Hydrate.
Yes, thank you, Natasha. Come check on us later, please. Come check on us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Great job. Great job. All right. So moving on, we're going to stay in Tokyo, and we're going to chat to some other great friends that we've known really through Super Deluxe. PechaKucha started in our event space called Super Deluxe, and it was a musical box of chocolates, and we had lots of really amazing musicians. Morgan Fisher, who is a musician extraordinaire, played 100 events at Super Deluxe.
Wow.
And there's a huge history there. In fact, Morgan played back in the deluxe days when we were in our first warehouse in Tokyo. We got to know one another. And so Morgan's. I don't know who's going first. I don't know
Whatever.
Sam's queued up.
Oh, Sam's queued up.
Sam's queued up. Go, Sam.
Yeah.
So I'll do Sam. So Sam is also plays with Morgan in Super Deluxe, and is a great poet, musician, and percussionist. And we thought it'd be great to get them on. Sam also is a really interesting photographer, and the photos that Catherine showed, and the ones that I've just shown about normal Tokyo, not the Tokyo you see that's behind Brian. There is a normal side to Tokyo, and it's very much well. So I'm not sure what Sam's going to talk about, but why don't we zoom in on Sam? Do you want to say something before you start, Sam, or how do you want to play this?
Hello, everyone in internet land. Can you hear me?
Good, Mike.
Great, yeah.
Very good, very good. All right, beautiful.
Impressed. Over to you.
All right.
Oh. Okay. Seeing our dirty underwear. Sorry about that, Sam.
No problem.
Okay. All right, the 20. Yeah, just tell us when to start. You ready?
Yep, ready. Rust, brokenness, and decay are conditions that are often thought of or characterized as negative. But I find beauty in all of them, especially as our everyday surroundings become by the day less rusty and less broken, and where decay is hidden or quickly done away with, replaced by the shiny and the new. Rust is a reminder, a humbler of humanity. We make walls, fences, barriers. We make them strong. But time and the elements are the ultimate winners. They laugh at our impenetrable barriers, and they do away with them little by little. I like that reminder. Brokenness is an inspiration. When we see something broken, we are often inspired to fix it, to make it better, make it work again. Or sometimes things just stay broken. We can't always fix everything. And sometimes broken things are more interesting, more inspiring because of their very brokenness. Decay is an inevitability. While some grand monuments of the past seem immortal, like the pyramids or the Great Wall of China, even these are decaying. And obviously, so many of the things that surround us are decaying, just as we ourselves, as we age, are undeniably decaying. I've been documenting rust, brokenness, and decay here in Tokyo for the past 25 years. One thing about Tokyo that many forget or never learn due to unfamiliarity with the nooks and crannies is that the gleaming, shiny, futuristic metropolis so many associate with the name Tokyo is not the whole story. When I think of Tokyo, I'm more likely to think of these kinds of scenes as opposed to the gleaming towers of Shinjuku or other business districts. The parts of Tokyo most familiar and beloved to me are the humble, low-rise areas, including Shitamachi, which means the old downtown. That's what I've called home for a quarter of a century now. And I feel fortunate when I happen upon a decrepit old abandoned house like this one and manage to document it photographically, because I know it will likely be gone next week or a month or a year from now. But it represents to me lives lived and architectural aesthetics which are dead and almost gone. These flimsy sliding doors, mostly glass, with their spindly wooden frames, these used to be sufficient at street level as front doors of dwelling places or shops. Those few remaining ones that we still see scattered around town, their days are numbered, but they remind us of a different era that lingers on only as a fleeting architectural memory. And we see how folks who still inhabit some of these creaky old houses, many of them little more than shacks really, struggle to keep them from falling apart around them. Some are literally held together by duct tape and a prayer. Then you pass the same place next week, sure enough, it's gone. Speaking of empty lots, the sudden new view one gets when some old building inevitably goes down often gives one a new perspective for a little while of the back of some other old place that will once again be out of sight once the new building goes up. I never miss a chance to snap those views in those brief windows of opportunity. Moving in closer to old houses like these, we often find these curious little old metal plaques nailed to the woodwork near the doors. I'm not always familiar with what they represent. Some sort of identification, some mark of registration declared mandatory by the local government, perhaps. I'm not sure. Another aspect of rust and decay that I rarely fail to notice in my travels around town are old signs. I love the combination of rust and the other degradations wrought by the elements onto old signs full of kanji characters that I can't, sorry to say, even read in the first place. Mystery upon mystery. Here's another old sign. Its message is slowly being lost to the ravages of time. There's no way for me to resist taking a photo of something so beautiful. I find it poetic. If your mental image of Tokyo is informed strictly by movies like Lost in Translation or the ubiquitous shots of the scramble crossing in front of Shibuya Station, this won't be the kind of thing that screams Tokyo to you. You'd be more likely to guess it's from some old barn in Tennessee or something. But this is the micro-level Tokyo that my eye is continually drawn to. Like this rusty old mail slot, a ubiquitous feature of old houses around town. How many letters pass through it? How many New Year's cards? And how many more to come? Probably not too many more. Here's another expert broken glass repair job. I'd argue that the person who did this is a true artist with the adhesive, obviously going for a whimsical 9-tentacled octopus motif. Nice job. Rust and peeling paint. Now I'm in heaven. I like how this could be some aerial view of another planet's surface, but it's just around the corner from my house. Another abandoned building soon to meet the wrecking ball. Here in Tokyo, we sometimes see that certain aspect of plant life slowly reclaiming abandoned structures. And I like to document that whenever I come across it. Again, this isn't the sort of image we associate with the buzzing metropolis, but if you look for it, you might find it. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this little window onto a lesser-known aspect of our big old Tokyo town. The part that's rusty, broken, and decaying, and soon to be gone forever. The new generation of prefab housing with its awful plastic siding won't age in the ways we've seen here. Alas, such is progress. Now, aside from snapping pictures of this funky old stuff, I do play music. I write and sing songs, and I hope you'll check out some of my stuff at my website, polarityrecords.com. Also at the site, you'll find a great number of curated galleries that I've put together, all sorts of stuff that you might find of interest. Please visit, and thanks for listening, friends.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Seeing your images on Facebook, which blew me away, but with your dulcet tones, it was really
dulcet
in the chat box there. But yeah, that Rust, love Rust.
Yeah, you can't beat Rust, man. Rust is so beautiful.
Hey, I was thinking while you're talking, you know, because Tokyo's on the coast. Most people don't probably think about that, but it's a coastal city.
Sure, and a lot of sea air, a lot of ocean air coming in, and it's plenty of rust, you know.
Yeah, and just those shots, that shot that was like, you know, a Martian moonscape, you know.
Yeah.
Was I was thinking it's like absolutely right. It's like a satellite image just around the corner.
Yeah, there you go.
But again, it was a little bit like Catherine looking at this micro scale. You know, you have to, if you don't look, you're not going to find it. You know?
Sure.
And it's amazing what is there, and amazing what decay, how important decay is, or how beautiful decay can be.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Are you from the Rust Belt? Whereabouts are you from?
Well, I'm from the deep South. We don't exactly call it the Rust Belt. We call it the Bible Belt, unfortunately. Yeah, I was born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama.
Right.
And, I got out of there as soon as I could, though. I left in '77, around the age of 20.
Okay.
And went north and never went back. And I've been here in Tokyo for 25 years.
Right, yeah. Anyway, thank you for a really awesome presentation. Really, really amazing.
Thanks so much, Mark.
Sam, you got a lot of fans in the chat here. Such talent. Love his voice.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I think you're gonna have some new fans for your music and for your
Go to my website. Go to my website. Go to my website.
That's
Sam,
great.
Yeah, Sam, I'd like to say I took very similar photos in my early years in Japan too.
There you go. I mean, how can you not? It's just, you know, it's there.
Well, I think maybe partly because as a foreigner here, you have less contact with local people somehow. When you walk around a lot, you often like are on your own, and you start looking at things closer.
Yeah.
That's what happened with me. And funnily enough, 30 years ago, I met Dennis Hopper here.
Oh.
And he just published a book of photos very much like that. Even a wild and crazy guy like that
wow,
needs his quiet moments.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate it. Beautiful selection there, Sam.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I just one more brief thing. I think Tokyo is an especially good city for this kind of stuff. I mean, not to say that Paris and New York are not visually interesting, but there's this kind of micro level stuff going on here, especially with these weird rusty old buildings you just don't find in, you know, Paris or New York. Everything's more samey. Here, you know, you find a little cranny and you go like, oh my God, look at that. It's still there. You can't believe it. Go to my website.
And did you ever find people passing by looking at you thinking, well, what is he photographing? There's nothing there.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That happens all the time, man.
Right.
Completely quizzical looks like, what in the world are you taking a photograph of? And sometimes people ask me, you know, not this guy. I'm like, yeah, it's real interesting. Right.
Anyway, thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Mark.
Just please hang in there, man. And I think everybody wants to know what mic you use. I think that was another question.
Okay, just briefly, this mic is an very old microphone from the former East Germany. Back when before unification, it's a company called PechaKucha, and I think it was the brother of Neumann, the famous German microphone maker, who split, and I think one brother wound up on one side of the Berlin Wall and the other on the other, you know, and PechaKucha was an East German company. And
is that a ribbon mic?
It's not a ribbon mic. It's got a little diaphragm in it, but it is a condenser mic, and it sounds great. Yeah, I love it. I've been using it for years.
Thank you. So other part of the duo here is Morgan Fisher. Morgan, as we say, we've known for a long time. Morgan used to play Morgan's organ in Super Deluxe for 100 sessions which was a world record. But Morgan was also, it was top of the pops in England. He was #1 in, I think, when you were 21 with Love Affair with Everlasting Love.
I was 18.
When 18, it's incredible, straight out of school and straight into the charts. And then he's played with a number of bands, and he toured with Queen. He was the 5th member of Queen when Queen had a keyboard player, and toured with them. But he's best known for playing with Mott the Hoople, and a band that was big in the 70s,
yeah,
70s, I guess. And they reformed, and they've been playing, and maybe you'll talk about that. If not, we'll talk about it in another way a little bit later. But Morgan is also a fantastic artist and does lots of light work, and we really love his light paintings. But I won't spoil his presentation. I've not seen what you're presenting, so why don't we hand it over to you, Morgan?
Oh, Mark, you've almost introduced it already, because you know, when I saw that it was basically, this has to be about things you love. And one of the things I've loved most in my 35 years here is that 10 years that I was playing at Super Deluxe. So my presentation is basically a kind of homage to Super Deluxe, which you started.
The birthplace of PechaKucha.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So roll it any time. Here we are, here's Super Deluxe, and it started in 2003. Mark opened this place in Ishiazabu, and it was like a second home to me. It was a large club, a live house, unlike most in Tokyo. And there's Mark and some friends, and there's Mike at the bottom there, and there's a kitchen staff making a Christmas turkey. And I started a series of concerts called Morgan's Organ, and this is the flyer for the first one. And Sam played with me at this first concert, and it was incredible, because it was a place I felt completely free in, that I could do anything I want, and I wanted to improvise, and I wanted to experiment. And that was really encouraged in this place. It was just ripe for that. And here is Super Deluxe. Notice the red stripes on the wall. I'd forgotten about that. The red stripes, like a Japanese Matsuri festival, also just like the Marquee Club in London, where I played in the 60s and 70s. It also had the same red stripes, so I felt very at home. This is one of the concerts where I brought my pipe organ, and standing with me is Mike Kubek, who's the manager of the club, who basically decided what kind of music went on there, and this pretty bizarre music most of the time. It was a cutting edge place, not only music, but also film and dance and poetry, all kinds of things. So there's one of my keyboard setups. I would take down different keyboards from my collection, and you can't see it on the right because the little windows are in the way. But that's me, where I suddenly knocked my glasses over my head and onto my back. And they stayed there, and someone actually got a photo of it. So I thought, I'm pretty boring to look at just sitting playing, so let's have some visuals while I play. And one category was old movies. I started collecting old copyright-free movies and documentaries, things like that. This is people coming out of a factory 100 years ago, in which they would shoot and then show the people the next day. This second category was old horror movies. And Sam took all these photos, and he caught, just at the right time as the movie was going by, he caught all these amazing faces. So, Super Deluxe had 3 projectors, so you could fill the entire wall with images. Now, one day, 6 years ago, we had a birthday party for Mark. It was his 50th birthday, also with his friend Adam Curry. And they asked me and Sam to play. So once again, we went down there and made a lot of noise. And I like the thing at the bottom there, somebody from Osaka, didn't like Tokyo. Another band who played that night was the 5678s, who are an all-girl retro band. And Mark and Adam joined in with them. And at the bottom, you can see there was a pole dancer as well, who ended up dancing on Mark's shoulders. I joined in with the 5678s for the first time, wearing red like them, but just by coincidence. And now I'm known as number 9. On the left here is Tarantino, who loved the 5678s as well and put them in Kill Bill. On the right is John Waters, who was a big fan of theirs as well. And he introduced them at some festivals in the States quite recently. Another category of visuals that I showed when I played was my own light paintings, which you see here. And Super Deluxe was open for doing art exhibitions as well, because they had all these huge white walls. In fact, the toilet was one of the best places to see modern art in Tokyo, because it was changing all the time. And here's another example of what I do, a light painting. I don't do computer graphics. I just wave a camera around, basically. That's my style of light painting. A lot of people do light painting where they wave the light around, but I'm more free because anything can be my light. So this was a firework from one of the festivals. Nature has always been a very important visual to me. This is actually in a different club, but I wanted to show it because I think it's a nice photo. And again, I was searching for old movies of nature because I find them much more attractive than the very modern high-tech camera work you see in like David Attenborough programs. So here's a selection of images that I found. Along the bottom, you can see kind of dancing sea slugs. And then along the top, you've got leaves and flowers and some time-lapse photography too. I always found that accompanied my music very well. And people would often say, you know, did you play the music to fit the visual? And I say, no, it was your mind that made it fit. Here's some of my vintage keyboards. Top left is a Yamaha organ. Top right is a French kalimba. And bottom left is a German tube synthesizer from the 50s. And bottom right is a bunch of toys, because to me, toys are instruments. One of my favorite instruments is on the right here. It's an ondioline, which is another valve tube synthesizer, which is the same age as me. So it's from 1950. And the man looking at it, it was the salesman from that time who personally came and checked it out when I had it all refurbished in Paris. So after 100 Morgan's organs, I just thought, you know, I love doing it, but it's time for a change. So we had the finale. And again, I invited Sam to join, plus one of Tokyo's wonderful live painters, Kida Oikawa, who does live painting, means you paint while the band plays. She not only painted the wall, she painted my jacket, my organ. She then went on to paint Sam's shirt while we were playing. And the reason for this was, well, there were a lot more people in the club than there usually were. I usually had about 20 to 40 people. So at this last event, the 100th event, I made a graph because Morgan's organ started at the same time as PechaKucha, almost the same day. And within 10 years, they'd reached 600 cities. And within 10 years, I'd stayed in one city because I wasn't in this for expansion. This was a petri dish for making music. Anyway, the last show was packed. And here's the photo that I took of the audience. And it was a wonderful event. And it really was a second home to me, Super Deluxe. Unfortunately, it closed 2 years ago, and we wait for a new something deluxe to come, Mark. Thank you very much. Love you.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Oh man, so many memories there.
Super Deluxe.
A lot of memories there. It was hard to choose, you know.
Yeah, Super Deluxe is still living. Mike is, we're trying to put something together. Luckily, we didn't open something new because the pandemic would have really put, you know, the kibosh on it.
Yeah.
So we were quite lucky, in fact. But something's in the works. Something's always in the works, isn't it, Morgan? With you as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm continuing performing in my own home studio, or at least until the pandemic. I've been doing it at home, and Sam has played here, and a lot of other people.
Yeah, and you've been also doing these things with Sam, where you're playing, you know, with 3 people in different places, and there's software that brings it all together. So there's no lag or echo that we're all so used to. But yeah, I'm really fascinated too. But you're a tinker at heart, aren't you? You're a tinker with toys and organs and cameras. You know, and I
like Sam. In fact, we both did a concert one time where we were sampling old 78 RPM records, sampling them and looping them in real time and playing over them. It's really old tech meets new tech. So much fun.
That's right.
No, it's really interesting. Hey, I'm Brian. Can I share my screen again?
Sure.
Because what we've been doing, Morgan, is we've been experimenting with these slightly shorter formats, and we've been asking people to tell us what they love through one image and 20 seconds, and we'll compile all of them at a later date into a super PechaKucha, just 20 seconds thing. So I'm just going to share my screen because we have a little message for you here. Yeah.
Lovely.
Let's go to this one. Maybe, hold on. Let's not do this one here. So yeah, we have a little message. Let me go full screen.
I know this one.
It's only 20 seconds. And yeah, it's when we went up to, that's my daughter Mila here. And we went up to see Morgan play one of his first concerts in the UK in 40 years with Ian Hunter and Mott the Hoople. And so we edited that bottle of Moe a little bit. So it's well, anyway.
Good job.
Here's a 1x20 from Mila.
Shout out to Morgan Fisher, an amazing musician and an absolute rock star who continues to inspire me to do what I love, music. Seeing him perform with Ian Hunter in Manchester was so exciting, and I hope to see Morgan again soon so we can jam out like we've always wanted to do. Thank you, Morgan, for being such a great inspiration.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mila. I can't wait to hear your music because I know it's going to be amazing.
Thank you so
You're the
much.
most mature 13-year-old. You're probably older now. The most mature 13-year-old I've ever met.
Thank you.
And I bet you're just a great musician. So let's play sometime.
No, she's fantastic, and they're both yeah. I have to show you Max's music composition another day on the iPad, Max. That was funny, but anyway, no, Mila's fantastic, and her art is great, and her music is really wonderful too. So, thank you for inspiring her. Thank you for inspiring us, and let's all get together again as soon as we can. So, thanks a lot, Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
What have I got here? No, hold on.
I've got that.
we have quite a few of those. So yeah, just for those lovely.
The applause one. Top left is the applause.
That's right.
Man knows the machine.
He knows the machine, yeah, and that's this one's for you, Sam. Hold on. Okay.
I just want to take a moment to conclude hour 4. Hour 4 is in the books. Okay. And we're officially, I think, moving on to hour 5.
Well, thank you all. Please hang about if you want to. And oh, one thing. There was our 50th birthday, myself and Adam Curry from MTV. There was a shot of it says "Fuck Tokyo" or something there. Yeah, that was Hugo's T-shirt. The guy, I love Osaka. I love Osaka. Fuck Tokyo. From you, from the barbecue guy. So we can talk to him a little bit later about that.
Great, that's great. I had to show that.
Okay, so Brian, have we got the slide that takes us into?
Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Hour 5.
Great. Well, who is on the call? Hopefully we're going from Tokyo to fantastic Bangkok, and Shane. I don't know if you're on the call, Shane.
Shane's here. Shane, hop on the call.
Open your mic.
Where'd Shane go? There he is.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi,
Shane.
How are you? Long time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Somehow
Oh, man, it's been a long time since in person. Huh?
I can't get my audio to work. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. So Shane is again a good friend. He's almost one of our clients. In fact, we designed a bookstore, and what do you call it here? So we designed this oasis, a cultural oasis in the heart of Bangkok, called Open House, and there was a large bookstore. And Shane was the curator of books, and still is a curator of books, and he's a really a fantastic person with an incredible knowledge about Asian art and Asian books. And Shane's been running PechaKucha Night in Bangkok, and always hosts a really great event with incredible speakers. So over to you for a little bit, Shane.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for distracting me from Clubhouse, which is taking over Thailand by the storm. This is Shane, PechaKucha Bangkok organizer. Last year, we were lucky to have hosted one of Bangkok's events before the lockdown. And this year, we were very happy to celebrate your birthday again. So happy birthday, PechaKucha. As if nothing has changed, but everything has changed over a year. Just briefly to update you about Bangkok, the situation now. We have second wave of December over New Year's, but situation now been much improved, and we're trying to keep our guards up. Numbers are down, and we hope for the best and for the incoming vaccine. So everybody's, business is starting to getting back to normal again after the new year. And it's if I may coin the cliche, may you live in interesting times. And Bangkok is the most interesting place to be at the moment because of the unpredictable nature of politics and business and everything else. And for this time, I'm here at the Colophon Library at the new Central Original Store, as you can see in the in my back here, which is a knowledge center of Bangkok's oldest neighborhood in Charoen Krung. And this building has 5 floors with civilized cafe and sound club and a fine dining restaurant upstairs called Akson. And it's everyone's must-stop on your Bangkok's next visit for sure.
Say that if you've been to Bangkok, our client, the Central Group, is a huge company, and it's the 5th biggest department store in the world, and many sort of department stores across Thailand. This is where the first store was. That was correct, yeah. This is where. And they've just opened this really fabulous 5-story cultural hub with library and music. And it's sort of an extension of our first project in Bangkok called Open House, as I was talking about. That's what we met Shane.
And so today we have 4 presenters, architects and photographers, Tom Pottisit and Takano Todo, which is over here, and Mattia Baldi from Italy, who's a photographer based in Bangkok, and Atikom Sangchai is also a photographer here based in Bangkok as well. So so I don't know.
First up is Mattia.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for having me.
So what, Shane, are we ready? Can we get right into it?
Yes, please. My cue was Tom first, but Matthias first is okay.
Oh, I think we've got, sorry. Do I have that? Am I mistaken here? No, I think I've got Mattia queued up. Sorry about that.
Okay.
We'll roll with it. Is that okay. All right. Mattia, when you're ready, just tell me and I'll start the slides.
Okay, I'm ready.
See you then.
Hi to all.
Hi there. Thank you for joining International today.
Fantastic. I didn't know that you guys were behind the beautiful open house project. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
And it's really an oasis inside a very different kind of place in Bangkok. It's really the end. I mean, you guys know, of course, but maybe for people who never visit Bangkok, it's a very special area, and it's a completely different building. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see if I can do this. Okay, so my name is Mattia Baldi, and today I want to talk about my life story, and now I arrived to publish my latest book. It's called Casting, a Book About Women. So all started back in 2006, actually, when I decided from Italy to move to China. And after my master's degree in photography, moving to Beijing before the Olympics sounded like an excellent way to start my career. Once I was there, I did everything, as the slide is showing right now, even movie actor, which was one of the most normal thing to do for foreigners at that time. And it was a very, very crazy experience most of the time, as you can imagine. In 2013, I got a contract for be an automotive photographer and for Ford. And I moved to Bangkok, place that never been before that time. And for me, it was a wonderful place. As soon as I realized where I was after a few weeks, for me, it was really, really amazing. But I started to shoot campaigns for brands, not only cars, and advertising in general. And that started to, grow inside myself a kind of passion and hate at the same time, because there were some things in the advertising world that I didn't like, that I felt they were gross and fake and overdone, and the general feeling of something that was going on. So I always felt attracted to, don't know if you ever went to a model agency, there are all of these beautiful little photographs. Okay, I passed to the other slide already by 20 seconds. Okay, so something was going on clearly, and I couldn't keep up really with the pace, the same as now. And what was going on? There was like a lot of overproduced photos, especially here in Asia, same as in Japan or Korea, where you are, but also in the Western world. And there are now softwares that are very accessible, very easy to use, extremely easy to use, most of the time even free, and are really changing how people see themselves, through social media, and so how the people see themselves 24/7, basically. So we have some examples here in the slides. They're really, it's normal right now. It's the standard to modify completely your face to look like something that is not you, is not anyone else actually, but it's an idea, is a standard that someone somehow want you to be. And I always found that pretty interesting to look at as a phenomenon in general. So I gather all of my ideas. I like natural photos, and I don't like overproduced photos, over Photoshop photos. So I started to shoot, but very randomly, very, very easy, very, I was not going to make a book, I was just taking some photos, and I had some friends, models, actresses, dancers who really helped me. And we started in my rooftop, actually, to take these photos in black and white, without any flash, any reflective panel, any Photoshop, any editing, and mostly any makeup even, that really wanted to show how the people look like for me. And that was almost 2 years ago. So almost like, let's say, almost before the pandemic, I decided to gather all the photos together and see how many there were. And there were more than 13,000 shots. So I was like, wow, maybe we should publish this. It's an actual interesting concept. There are lots of good shots that show like people how they really are. Like, doesn't really matter how they feel or at the moment of the shooting, how they wanted to be, but are really them. And the feedback from these people was wonderful. So I found a publishing house in Italy called Sei per Sei. And thank you also to all the models that participate to this project, the modeling agency who helped me to find the right people that really wanted to do this, which of course was completely different from their day job, where they look amazing with the, completely Photoshop skin and blah, blah, blah. And I found Zoom Model, that here in the slide, there is Alexandra, the director of Zoom Models, who really understood what I wanted to do. And there was something different, something that maybe people need to see. So I wasn't really going to, publish it just for the sake of publishing something for me, but for make something that maybe someone can see it and realize some concepts that are going on right now. So we have a crowdfunding campaign that went really, really successful. We reached the 120% in less than 20 days. the help was from all over the place, like from America, Europe, Italy, where I'm from, China, where I lived for almost 10 years, and many other places. People really love what we were doing, and that it's something that was like very driven for me, and say, okay, now maybe it's something that we really have to do it and distribute it all around the world, because it's not only about Asia, and the models and people that work here, which maybe felt it a little bit more than other places, but apparently it was a global phenomenon, was something that people really felt all over the place. And that's something to say like, wow, so probably we have to do something about it. We had, together with Shane, beautiful discussions about not only the book, but like concepts that are related to beauty in modern times. We have a beautiful event about Fellini, for example, in his concept of these women. They are always in the Fellini movies. And since it's about love, my deepest love and gratification was actually see the book in the bookstores and distributed, and people appreciate it. Just yesterday, we reached America, so it's distributed also in the United States, and that's it. Thank you.
Very nice. Wonderful presentation.
What's tough, guys? What's tough?
Wow, you did great.
Whoa.
That was beautiful. Beautiful images. I really love them. I feel like I can. The book looks amazing. I want to touch the pages. The pages look like they have a tactile. You know, they look very like beautiful paper. Yeah, give me a closer look. Yeah, I can see the. Yeah, I know how that paper feels. I want to feel it in my hand.
So I have to say, we are getting the very positive feedbacks, especially about the actual book, more than the photos, because they made really a wonderful product. And it's a very large book. It's 32 centimeters. It's all shot in medium format. So you can see like all the details and the quality of the paper. It's I'm more than satisfied. I can describe how happy I am in this terrible year that we had. Give me the opportunity to sit down to see 13,000 shots, 13,500 shots. Wow. And yeah, of course, some models were left out the book, otherwise it would be a Bible, so but who knows, maybe another day. Yeah.
You just said it was shot in medium format. Not that I want to open up that old trope, but like, did you shoot it on film or did you shoot it medium format digital?
Digital. We shot with a phase one camera. So you can imagine how many shots are all medium format shots. Just to, I used to not see them for weeks or maybe even months. So until my actual card was full, I haven't had the chance to look at all of them. So, and that helped me kind of feeling thing. I started with film, so I really like this slowness of medium format digital cameras.
Putting some space between you and the moment you see the photo really helps you maybe look at it a little bit more objectively.
Listen, yeah, and not only because I think it's a good thing in general, but also because it gives, as a photographer or as a painter, artist, whatever, the deepest, like, gratification for you, because you can see the thing, maybe not at 100%, maybe 80% if you reach the level anyway, to see it as you are another person looking at your work, and then you like it or you don't like it. Right. That's the goal of everything for me. So that's it.
Yeah, I like that notion they were in your camera for some time. When we design a building or an interior and it gets photographed, I actually don't like. First of all, I can't photograph my own work. I get too stressed, and then somebody else photographs it, and I'm not very happy, as Brian knows. I'm not very happy with the pictures. But 6 months later,
don't say that.
I'm really happy with them. But I'm not happy at the moment. They were not Brian's photos, but he knows that the stress I go through as an architect to get your work taken, and it's very interesting what you were talking about. just now, and I'm so amazed what depth and what saturation you can get from just black and white. Your images are incredible.
Thank you. No, it's a mix of the phase one. Now, not to get too technical to bore the people that are not technical or don't care, but it was important also for the concept. So I could have shot it with a normal Nikon. It would have been much easier actually, and faster to process everything together, especially. But the details was very important, because what we are missing, especially in the phone shots, are the details of a person that makes us what we are. So even like, you know, some little imperfections are very important. So I wanted that to be as three-dimensional as possible.
Right.
And then we printed offset. It's kind of a three-tone, so it was a kind of a expensive kind of offset print style, and the paper is really nice. So you can really see, you know, if a person have wear like a ring and then have remove it. I'm kind of crazy about these things now, you know, like have some scars, some little dots, some little things. It's superficial elements are for me quite important.
Cool. Very good.
Okay, let's.
Thank you. So
Shane, yeah, take it away, Shane.
Love of books and photographs. That's what brought us together, and also China and Taoism, and Matthias has very wide interest.
Yeah, we recently discovered this thing with me and Shane that we didn't know before. So I came to Asia for study Taoism and to start my career, but mostly to learn Chinese and Taoism related practices. So then we discovered this common thing with Shane recently.
Yes, that's a very nice
to say, and we know that in the PechaKucha world as well. Yeah, many fantastic connections. So lovely presentation.
Who do we have up next?
Shane, the next presenter is Takanao, but he seems to have hopped off the call maybe momentarily. So maybe we should come back to him and go to Atikom. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
I don't know where Takanao has gone. He's left the Zoom call. He seems to have left the Zoom call. I think we'll. Does anybody know if he's in the room? I can't seem to see him anywhere. He seems to have left the call. So we'll try to find him, and we'll come back to him in just a moment. Let me queue up the next presenter's slides. Just one moment, please. We'll roll with it. Share screen. And okay, there we go. Yeah, are we ready to go? Is that okay? Am I saying your name right? Atikom.
Okay,
oh, I think
we're ready to go.
Yeah, I think you need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Okay, yes.
There we go.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear you great.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to join this PechaKucha. It's my first time here, so I'm pretty excited. Yeah, I'm a documentary photographer based in Bangkok. Yeah, and my passion in photography started from traveling, and now I have shifted my focus to document photography, especially about the minority and endangered culture. So as I told you, traveling and photography are things that I really love, and it has taken me to many places around the world. And one of the places that I like most and I want to share with you today is Kurdistan. Yeah. But where is it exactly on the map? Well, you can never find it because it's not a country. Yeah. And Kurdistan is a geocultural region across Iran, Iraq, Turkey, and Syria. And in 2018, I visited Kurdistan for the first time, and I fell in love with it immediately. So I began exploring various parts of Kurdistan. Yeah. because many areas in Kurdistan lies in the high mountains, and stepped houses like this can be found in many villages. It's so amazing, like here in Dolao in Iran, is a great example of how people integrate their lives and architecture to the landscape. And in many villages, people still live in a traditional way, and traditional costumes are part of their daily life, such as in this photo, which was taken in Horaman Valley in Iran. The old men are wearing traditional jackets, which can be found only in this village. And Kurdish people, they have old traditions that date back to ancient times. In this photo, the old man is preparing a special soup for villagers at PechaKucha festival, and the recipe is passed down in his family for generations. So though the majority of the Kurds are Sunni Muslims, they also practice other religions too, which are ancient. Here, for example, is a group of dervish people entering a trance while they're performing ritualistic dance to connect with the god.
We may have lost Atikom. We may have like a little bit of an internet connection issue. So let's go ahead and, are you back?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Hold on. Here's what we'll do. Just hold tight. We'll go back a slide or two. I think we lost you right here. So we'll go ahead and start you back up.
Okay, yeah.
No. Sorry about that. Okay, off you go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So as I told, the majority of the Kurds, they are Sunni Muslims, but they also practice other ancient religions too. Like here in this photo, group of dervish Kurds, they are entering the trance while they are performing a ritualistic dance to reach the god. And here we are going inside the house of a Kurdish family. The lady is preparing a special bread, which is made only once a year for this festival, PechaKucha. And the bread is made of local ingredients, and it's sprinkled with like ground walnuts, which is the main produce in Horaman Valley. And local people believe that eating this bread will bring you good luck. So when I was there, I ate lots of it, yeah. So on my first trip in Kurdistan, my impression was that the region seemed like a faraway land with beautiful nature. But behind the serene landscape and the friendly smiles that I met, I also found stories of loss, of grief, sufferings, and violent oppressions by the central government of each country. Yeah. For example, in March 1988, the Iraqi government under Saddam Hussein, they carried out a chemical attack at the village of Halabja in Iraq, and it was part of a systematic ethnic cleansing against the Kurds. Around 5,000 people were killed and 7,000 people were injured. And the violent oppression made the Kurds stand up and fight back and struggle for their rights, autonomy, or even independence. And this resulted in ongoing conflicts between Kurdish separatist groups and central government for many decades. But as you know, those who suffer the most, they are always civilians like us. For example, in Şırnak, Turkey in 2015, there were violent clashes between Turkish military forces and the Kurdish separatist group, which is called PKK. And 2,000 buildings were destroyed, leaving people homeless, and ruins can still be seen until today. And because of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, many Kurdish families, they had to flee from home and they seek asylum in Western countries. But despite all this, the Kurds still show resilience and stand up for each other. Here is the celebration of the Nowruz, the Kurdish New Year in Diyarbakir, Turkey. the Turkish government, they once banned this celebration as well as expression of Kurdish culture and identity. In the past decades, central governments, they have been trying to assimilate Kurdish culture. And once there was even a ban of speaking Kurdish language in the public. And until today, it's not allowed to teach Kurdish language at school in Iran and Turkey. But that even made the Kurds stick closer together and form the Kurdish solidarity. There's a place where Kurdish men will come to meet every day, a tea house, which you can find in every neighborhood. It's an important public space for Kurdish men and secondly to the mosque. And mountains are important and symbolic features of Kurdistan, which is a landlocked region. Many people still rely on small-scale agriculture. Like here is a worker in the village in Iran getting ready for his work up in the mountains. The Kurds have a long history of fights and struggles for their rights and autonomy. Many lost their friends and family members, and some of them have to flee their home country. There is a famous Kurdish proverb that the Kurds, they have no friends but the mountains. And the high mountains also divide the Kurds into small tribes and clans, which have their own culture and language. But what unites more than 20 million of Kurds around the world together? It's their Kurdish identity, which they are really proud of. So the more I travel in Kurdistan, the more fascinating stories I found on the way, especially about that culture, which is hardly mentioned in international media. So my journey in Kurdistan as a storyteller has actually just begun. And there are many more mountains I have to cross, many roads I have to take, especially off the beaten path. So thank you for letting me sharing the stories about my journey in Kurdistan, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Wow, that was another fantastic presentation about big round of applause first of all.
Wow, amazing.
So fascinating to hear stories like this, which are real stories about areas that we don't really understand or have seen. And it's so different to what you get, we were saying earlier, so different to what you get on mainstream media.
That's right,
And just okay, sorry. So it was really fascinating and just beautiful pictures again. I mean, what's it like? Is it dangerous? Do you feel threatened, or what's when you in these?
Well, actually, I have to say that I feel pretty safe when I travel there, because these regions, they are sensitive areas, because there are many separatist groups and also terrorist attacks. So I am always, well, you can say, I can say I feel safe because I am always under the security surveillance all the time.
Right.
So I have to pass, through hundreds of checkpoints, and once I was stopped for 2 hours and they asked me questions about the purpose of my traveling, something like that. So I feel pretty safe, And another point is that when you travel around in Kurdistan and when almost no tourists go, so local people, they really welcome you and they are very excited to see you, and they treated you like you are a VIP guest. So that's what I'm so impressed about the Kurdish hospitality.
But there's a presentation about a guy, a PechaKucha presentation about a guy that cycled around the world, took 4 years, And he said it was amazing. He went through very difficult places, very dangerous places, but he never had any problems whatsoever. People would come and help him and offer him accommodation. The only problem he had was in Germany when he pitched his tent on someone's lawn. That was the only issue he had. But he said the world, again, is a really beautiful, and the default, the default for all humans is compassion. And I think
that's right, And especially I come from Bangkok, from a big city. And when I travel to small villages like this, and they offer me food and tea and even place to sleep, I had kind of a culture shock at first. how should I react, and should I really accept it, or they did it just for politeness? Yeah, but they really meant it. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, great presentation. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Shane, it was a really wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Kun Atikom. And if I may add, he's also a National Geographic photographer, and we also work on huge art archive for a university. And yeah, you can. There will be some amazing things that we can share later on. So thank you again. I'm Brian. Who do we have up next?
You're on mute, Brian. You're on mute.
Sorry. The next city that we have after your hour is Istanbul and Izmir. And I think I want to point out how it's going to be this is a wonderful forum for the world to come together. And I encourage you guys to connect to each other after on the next hour. So Shane, next up, we've got Takanao. If Takanao is back on the call, we can go over to him. Hi, Takanao. Shane, do you want to give us a little introduction of Takanao-san?
He's an architect, designer, potter, ceramicist, and he's been teaching design here and in Bangkok, and produced wonderful ceramic pieces here, and very engaged in the art and design scene here in Bangkok, and we welcome his contributions immensely here in Bangkok.
So thank you for welcoming for this amazing event. And I'm happy to join PechaKucha again. I think I presented in PechaKucha around 15 years ago when I was 20-something at the Super Deluxe. So it's great to see how it's grown, this culture all over the world.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Are you ready for us to start your slides?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'm sorry, there was a Wi-Fi issue, so
that's okay.
I ran off. Yeah, so I'm good now. Yeah.
The 20 slides are yours.
Yeah. Okay, so hello everyone. So I'm running the practice called Total Design, and I'm doing from ceramic to architecture to writing and other various kind of design field, and also many events and then consultation to promote traditional craft to be updated for today. And so today's presentation is about love. So one of the favorite quote about love is by Goethe. He said, everywhere we learn only from those whom we love. So I'd like to talk about what I learned from what I love, and then how I apply this love to my project. So this is a letter that I received from Tadao Ando. I have some questions to him, and he said, rather than I give you an answer, you have to find an answer from the book that I give you. And so please find an answer by yourself. So that was very inspiring for me to get a message from Tadao Ando. And so since then, I try to travel around the world to find what I love, and start to find out that something that I love sits in a places which is quite compact, and there's an immense difference between the quality between exterior and interior, and it's something which is very honest. So this is one of my favorite project, Galplacidia from 5th century, and this is another my love, which is a brutalism. Because brutalism in architecture, I think it's the most honest way to express an idea. So this is a Kenzo Tange's Tokyo Cathedral. Another one is a family church by Corbusier, which is completed in 2006 after his death. And so after having these experiences, I tried to use this idea as a direct approach in my work. So this is one of the projects I completed in Spain, which means that every smell has the, what's the word in Spanish? It has a character that represents each person. So I constructed a pavilion based on shape of wine barrel, and inside is painted with a real wine. And each pavilion contains a different wine. It's a cheap wine. It's like €1 per bottle. But when you could put your nose close by, you can kind of smell the aroma, and you can see the kind of differences. So when you walk through, you understand the context of the area. And of course, we had this sort of wine festival afterwards. And then it was great that many people, I was on Santiago de Compostela's path. So many people pass by and smell. And after that, it was inherited for the winery, which I'm very happy that there's an afterlife for each project. And I carry on this concept. So I constructed a similar idea to look at the distribution of lighthouse in Yokohama City. And I realized that the lighthouse is so far away today. So I tried to bring back this sense of light in the city. And so I put a pair of lighthouse-shaped street furniture. And it's hand-generated so that there's an incentive for people to come and then generate the electricity. So when they generate, this light starts to roll at the top, and it illuminates the city of Yokohama, so that it helps to give the sense of destination. I was really happy to see that, especially in the daytime, there are many kids and families start to play with it. And so this is something quite interesting, that this sort of symbolic structure has a function to attract people. And then, and so like the case in Spain, a case in Japan, that there's something quite beautiful about this engagement, as well as the afterlife. So that there are many group of high school kids, they help to paint and construct this pavilion. So after this festival in Yokohama, I inherited this pavilion for the school in Yokohama. And so there's a really nice kind of continuous story for the project. And meanwhile, I'm also practicing as a tea ceremony in Omotesenke. So this is a picture that I took. So I have a love towards tea culture, as well as I also make ceramics. And so ceramic and tea and architecture has a really good relationship, in my opinion. And so I want to understand from a micro scale. And the good inspiration that I had, the left one is the Chojiro's work of Raku, first generation, made 450 years ago. It's amazing ergonomic that they put. And also the other one is a work of Lucy Ree, collaborated with a Mingei artist, made in 1952. And this sort of love towards ceramic work started to make me want to make these ceramic works. So these are one of my favorite work that I made in Bangkok. And so that I try to use the local material, and also I try to have the kind of reflection of Bangkok context. So my actualization is that I try to collide this tea culture, Thai culture, and new technology. So this is a tea house that I constructed at the Hub Cafe. So the idea is that there's a demountable structure with a pattern in the screen. And each screen has a slightly different aperture, and it corresponds to the type of light that and the function you need. And also the pattern is deriving from the concrete block pattern in Bangkok, which is very banal and people tend to ignore. So I try to reappreciate of those aesthetic, which is tend to be forgotten and be reintroduced with a new technology using laser cut. And meanwhile, I mean, we as a group, they're all Thai people except me. And then they are enthusiasts on the tea culture. And so that I'm really happy to promote this culture through the sense of collaboration. And through this sort of collision, I kind of imagine that this new culture can emerge. And utensils that we use for the event, I use the combination of digital fabrication and the ceramics, so that there's a word called mitate in Japan that helps to bring this new aesthetic to the tea culture. So, so in this presentation, I hope you get an idea of how I got the inspiration and love, and try to execute it as a way to cultural exchange, as well as communicating with the local people. So if you're interested in, you can have a look at my Instagram and the homepage for further works. So thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Wow, wonderful.
It's interesting, isn't it? When you go from one culture into another, you see things that that culture can't see themselves. Yeah. And
exactly. Yeah, because I was studying in UK, then France for work, and in Germany and Japan, Singapore and Bangkok. So I see this sort of different cultures, and then they are significantly different. Especially in Bangkok, there's something which is very comfortable for me to collaborate with these amazing people more than any other places. And so I could see this. I think there's something quite related between Japanese culture and Thai culture, which is somehow associated. And so this is how I managed to make these collaborations, I guess.
Yeah, we find it very nice to work there, and just the temperament of Thai people. Nobody loses their temper ever. It's a real big deal if you lose your temper. You lose like losing face in Japan, and so that's really interesting. But I remember when we first arrived in Japan, we were taking pictures inside taxis of all the and the gloves and the antimacassar lace, and everyone was thinking, why are you taking that? Because we get in and go, wow, and Japanese people get in and see nothing, because it's what's normal to them. And it's interesting throughout the city as we, so we're really Tokyo people and we spot things, but it seems very similar to you, seeing in a different way with a Japanese perspective.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I really love your work. How you, as a foreigner based in Japan, and try to kind of rediscover something that we tend to not to focus on. So to me, I see this similar kind of role that I'm here in Bangkok today. And so there are many technology that I can introduce, and there are many different design concepts that I can also apply, working with what they have. So yeah,
right.
I fully agree. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Toro-san. And
thank you, Kushain.
And as you can see, we have also a mini exhibition of some of your work here in the library too. So this is his ceramic work here. Thank you again. For the illuminating presentation. And Brian, we have
Tom is up next.
Tom is up next. So Tom, hello Tom.
Hi guys.
Tom's a fashion photographer in Bangkok, and he's also a very active social activist. So
activist.
Tell us about some of his work. Go ahead.
Tom, are you ready? Shall we start the slides? All right, over to you.
Greetings from Bangkok, everyone. My name is Tom Potisit, and I am a fashion photographer, commercial photographer, and I'm gonna share my love for photography. So over the years, I have been working in the industry over many platforms and many different fields of photography. Currently working as head of creative content for a very tech-driven business, skincare business called Ally of Skin, and also running a studio called Creative Shack Studio in Bangkok, doing production work and also still photography mainly. So when you talk about photography, my passion is about driving social issues and environmental problems through my lens. And over the years, I have developed some styles that I talk about these problems, combining fashion and art as a tool. So for example, this image, I talk about the problem of the poverty, and also the problem that people get driven out from their village here in Bangkok. The community is over 200 years old. So as you can see, there's really contrast between fashion and documentary in one image. This image talk about the mothers and children behind bars. I photographed this image behind the place you call the Bangkok Hilton, which is the main jails here in Bangkok. As you can see, my work is quite colorful and it's a little bit different than many other type of photography. This one I talk about the number of the accident in Chiang Mai. You might never know that Thailand has one of the most highest number of road accidents in the world. And also as the cultural and peace ambassador of Nagaland, one of the most beautiful places in the world, I photographed this image to promote the tourism of the place. One, it is called the Forgotten Land. Photography for me is not just a way for communication, but it's also a way to drive and make a change, and to see if my interest can actually inspire people to get
you.
out.
All right, so.
Okay. So this image is a image of the tourism and gibbon and animal cruelty on the street in Bangkok. I also work with organizations such as the Marine Coastal Department of Thailand as a volunteer to study the population of the endangered marine animals in the Gulf of Thailand and the Andaman Oceans. This photograph is one of the most controversial photographs that I ever took. It's a photograph of the dead 20-meter dead whales and people working on the carcass, and also a fashion model. I took this photo to highlight the problem that people in my circles might overlook, and they probably did not care about the problem that's happening around them. So using fashion and art as a tool, I think it can, penetrate to some of the circles that we might overlook, and they probably don't care about this problem. People ask me, where do you find your inspiration? Sometimes it comes from something very simple, such as this photo. It's a photo of an ocean trash that I picked up on my holiday. And this one has won an award for the Editor Picks for Independent Photography Award 2018. Combining art, sustainable, religions, fashions, everything, it has been a taboo in the past, but in the modern days, I think we are in the age of, everyone can do anything as long as they don't step into someone's shoes. As a member of LGBT community here in Thailand, I also encourage people in my circle to step up, to speak up and speak out about what they believe in and what they can do as a person, not as their gender. So this photo was a photo of the transgender model talking about the problem of overfishing of the whales around the world. Also, I talk about and tap into the problem of LGBT depression problem in this image. So a lot of people ask me, how do I measure my work? Where do I get my inspiration? The most powerful inspiration always comes from family and some kind of love. On the left-hand side is a portrait of a 74-year-old father. On the right-hand side is him with the drag queen superstar Panchana heels. So people always ask me, how do I measure my work and if my work actually can change something? I created this piece of work as a series back maybe 2014. It's called Anatomy 101 with Surashai Saxon, to highlight the problem that we are lacking organs donations. And we exhibited this work inside the hospital, and we raised all 540 organs donors within 8 days. Let's say something, right? So all the aspect of photography that I have done last year during COVID-19, I traveled back to something very simple, to my family. My mother, who I never spent any time properly over 20 years. I photographed her with this photo book of her holding my pictures. And then I just thought, what is the most important thing in life? It's love. So it doesn't matter what you are, who you are, what you photograph, what your passion is, just keep doing and get better at it. Like me, sometimes a long time ago, I did not know that I would become a photographer today. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. That's photography with a cause, and I think that's what was and we love that. Yeah, it's very, very not only powerful work, but powerful what you do with the work. Yeah, and very, very impressive indeed. Yeah, so it's great to see that power alive in Thailand. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom.
So okay, that was great. We're running a little bit behind time, so we're gonna move it on a little bit. The next presenter is from Japan, and there's a big cause behind their project too. So it segues in really nicely, and maybe Tom can photograph some of their work or their projects in the future. There's a good collaboration between Japan and Thailand. Sorry, my phone keeps going off. It's on silent mode now, sorry. So it's really nice to welcome Mariko, if she's there. I don't know if Robin is with you. Hi, Mariko.
Hi.
Hi. Well, first, I just want to say thank you again to Shane and everybody in Bangkok. Thank you for putting together such a fantastic selection of speakers, really powerful and really wonderful. And it's it's always fascinating to work and see everybody in Thailand. So Mariko was with us exactly this time last year when we had International PechaKucha Day on the 20th of February 2020. And we had an event at lunchtime with the British Chamber of Commerce. And Mariko told us about her project called My Mizu. I'm not going to say too much more about it. What we thought we'd do today is play her presentation, and then we'll have a chat afterwards because quite a lot has happened since your presentation. So why don't we do that, and we'll have a little chat after your presentation. Does that sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Brian, are you good there?
Yeah, it's just one moment.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us anyway.
Back on a year. I can't believe it's a year already.
I know, time flies.
So my name is Mariko. I'm co-founder of My Mizu and an organization called Social Innovation Japan. I wanted to start today with a question, which is, does anybody know how many of these single-use PET bottles are produced in Japan every year? You have until the next slide to guess. Want to shout? 5 billion, 10 billion. Any more? 25 billion. So that's enough to go around the earth 128 times if you line them up end to end. And that is a crazy number. And in Japan, we often have the narrative, oh, but the recycling is so great. Yes, recycling is great, but one, you can only recycle a PET bottle so many times. And number two, actually over 15% of the bottles that we use here in Japan are not recycled. So that means 3.9 billion plastic bottles are not recycled. They're incinerated, they go to landfill, or worse, they're lost to our rivers and oceans. And you know what is crazy is that we live in Japan, where we pride ourselves on tasty, healthy drinking water. And so why are we seeing sales grow of bottled water here? And, you know, it's a shame because I think I've lost a slide here, but when, you know, me and my co-founder, Robin, we both love nature, and we were spending some time in Okinawa, and, you know, the beautiful oceans, we're so lucky here to have this amazing scenery around us. And yet when we started to go just a little bit off the beaten track, we started to see the reality of our own consumption. So PET bottles, plastic, washing up on the shore. And we'd worked in this space for some time, but it wasn't until we saw this thing with our own eyes that we realized the immediacy and the scale of the issue that we're facing. And, you know, when we talk about recycling, yes, it's great, but actually the real issue here is about our consumption and the sheer scale of it. And so, you know, it's not uncommon in Japan to see scenes like this. And the reality is that when you are thirsty, currently the easiest and the most convenient thing to do is to buy a PET bottle. There's probably more vending machines than people in this country. But what if we could make it more convenient to carry your own bottle around and refill because we don't need it? We're surrounded by water. What if we could just drink that instead? And that's where we came up with the idea for My Mizu. So My Mizu is a platform where we connect users to places that they can refill their bottles for free. It includes places like parks, stations, where you can just help yourself, but also we have businesses on the platform. So those of you who don't like refilling in a park, you can find a really cool cafe or a shop that will help you refill. And we have over nearly 200,000 refill spots globally. It's really easy to use. You open up the app, you look for the place that's nearest to you, you take your bottle and you refill. If it's a shop or a business, they might ask you to ask a member of staff, but they sign up on the condition that even if you're not a paying customer, they will refill your bottle. And here, you know, we're really focused not just on providing places, you know, the public have provided, but for example, we have shops like Patagonia, Lululemon, the Hilton Hotel in Nagoya, Blue Bottle, all these places, we actually haven't pitched to them. They've seen what we're doing and they're like, what you're doing is great and we want to be a part of this. So we have over 360 stores around Japan and internationally signed up, including, for example, Audi Japan, who has signed up over 130 of their dealerships across Japan. And it's a pretty easy offering for them because they get to increase foot traffic to their stores. It's basically free for them to provide this water. They can enhance their brands. Everyone's talking about the SDGs, but what does that mean? this is a very tangible way for them to do a very easy thing and to contribute to their local community as well and to help to build a more sustainable and livable city. On the app side, we actually give users a chance to be a part of this movement and to create something together. So if there's a spot that's not already on the map, then what you can do is open up the app and add it yourself. And you can see some of our users here on the right who have found refill spots and added them themselves and tell us about it on social media. And we really try and gamify it. So it's, you know, you can see here some of the reviews that we've received is, it's better than Pokemon Go. That's probably saying too much, but that's really what we're aiming for. And, you know, we actually only launched 5 months ago, but we've had over 20,000 downloads in 35 countries and a 4.9 rating. And, you know, we've really been overwhelmed by the response. And it really is all about the people as well, because, you know, we can't do this alone. And we found like influencers who are like, hey, I was waiting for something like this. And they've taken it upon themselves to create YouTube videos about how to use My Mizu. We've had over 150 people sign up and say, I want to spread this in my town or in my country. We have a team in Singapore, in Vancouver, people who are just doing this off their own back. But we know that doing good is not enough. And so we recently launched just a month ago a refill tracker, which is essentially a way for us to start to measure the impact that we're having. And so every time you refill, you can click, hey, I've refilled, and start to see how many PET bottles and how much CO2 you've saved by doing that. And we can see your individual action, but also cumulatively. And as My Mizu, we've saved over 4,000 PET bottles so far in just a month. We obviously can't do this alone, so we have an amazing network of partners, including corporate partners who, you know, they basically come to us and say, how can we help you? You know, the power of the media is so strong in Japan, and we're lucky to have a lot of extensive media coverage, which is helping us to reach new people, and also, you know, pilot projects, for example, with Kobe. And we spend a lot of our time, you know, giving talks like this, helping to spread what we think is actually a very easy solution. And so when we talk about the SDGs, often it's hard to say, to think about what you can do as an individual and what you can do as a company. But part of what we're trying to use My Mizu is to show that it doesn't have to be a complex solution. You can start simple and grow from there. So what have I learned? It's been a crazy, crazy 5-6 months. It's grown beyond our wildest dreams. We've learned that there is a huge desire for change out there, even here in Japan, where people are saying, nah, it's not going to happen. And, you know, we have an amazing team together of people who are passionate, users messaging us saying, thank you so much for making this. I was waiting for this. And companies also reaching out and saying, how can we help? But we've also, perhaps more importantly, learned that technology alone is not enough, and it's really about the people. And so, you know, it's great to have all this desire for change, but the real power of technology, I think, is when you can channel that and say, and to bring that together and use the technology to create a real impact. And how can you help? Well, we're using our new refill tracker. We've just launched a campaign to save 1 million bottles by the end of this year. We have an amazing opportunity with the Olympic and Paralympic Games coming here in Tokyo, and we think this is our chance to show the world what sustainability leadership looks like. But we're not just about the app. We're really about creating a wider movement and showing how consumption itself can change. And so whether, you know, it's companies who are reaching out and saying, hey, maybe we can look at a different way of doing things in our own company. We've built an amazing network of corporations, of organizations, universities, schools, you know, other nonprofit.
Wow, thank you. That was as inspiring as it was the first time we heard it. Yeah, really fantastic idea, and especially in the land of vending machines and PET bottles. I just wanted to say that I'm actually here on a soda stream. Yeah, it's not.
Excellent.
So, yeah, really great. So what's happened in the last year? I think you've got some interesting updates.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a phenomenal year. I mean, it's been tough in many ways, and I think probably everyone here has had their fair share of challenges over the last 12 months, and I really can't believe 12 months has passed already. At the time, I think we were planning quite a few big campaigns in the summer, kind of matching to the Olympics. We had a lot of companies who wanted to work with us to, you know, try new things, maybe not just water, but let's try like different drinks. And as people are coming around Tokyo, let's, you know, get them to try it, or, you know, kind of sports-based initiatives, which all got cancelled come sort of mid-March. Like we were left with somewhat of a blank slate to rethink what we were doing. But yeah, I mean, we've grown to just a team of over 20 people, including a lot of amazing volunteers. You know, we've managed to launch some really cool partnerships in the past year. We have a network which is now over 200,000 spots around the world. We have over 800 businesses in Japan who have joined the platform. No thanks to our sales, because we don't do any because I suck at sales, but they found out about us some way or another. And so we have this amazing family that's growing as well, which is really awesome to see.
And how about the Chivas Regal? You won a big award, yeah?
Yeah, we've been very lucky with awards, actually. We won a social business prize, which is a global prize, and we were the Japan winner and kind of one of 26 winners in the end, because we actually weren't able to have a final because of COVID. We won 2 Minister of the Environment awards in Japan, one which was for zero ocean waste, and one which was called the Good Life Award, which is really looking at like, how do we reevaluate the way we live our lives, and what does it mean to have a good life, and what are the initiatives out there that can help us to do that. So that's been a real honor, and it's yeah, it means a lot to get recognition like that as well. So very
yeah,
grateful.
I mean, it's really tough in Japan, yeah, especially when there are so many pressures, commercial pressures to keep the vending machine and the pet bottle industry running. Yeah? And I think you know, you've done incredibly well to get government recognition at the level you have is really amazing. Astrid's run off to grab something, I think. So. No, but I thought it was really worth,
yeah, I think
really worth showing your presentation again. Yeah. So this is a good story, actually. Here you go. So, hold it up closer. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let's use less plastic.
Yes, and
it's in English and Japanese, 2 cards.
Yeah, well, it's
yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, cool.
So it's kind of embarrassing when Astrid goes on a bit of a plastic rampage at lunchtime at a restaurant we go to, and she gives the card because everything's in plastic. But to be fair, it's had a big impact, and I think crisp salad.
Well, actually, you know, everybody gets it. It's not like in shops. You just kind of discreetly give it to them, you know, and I just say pass it on to the manager, you know, kind of, and
oh, that's great.
They start thinking about it, or they start thinking, you know, your customer is actually not that happy with what you're offering, you know.
Yeah.
And, so, but everybody takes it with a smile, which is great. It says you know, we cannot go to 0 in one go. I understand that, so that's why it says less. And yeah, kind of, you know, it kind of there is a hurdle, but you can overcome it, you know, just a little bit less.
So what's interesting is it's a bit embarrassing to go on. Yeah, just to start. Let me finish. To start with, and then you go in 2 weeks later, and they come up, they're all excited to tell Astrid, we're not using as much plastic, or we've done this. And I think crisp salad in Japan has changed using its plastic bowls into paper bowls, because she always kept saying no, but I think, you know, but it just
people power.
But anyway,
and I think what we're kind of seeing is that, you know, people kind of know in their heart of hearts that it's wasteful, or this idea of mottainai, but they're not quite sure what they can do about it. And I think that's why my music has been successful, because like, oh, water, that's really easy for us to do. Cool, we'll start there. And then, you know, if someone else asks for something else, they realize, oh, okay, this is another simple thing we can do, and we can build on that. Then you do kind of get the systemic change that comes from it. So that's amazing. And I'll take a lesson out of your book, Astrid, and kind of start handing out some cards, maybe.
You can kind of print them. They're nice little blue, so it goes
yeah,
back to the
of course.
But anyway, let's try and work together more this coming year. We had a really great presentation from the Peace Boat team earlier with their SDGs and what they need to do. So anyway, thank you very much again.
And
thank you, Marika. Say a big hi to Robin.
Thank you. I will do. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so Brian, we're going to do we've got a little bit of a technical hurdle to overcome right now, because Zoom runs for 30 hours non-stop. They must be a really long conference.
Mark, let me interrupt you. We're going to do that after the next hour. We can still we're going to squeeze this one in. Go on to the next one. Yeah.
We have to switch our YouTube channel.
Sorry about that.
Eventually.
We're going to push it for an hour.
Okay. So
let's
we're now hour 6. Maybe you go back, Brian, one.
The back one? Okay. You sure?
Get my animation in.
Oh, I think we're gonna have to skip on that one, Mark. Let's go with it. Yeah.
So we're now in hour 6, and we're going to be connecting with our fantastic organizers in Istanbul and Bucharest. So really great to see you, Nerton.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Astrid.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Hello,
hello
from Bucharest. Loyal organizer, Norton, and I'll never forget the very eloquent mail you once written about how we should be doing this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a long time ago. I said, "Woo, she's on us." Yes, I'll never forget that one. Well done.
And we really want to visit Istanbul soon. Yeah, it's on our wish list of cities we want to get to.
Mark, we also have,
please come over.
We also have Liege from Belgium on this hour, so we're going to get through. We're going to go to 3 places in the world: Istanbul, Bucharest, and Liege. So let's go ahead and kick that there. Thanks for being here, Benoit. Well, let's go ahead and go. Yeah, Mark, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it. I'm going to, let's see here, remove all the spotlights, and Nerton, I believe, are you? Let's see who's presenting the spotlight for everyone.
Smile.
I think you might be. Let's see here.
Okay.
We are flying by the seat of our pants. All right, let's see.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
There you go. All right, we're getting you queued up. Yeah.
All right.
So are you ready to go?
Yes, of course.
Okay, let's do it. The 20 slides are yours. Do your best.
Okay, thank you. So this is Nurten. I've been the city organizer of Istanbul PechaKucha events since 2009. So I'm quite a veteran of these events. But today I'm gonna speak about something that I really, really love, which is rowing. This is me on the Bosphorus, and behind is one of our landmarks, Hagia Sophia Church. So I'm really a late bloomer in terms of sports. I started rowing very late, at a very late age, I think around 35 or something. So I've been doing it for the last 20 years. Istanbul is a city where you can find a lot of spots you can row. This is Bosphorus, which separates the city into 2. Anatolian side and the European side, but it's a very, very busy traffic water channel. So it is much better to use the other one of the other beautiful places. This is Golden Horn. This is actually my morning routine, starting from the right-hand side and take a tour around the little island around there. It is a 5-kilometer track you can row. This is not a very busy area. It's just the local traffic. You see a few boats, but there's also a plane landing sometimes here on this part of the city. So you can race with a airplane sometimes. There are also a couple of small rivers you can still row. This is my neighborhood, so you can start from here and go around the neighborhood with the boat, and it's really beautiful during morning hours. This is around 7 o'clock in the morning. So the best times to go out and row is either early morning hours, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or late in the evening around 5 o'clock or 5, 6 p.m. When you row in the Golden Horn, it is really beautiful around, and it's all yourself, and very nice buildings and very old churches or mosques, and sometimes industrial buildings. So rowing around the city is not something like an outdoor activity. You actually you're in the city and you can see many things around. But of course, it is also nice to be with friends and just enjoy the scenery. So the coastal rowing boats are not exactly the ones they use in the Olympic rowing. We use some sea rowing boats. They are more stable and not really, I mean, you can keep the balance by yourself. Of course, after, you know, small training. And there are little places you can rent a boat, and you can bring it back. So it is really easy to go around with the boat and find places to, you know, jump out and have a coffee and come back. They built some temporary ones like this. So summertime, it is quite a busy spot for rowing around around Golden Horn. You can go alone or with a couple of other people together. It is also very nice social activity. Sometimes we organize races. Some people like to stop and take photography because it's really beautiful scenery around. And if you're alone, you can spend some time, you know, just not rowing, but sightseeing actually. So it is a combination of sports and sightseeing and social activity. And this is Bosphorus. This is an entrance of a little river, you know, connecting to Bosphorus. And behind, you can see the old city walls. So it is really a kind of activity. You can see the historic sites and natural beauties around Istanbul. I like it as a team activity. You know, you can row a 4-people boat or a 2-people boat, and sometimes you can get an instructor, so they can teach you how to row around. Or you know, Istanbul is in the sea. You might find very strong currents. Sides and natural beauties around Istanbul. I like it as a team activity. You know, you can row. I think the sound is running late a little bit, but it's okay. So this is my neighborhood. So in the morning, I start just with a little bit of training, and when you go around this this building, the building back there is a small boat stop, which is not in use anymore. It is Moda. And this is the main train station, which is not being used right now. So you can just go around that part of the city. This is Anatolian side. There is usually traffic around here, but you can safely row. And this is the opening of Marmara Sea, and back there you can see Hagia Sophia and Topkapı Palace. So it's a beautiful scenery in the morning where there is no one around. You feel really privileged, I would say, to have that kind of sight. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Norton.
Wow.
I can just imagine how lovely it is when you're by yourself out on the water and sightseeing from the water.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, without the whole, I mean, now, of course, now there are not many tourist hordes anywhere anyway, but, you know, the nice and quiet and just appreciating the scenery. I so much get it. It's kind of funny how you mentioned traffic, and I'm sure you allude to big ships that actually are there. And which can be pretty scary, I think, when you're there in a little rowboat that, yeah, I would say it's stable, but I can imagine with those waves, not so much.
With the wake, from the big boats.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Big vessels, you know, passing through the Bosphorus. But it is not scary, but when you see that the small plane landing just in front of you.
A what?
Well, yes, a water plane. On the Golden Horn, there's a small plane, you know, landing once or twice in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Huh. Oh, right. Yeah, you better kind of use your time well to go out and row.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, it's
so
lovely.
you manage to go between east and west most days, yeah? You can do the
Yeah, not really.
And is there a strong current in the Bosphorus? I mean, when you look in San Francisco, Golden Gate Bridge, you see this big, you know, big surge, a tidal surge. Do you have to deal with that as well?
Oh yes, exactly. There are two currents. Right. You asked for currents, yeah. Sea currents, yeah. Okay. There's one going from Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and there's another one coming under the other way around. And sometimes they change, you know. Wow. So you need to be very, very careful. I mean, all the vessels, you know, they need to take a guide through Bosphorus.
All right. And of course, you know, I think you can hit pretty strong now with all the muscles you have in your arms, right? Love it.
Yeah, it's actually good for legs more than you know, arm muscles. Yeah, you use the there's the kind of chair you push back and forth, and it is with your legs. Leg muscles are really strong. Yes.
Well, thank you for that. That was really great.
Yeah.
Love rowing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Brilliant.
Seeing Istanbul from another perspective. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And thanks for all your fantastic PechaKucha spirit running PechaKucha.
Thank you so much.
Over 10 years now.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes, 2009.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Well
done. Let me chime in here. Nurten, our next city. Well, I do have one quick comment. My friend is a seafarer. He's works on ships, and he says the Bosphorus is the most beautiful place in the whole world. Of all the places he's been. And I want to say that next up we have Bucharest, and Mihaela, she says she has some roots in Turkey, and I just wanted to point that out before I introduce before I brought her on stage. So I'm going to have to just leave that to her, but I know that she'll have maybe she can speak to that. So
yes, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, hi, welcome. We've got Bucharest on the call next.
Hi, Bucharest.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here, joining the last minute, Brian. You know, to answer, to sparkle your curiosity here, my maiden name was Sabadak, and I was told that had Turkish roots. There were just a few families in Romania with this name, and I researched, and when I found out, I was like, wow, how come? And I found out that actually in my dad's village there were some Turkish that stayed there after the war, and they settled families. So that's how but I don't know if I have Turkish blood, but I love everything about Turkey, especially. So definitely I'm a bit Turkish also.
Yeah,
so together with Turkey here.
That's very surprising, because one of my ancestors from my father's side, they migrated from Romania.
So see, who knows who's what, huh?
I can't remember the name. Is there a city called Lovcha in Romania? I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. But anyway, you know, universe conspired, so we can be here together in the same slot. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you're ready, Brian.
Okay.
People can say, you know, you part of the PechaKucha family? I know, I have quite a few answers in the PechaKucha family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. So Bucharest is up next. Mihaela, remind me, how many presenters do we have queued up for you here?
Me and another one.
Okay, all right.
Two for Bucharest.
Great. Okay, so
me and Maria.
Off we go. I've got you queued up, and let's see here. This should work. Oh. We'll back up there 1 second. Okay, let's try that. Whoa, let's try
that one. Yeah, that's
one more time. Last one. There we go.
Okay, nice intro.
All right, here we go. The slides are yours.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Mihaela from Romania, as you know already, and I love washing dishes because I love education. How come? Because I can learn and teach in the same time. So I learn through teaching, and I teach because I learn. Wow. See, due to this presentation, I just learned how to make a tongue twister. I love also competent people, but to be honest, I rarely consider myself competent. I like to say that I'm good or bad or even perfect at different stuff, but I never say that I am a competent person. Next slide. Yay. Why? Because it's a very wide definition. What does it mean actually to be competent? What is a competence? Do I have to be competent? Do I need to be competent? These are all common sense questions. And let's put some love into them. Let's see how we can become competent with love. I'm going to tell you a very short story. Once upon a time, you, the listener, yes, you, and you decided that you want to love washing dishes. I know no one loves washing dishes, right? And that's why this is the perfect moment for you to become competent in washing dishes. Ready? So first, you need to use a bit your brain. You gather and learn information and about how to wash dishes, water temperature, type of detergent, in the sink or using a washing machine, without or with gloves, separating dishes into categories, how fragile is each type of dish, right? How about glasses? How about wine glasses and so on? Second, you need to put all that information into practice. So you take the dishes and you actually wash them and you try to like it. First, you might have the beginner's luck and break none, or you wash them so well that even your dog will be amazed by your job. But let's say that you broke some, yeah? And your partner comes home and decides to wash them again, or your kids say, Daddy, yay, it's Christmas again. You decorated the dishes with snowflakes, so nice, but you actually know that those are soap flakes because you didn't rinse well. So what to do? You give up? No, you persuade your partner to wash the dishes all the time, or you bribe your kids to do it. No, you continue. You put even more love into it. You find your internal and external motivation. You persevere and you keep practicing until you and the others are satisfied. So far, we have the information that we call knowledge. You know how to do it, and we call it skill. You also have the motivation that is part of shaping your attitude. So you have knowledge, skill, and attitude. But guess what? You need one more ingredient. Which is it? It's your behavior, actually, yeah? It's your behavior towards the process of washing the dishes. So you talk to your family about the benefits of having clean dishes all the time. You tell your friends how you learn to wash dishes with love. You even post online some photos of your perfectly clean sink. Congratulations! Now you are a competent person when it comes to washing dishes. Yes, you really are, because you use all the 4 main ingredients for gaining or developing a competence: knowledge, skill, attitude, and behavior. But which is the connection here? How can we use education, competence, and love in the same context and create amazing memories? For me, it happened already, as you can see in this picture, and many others I have for my training courses. I'm sure for you, it can happen also. And for me, it happened due to all the amazing jobs I did so far and the amazing people I met. I am sure you also had similar experiences. Take a moment, find one right now, think and feel. Use both your brain intelligence and your heart intelligence, and remember a situation when you were competent, when you were told you are a competent person. Many years ago, I used to say that I love nature more than people because I was disappointed by some of them. But then I learned to see the beauty in each person, including in myself. I learned to love without having expectations. Now I say I love people as much as I love nature. Sometimes I wish I had this superpower of seeing inside people's brain and watch neural circuits. I would love that. But is the human brain that amazing? Well, maybe if we would use a bit more of it. But this is another story. Today, I decided to love the human brain. I love it. I love human brain. I also decided that I love my heart, and I also love my body. And I also decided that I do have a soul and I love it. This is a very personal decision, so it doesn't necessarily apply to you. So take a break, think about it, and let's put even more love into this presentation. What else is there to learn? All the good and bad things that happen to us. What else is there to learn from? Everything. In every situation, we learn something and we love a bit more. Important is how we choose to love. And what else is there to make us more competent? A lot, including this wonderful IPK event. What else is there to shape our education? Here I say our own goodwill. We all must make a collective effort. We have to work on it. And we have to fight together to be more happy, to put love in everything. If we want to feel better, if we believe in ourselves, if we give chances to others, if we accept diversity, then we will learn how to be better human beings, and love will become a state, a presence, a given, a permanence, like the air we breathe. And this last slide is just for giving thanks, for real. Amazing people, amazing energies and synergies made this event possible. Due to this event, I'm already a better person, and I already feel strong and genuine love waves coming towards me. And I offer the same to you. Thank you very much, PechaKucha.
Wow.
I love you.
Hold on, keep them on. I've got to take a picture. Hold on.
Okay.
Keep them on. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Right. That's great.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, one more. Hold on. Yay. So funny.
Yeah, I mean, that's so right. Yeah, we should be learning about love in school or anywhere really. Yeah, a good point. And especially a love to dishwash. I like that.
My son and daughter are going to be fed this presentation as soon as I get. Brian, you need to put this one up first.
Okay.
That was the most unexpected presentation so far.
The idea came to me because I really hate doing dishes, but I love education. I said, okay, how can I educate myself to do that, to love to wash dishes though? I teach people, but I can't wash my own dishes with love. It's impossible. I have to. So due to you now, I will love to wash dishes with love. I hope.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right. I'm a dedicated dishwasher myself. And yes, I have, as you say, you know, there's a whole, oh, hi there. Hi
Hello.
there. I love your mommy, you know.
That's help her wash the dishes sometimes.
With love. Yeah. So yeah, there's a whole
now live with my dad. What's happening here?
Great.
Nice.
They've been waiting for half hour glued on YouTube for mommy.
Oh, now you're a YouTuber. Yeah, you're a YouTuber.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Cool.
Great. Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, let's move. Let's keep going here. We've got. Mihaela, why don't you introduce your next presenter here? Oh, I think you're muted. There you go.
Yes, I will introduce Maria very shortly, and it's quite an interesting story because I hooked Maria only yesterday afternoon because yesterday I was finishing teaching a training course where she was a student in, and she has a love for Asian languages. She's actually from Republic of Moldova, and she wanted to come to Romania and study Korean, but the Romanian government has no spots for Korean languages for people from Republic of Moldova. So she had to take on Chinese, right? And she took Chinese classes, and I was like, okay, I need a smart person, an Asian, somebody who loves Asian culture, and she was the perfect person at the perfect moment. She's an amazing person, and I always like to give chances to people with great potential, and she's one of them. You will see.
I love your energy, Mihaela. So well done. Keep it coming.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see. Maria, are you ready for?
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me today, and thank you, Mihaela, especially for giving me this chance. I am truly blessed being here today with you, and I just cannot wait to go on with my presentation. Hope you love it.
All right.
So before we start, I'd love to say that in this amazing, I've been watching this for like hours already, and I'd love to say that among all these global themes that were already talked here, I would love to introduce a small, tiny one, but I think you will really enjoy it because these kind of moments people not really notice every day, but they bring a lot of joy, especially to me. So I hope they will bring as well as to you. So. My project is called Things I Love About This World, and I want to emphasize this little moment full of joy. So these first pictures, I'd love to say that I love moments when you just gather home with your family and you're going to your old grandma house and she's showing you pictures from her youth and telling you the amazing story and their lifetime that they've been through. The moment I love the most is when you're going down the street and all of a sudden it's starting to rain. You feel all the stress and all the sadness that you've accomplished today. It's gone now because this rain washed it off of you right now just by dropping all over you. You can see the truly emotions expressions on her face. I love it really much when you're all gathered with your friends and you're watching these old movies and you're getting into these cozy vibes and just go, and some of your friends go like, oh, I wish I was born in that decade, because I'm always that friend. I always said that I was born in wrong decade. I love really much the expressions of their face when kids are about to receive something, maybe something insignificant like a candy from a stranger or a really important present from their parents, but they're like so excited and they're so shocked and impressed at the same time. And these emotions, I think, are just the best to enjoy at that moment. I love it so much when I'm going to my grandparents' house and I see their truly love acts, like unspoken, the way they care, took care of each other, and the way they help each other to just to be around each other. For me is just the most true act of love. I love it the most when volunteers finally understand their worth, when they receive hugs and truly thanks from the people they helped, and the satisfaction of their face and happy tears on their faces, to me, are everything. I really love to see couples that are struggling with something and they go through this together. They evolve and they rise for each other. They work on themselves just to become the best version of themselves for their significant others. I think this is a thing that we should always cherish. Oh, I love the most when people bring their children to big concerts, you know, loudly spouts, when they are just like all ears and eyes to see what's happening and they don't understand, and these emotions on their face, I think they're just precious to see and notice about them. Oh, I love it the most when after 18, 24, 36 hours of fighting for someone's life, the doctors finally go out of the surgery rooms and they're relieved that they finally get that back, and they will bring so much joy to the families that they've saved their member of. I love it the most when firefighters, after turning off all the fire around, they go back just to save a small kitten, a puppy, or just a toy for a crying child outside of the building. This is precious to me. I love it the most when I see walking in public parents that are just newly become parents and they put their child in the driving seat just to see them struggling to reach all these buttons and everything, and just so happy and enthusiastic about this, seeing the joy of their children on their faces. I love it when you're in public and you're listening to music and suddenly goes a song and everyone like, oh, I love this song. These kind of truly emotions about this insignificant thing, to me, are incredibly precious. I love it when it's such a heat in the summer and you just see kids running around with their ice cream melting and they're all dirty and they're all laughing and they're so happy. This is the true joy that we should enjoy as well. Because like grown-ups, we are always thinking of something, minding our own business, and it's just, we escape these beautiful moments. Oh, I love it the most when I finally see a young couple that finally gain the money to buy their first home, when they will build their memories, when they'll make their families and just they just buy a house, but they will make it a home. I love it the most when I see military people surprising their children and families coming back from the field. And it's just their pure joy, just seeing each other and having their moment of this hug and just to feel each other. It's incredible. I love it the most when this kind of couples make pregnancy announcement and all of them are crying. They don't know why they're crying because it's such a joyful moment, but they're also intense there, and they cannot wait like to this new life to join them in this incredible path. I love it the most when in the sun, when on these lazy Sunday mornings, you have no rush. You just can go back to your bed and hug your mother, kiss your father, enjoy your time with your siblings. These precious moments inside your home, warm and cozy. I love it the most when it's like about to be Christmas and all in the rush are going to find the first Christmas tree to decorate it and to just make the atmosphere in the home the best for their a Christmas party. And it's so emotional charged for me because it's amazing. Oh, I love it the most when little buddies try to learn to teach each other how to ride bikes, even though none of them can ride it. They are falling down, they are keeping up again, and this truly acts of friendship, I think, starts from this moment. And last but not least, of course, one of the most precious moments to me are when I just walk down the street and see old couples holding hands. I think this got me the most emotional of them. And I'd like to add, like, even though we are in a rush right now, we are facing really rough times, we should just enjoy and emphasize the little things that could bring us joy. Thank you very much.
So beautiful.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right. You know, when we see happy people, it makes us happy too. And we always say that, you know, kind of positivity creates positivity. You want to associate with happy people. So, you know, it's kind of really complimenting Michaela's presentation as well, isn't it? It's like, you know, you gotta just take love, and love needs to be there, and you see it and it kind of propagates itself. So I mean,
and your passion was so evident, you know. It was just like I could, you know, and what you spotted too, yeah, is really nice. Yeah, what you look at and you can see that love and passion there, yeah. Mm-hmm. And as we said at the beginning, you know, creativity generates creativity, or positivity creates positivity, and that was certainly a presentation that infused that. It was amazing.
Yeah.
So delightful. Beautiful. So Michaela, well done for spotting.
Yay, Bucharest.
It's really lovely, that energy, that fresh young energy. It's really great.
Yeah, there's not enough of it. So you got to infect all the people around you with love, okay?
Of course. I'll do my best.
Do we have PechaKucha in Moldova?
Not yet. I hope sure we will have it there.
I think when you're finished with your studies, I think you and I need to have a conversation. We might need to get some of that spirit, some of that Moldovan love broadcast out on the global stage. Yeah, let's make that happen.
Right.
Okay, well, good luck with your studies. Good luck, and sheshe, you know. Sheshe.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you.
And chime in if you want to.
Stick around. Stick around. We're all around.
Great to see Townsville still hanging in there.
Yeah, really. Townsville's on the call.
Townsville's hanging the whole time with us. They've been here since 6 hours. All right.
Right.
And it's not getting dark there either.
Yeah.
Unlike
Unlike here, it's very cool.
All right. Hello.
So next we've got Liege, Belgium. We thought we weren't maybe going to be able to connect, but we were very fortunate, and we are very welcome to have you on stage. Thank you for accommodating our crazy puzzle time schedule, and we're really happy that it all worked out in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, I received the message at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I heard it's 9. So it was I'm happy to be there because PechaKucha is part of my life. I don't know if you see the posters.
Yeah, we love the posters. Oh, nice. Nice.
And I even teach PechaKucha to students, so to show their work very easily. And Mark and Astrid, you are in my PechaKucha of the PechaKucha that I show to my students. And I don't know if you know the movie Chérie, j'ai rétréci les gosses. Darling, I showed the kids. No. I will share my screen if it's okay to show the image. Maybe you will see and I recognize the movie. It's okay, Brian? I tried.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Yes, I think you should be able to share it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, can you see?
Yeah.
Shrunk the Kids. Yes, yes.
What's the name in English?
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Yes. So Mark and Astrid, in that case, shorten the presentation and remove all the text, so people laugh at that image. And thank you for that.
That's classic. Honey, I Shrunk the presentation. That's quite good. I think we're gonna have to adopt that in some way. I think I'm gonna get that in a newsletter in the next couple of newsletters. Quite good. Okay, well, so we have a presentation queued up for you, right? Hey, can I just send a quick shout out to my colleague Tomoko here, who is she's a kuroko. There are presentations coming in all the time, and it's the puzzle is actually evolving right now, and she didn't even get the memo until 10 minutes ago. So she's an unsung hero of this event. She keeps putting these presentations in the deck. I don't have to do anything. I just am sitting here doing it, and she's doing all the magic behind the scenes. So thank you.
We'll introduce her in the next segment. We just spin our camera around quickly.
Where we also have a kuroko.
We have our kuroko here, who's Hissa, who's sitting opposite us, making sure that we're all okay. So it's quite an operation. It's teamwork, which we all know.
It's teamwork. All right. So let's do this.
Belts in the back.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get going here. Let's see. Are you ready to go?
Let's start.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, whoops. Play. All right. Let's see. The 20 slides are yours.
Hi, my name is Benoit and I come from Liege in Belgium. For those who don't know Belgium, it's a very, very small country between France and Germany, created a bit after the defeat of Napoleon to preserve Europe and maybe the world from the French domination. We are sorry. I think we failed all those years, but we almost succeeded 2 years ago. At the last Football World Cup, we surely get the panache and the love of the crowd, but not the cup this time. And sorry for Japan on the last second goal. Well, what we love the most in Belgium, and maybe what you love as well, are Belgian chocolates, Belgian waffles, French fries, yes. But it's actually Belgian specialty. The secret with fries is that you have to cook them twice, like speculoos, a delicious biscuit you would love to eat for breakfast, and also beers, of course. When you are in Belgium, you have to drink beers. That's why we love PechaKucha in Liege, because just after all the presentation, it's not possible not to have a drink afterwards. We started PechaKucha 5 years ago, thanks to Maastricht, hello Jean-Paul and Sueli. And we are so glad to organize PechaKucha Night to let meet new passionate speakers and a wonderful audience here in Liege. Yes, Liege is actually a very festive city called La Cité Ardente, the fiery city. But actually it was named like that after the sacking of the city by Charles le Téméraire, the Bold, from Burgundy in France. And he burned cathedral till its complete destruction. So we don't have any cathedral anymore in Liege, thanks to Charles. You may think we dislike Frenchmen, but Liege is definitely one of the most French cities outside France. And we have strong friendship links, and we have even celebrated the National Day with them. And for the little story, one of our former prime minister made a huge mistake. He sang the Marseillaise instead of our national anthem in a TV interview, and he didn't realize it at all. So to make this PechaKucha, we asked people in Liege what they love the most in the city, and we asked them to send their favorite picture. And here are the results. So the first picture which we received is about the Parc de la Bovry, one of the biggest green spots in the city. It's freshly renewed with a museum and an art gallery and a charming movie. Here you can see a footbridge. It's called La Belle Liégeoise. That beautiful woman, that what it remains of the story, was actually one of the first feminists in the world. She joined the French revolutions. Oh no, France again. And the only woman in the French, she was the only woman in the French assembly. Her name was Anne-Joseph de Terroigne. A bit further, we will find a new Calatrava station. My office is very near. CNN reported that it was one of the most beautiful stations in the world. And I must admit that since it was finished, there are a lot more tourists in Liege than even before. And if you like sport, we would love La Montagne de Buren. You will climb 374 steps with a gradient of 28 degrees. One guy climbed it 135 times to equal the height of the Mount Everest. So for those who are interested in, it takes 3 days. And if you want to relax and enter in the festive way of life of Liege, La Cité Ardente is always celebrating something. Here you have the Nocturne des Coteaux, the night of the hills, with a lot of candles. It's very crowded with a lot of music and beers, of course, but that much was before COVID. You have a lot of students in Liege, a lot of schools, but here again, people from Liege are keen to combine serious things as studies with fun. Students and everyone can gather in the Carré, a place of 7 or 8 streets with many bars. It's full all the day of the week. You also have a student folklore pour faire la guindaille, the student parties. They have a dress code. Normal students wear a white apron. They customize it with salacious drawings and quotes. It's never clean, so it becomes browner and browner as you go out and party. And you have the Saint-Toré. It's a huge party with thousands of students, and they gather to paint the balls of the ball. And if you definitely like to celebrate, you can apply for your student baptism. If you are nearby, you are bought by auction. You have a godfather. He bets an amount of beers on you, and you have to drink it straight very quickly. And then you wear a cap and gadgets, and you have a lot of dirty challenges to do, and your apron going browner and browner. Here in blue, with our red scarf, we have Chorche. It's one of our heroes. He comes out of the coal mine, because we have a lot of coal mine, and he drinks peke, another drink we like here in Liege. And he speaks Walloons. And another French story is that in Poitiers, you have the futuroscope, when you can see the future of the science. And they invented a story with aliens who are visiting our planet. And guess what? What language do they speak? They speak Walloon, and we were the only ones to understand, of course. And if you want to become a big part of Liege, you have to learn a new word. That's oufti. Try it, oufti, oufti. Oufti? Yeah. Yes, you're on mute. Use it when you see something surprising, like here when F-16 make some arabesque in the blue sky last week. Maybe it was a love declaration. So the journey comes to an end. I hope I showed the beauties of Liege and a good restitution of all the pictures we receive thanks to our local love PechaKucha community. We organized the last edition online, and if we found a good platform to do that, but never replace the human context. So here we hope we will bury the COVID situation, not thanks to Celerac like the Matiloué funerals, but we hope we will be able to come back to normality. So the next PechaKucha nights. It's only in 12 days. So I invite you to become an attendee and to see the secrets of Liege if you love to explore new cities. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Gosh, that was so inspiring. Wait, oofta. Tell me the word one more time. That I'm going to adopt this word. I need this word. Tell me again.
Oofti.
Oofti. Oofti. Oofti. That presentation was very oofti.
Yeah. Sorry for my bad English, but it was very important to be here.
Amazing. Yeah. What a string of 3 amazing presentations. I'm totally inspired. I think I just got the energy that I needed to go for the next 6 hours.
Yeah.
I really did.
Yes,
wow.
But yes, as architects, I must say that station is really, really beautiful indeed. And yes, it's so important to have beautiful buildings because they do inspire you subconsciously every day. You know, people are in buildings. Every person is in a building every day. So it might as well be a fantastic building. Just make it.
Well, I think you had a big task to follow Maria with that incredible presentation. I was a little bit worried for you. I was like, boy, I do not want to follow that powerful presentation, but you really delivered. You really, really did it. Good job.
Now he knows how to, you know, you start with Belgian chocolates and, Belgian fries with mayonnaise, which
mayonnaise. And pickles.
Yes, exactly.
Pickles, yeah. And double fry. I have to try this. I have to cook them twice. I'm going to try this on the next try. Yeah.
The first time to make them hot, and then to grab the doré. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, the dough. Yeah, I got it.
Make it crisp and golden.
Yes, crisp and gold.
Right.
Sounds very nice.
That's a good tip.
I think I would become very fat if I lived in Liege, probably.
Well,
but I would have those stairs to exercise. I could maybe work off all the beer and French fries with those stairs.
Oh, that's exactly what
right.
And then there's the stand on top. You know, you only can get the fries when you're up there.
Yes, if you take the fries just before, it doesn't work very good.
Right.
Yeah, you got a very nice shout out from Scotland, somebody in Scotland, and also Hong Kong, in the chat. So
I didn't see that.
So
hi from everyone. Yeah, thank you. Hi.
Everybody in the chat, please tell us if this is just everybody in the chat. Tell us where you're listening in from around the world, and we'll give you a shout out when we can. It's really amazing to see all these different people and very lovely comments. So tell us a bit about your poster design. I mean we're always blown away by the posters and wow,
cool.
Yes, we have Thematic PechaKucha here in Liege. We had invisible design, education, open science, and we even had sex PechaKucha.
Wow, he's hiding. That one's hiding off screen.
Yes, and you can see the design is very cool because you see the perron, that's one of the emblem, and you see, yes, you can imagine the rest. Okay.
That's good. Good.
Our most watched presentation of sorry.
Go on, Brian.
Our most watched presentation of our entire website is it's called 6 minutes and 40 seconds of sex, I think, or something like that. It's sex sells for sure. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. Yeah. And we had 10 speakers to talk about that. Wow. Let's talk about
it. Wonderful. Well, I think that concludes our hour, Mark. Do you want to? I think what we kind of need to do next year is that we reach the end of the limit for the we need to change tracks on the YouTube over there. So what do you want to do? You want to close this hour out officially? Do you want to?
I'm going to introduce Tohoku first, Brian.
Oh, good idea. That's a great idea.
I think you're being requested over there.
So yeah, PechaKucha in Tokyo is Brian and Tomoko.
Yeah.
And until recently, Christina as well, but Christina's taking a sabbatical in the US. So this is
not exactly sabbatical.
She's working. So hi, Tomoko. So Tomoko has been sitting next to Brian, and she's been making sure the presentations have come in and everybody's got their Zoom link, and everything's in order and the things are spelt correctly. And man, it's a big job, yeah. And she's full-time at PechaKucha. She works with PechaKucha here 10 years ago. How long ago was it? A long time ago. A long time ago. And she's just returned, and she looks after all the business side of the organization.
The innovation side.
The innovation center, yeah. And we talk daily with Chicago, with Sean, where all the tech is done. So it's really a really great team, and everybody's pulling out the stops today.
And she always has a smile on her face. I've never ever seen Tomoko upset or angry. I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it. I have a lot to learn from her. I think it's like Michaela said, it's all about attitude, you know, and behavior.
Okay. Well, thank you to Istanbul, Bucharest, and Liege. That was an incredible hour. I think up next we've got a pretty interesting. We're going to some pretty interesting corners of the globe. I think we'll go ahead and say goodbye to you guys. The Zoom's going to continue. Yeah. Anyway, we'll say bye, Mihaela. Bye. Where did Nurtin go? And bye, Binoy. We'll see you guys next time. And or stay on. There's no reason you stick around. But let me go ahead and we've got 17 people watching us over on YouTube, and 400 at this particular moment, or 25 over here, and we've got wow, a lot of people have tuned into that, and wow, they're watching for a long time. Everybody's watching several presentations, so that's encouraging. So, but I'm going to stop the stream on there. I'm going to go ahead and stop it. Bye, guys. Say bye to round 1 of YouTube.
And you can reload.
See you in a minute.
Just stay on the YouTube.